Looking at violence, because we know that the people who created this architecture are intensely violent people, you simply have to call a spade a spade. But my forte, my focus is the psychic violence that they are involved in, not so much the physical form. It's the psychic dictatorship, the war on consciousness, as I've expressed it. That doesn't mean that we lose sight of the other causes. It is important to know about these puppet masters and all of the tentacles and the methodologies that they use. It's important to know about the royals. It's important to know about the Zionists and the Jesuits and the Masonic crypto-Jews and Islamists and the whole other cocktail. These are the pathogens, right? The doctor, you must have a complete diagnosis. You have to look at it all. But you look at it with an open mind and continue to walk around it. Keep looking at it, but make sure that you also stand back from the canvas so that you get an overview. And all the time, look for those nuances, look for that subtlety. We all, sitting in this room, know that something's wrong, and that we have to get on the scent. Yeah, and this so-called conspiratorial phenomena is almost like something alien, something you've dug out from a quarry that's vibrating in your hand. It could blow up at any minute. You have to explore it, and it's fascinating. And it's not something you can come out with a narrow vision. Basically, Age of Manipulation is a series that deals with, and especially this particular presentation, deals with where are we going? So, are we going to be the same people tomorrow, next year, down the line, 10 years from now? Are we going to actually be the same kind of creatures that we are now? I mean, the forces that have been working to develop this architecture work outside our periphery, even when they appear to be working in front of us. They're working on the periphery, as any clever conspirators do when they want to change the habitat outside the knowledge of the actual animal. The training goes on outside our vision, as well as in front of us in a more overt way. So the question is, these subtle changes all add up to something. They're quantitative. And I've got questions, what's in store for the human race? Will we be the same people that we are now in, say, 10 years? Steve Quayle, we can use his quote to introduce today's presentation, dealing with the post-human agenda, the transhumanistic agenda. He says that a terrifying future thunders toward mankind, an impending fate embodied by monstrous, blasphemous combinations of human and animal genetic materials, of man-machine cyborgs, and of beings not only with increased capacities and extended lifespans, but also with re-engineered morality void of compassion. This future is so abhorrent as to almost defy the imagination. These new beings and the transhumanists looking forward to their arrival will not be benevolent, just the opposite, because the goal of those creating these beings will be that they replace human beings, and that the new race will be post-humans. The word post-human sounds innocuous enough until one realizes that post means after. Of course, this has been predicted by many savants down through the years. And I write that in the post-human world, we will not experience our own existence as something real. We're already more than halfway down the road towards this hyper-real state. Selfhood ends. We function but do not exist. Consciousness as we know it ceases to exist. Man ceases to be conscious of internal processes because he has emptied himself into the Umwelt. You thought you were here for fun, huh? The stiff German lesson coming up soon. There's a door, you'll be running. Oh, we'll do it early to get it over with, it'll be painless as possible. Anyway, this he does as a pseudo-self. Everything he does, even if it appears noble or spiritual, such as going to a therapist, a counselor, or a coach, or joining some apparently progressive sect or cult, right, like Adam was explaining, is done as a pseudo-self, not as an imperial self. This is my term to distinguish the true self as opposed to the pseudo-self. Gimmick cures and trendy solve-alls of every variety imaginable serve to decorate the empty life of the pseudo-self. Activities of this kind have no lasting effect and are merely escapes born from the avoidance of legitimate suffering and legitimate anxiety. Wait a minute, I thought all anxiety and fear is terrible, to be avoided. What do you mean, Michael? Legitimate suffering, legitimate anxiety? Yeah, the kind that comes with birth, life, and change. But in the world of tomorrow, Human 2.0, he exists, but he is lost to himself. The consequences of the death of individuality must be seriously contemplated. The man who has murdered his individuality cannot hope to register and respect the individuality of those he meets. When you enter his life, he sees you as a thing rather than as a person. He sees a ghost, a shadow, or a mannequin without feelings. Because of his inner void, he's incapable of dealing with men and women as thinking, feeling beings. He's perfectly immune to feeling and has purely mechanistic and functional relationship with the world and with human beings around him. Every man and woman hearing this is in danger of either becoming such a being or of encountering one, or more. This global village, maybe I don't want to live there with the people. I don't mind the global village, it's the people who are living in it. It's my problem. But when we talk of extinction, right, 9 times out of 10 you're thinking about flora and fauna. It never really occurs to us that other things can go extinct. Whole ways of seeing can go extinct. Whole levels of critical ability, of understanding, of judgment, of creative abilities. The idea that we can even choose. Right? You turn a computer off, it can't choose to turn itself on. In fact, a computer cannot choose to do other than its programming. You can. But all those things that are being jettisoned culturally, racially, it's on the periphery. Half of us are not even aware that's happening. The whole world is changing. Children are growing up in a world that it's almost like an incarceration, a gulag, and they're not even aware of it because how could they be aware of it? They don't even know what they're missing. As I said, predicted by many. We'll just look at one guy, Aldous Huxley, Brave New World Revisited. In 1931, he says, when Brave New World was being written, I was convinced that there was still plenty of time. The completely organized society, the scientific caste system, the abolition of free will by methodical conditioning, the servitude made acceptable by regular doses of chemically induced happiness. That's a good one. I love that. I'm for that. Chemically induced happiness. Can't wait. These things were coming all right, but not in my time, he says, not even in the time of my grandchildren. 27 years later, in the third quarter of the 20th century, I feel a good deal less optimistic than I did when I was writing Brave New World. But if you go down to the pub and tell your mates the exact same things, they think you're crazy. But it's all right for Aldous Huxley. It's all right for the guys at the top of the totem pole to complain and predict and see the hell that's coming. But if you said, they all look at you and say, call the guys in the white coats. What are you talking about? He says, in the West, it is true individual men and women still enjoy a large measure of freedom. But even in those countries that have a tradition of democratic government, this freedom, and even the desire for this freedom, seem to be on the wane. The desire for the freedom is on the wane. In the rest of the world, freedom for individuals has already gone or is manifestly about to go. The nightmare of total organization has emerged from the safe, remote future and is now awaiting us just around the next corner, he says. And names are important, aren't they? I call them the atomists, the Davids. Davids because it connotes the word dividers, the divide and rule. Remember, we said in the beginning, war on consciousness. How do you do that? Well, we're already divided. We've got left hemisphere, right hemisphere, ego and id, conscious and unconscious. We're already self-divided. Their job's made easy. But this act of division, whether it's imperialistic and territorial or it is psychic, is an ingredient. And that's what we're going to be doing today, is looking at all these ingredients of tyranny. That's how you become immune to what they're doing. You don't fight them with the weapons they're handing you. You pool your knowledge, you understand exactly how they're working so that nothing they do has any effect on you anymore. Again, from their own writings. Dr. G. Brock Chisholm, one of the boss hogs involved in this nonsense of globalism. He says, to achieve the world government, It is necessary to remove from the minds of men their individualism, loyalty to family traditions, national patriotism, and religious dogma. Werner Vinge, and you'll notice the sort of the doublespeak, and also the fact that it's a very gradual process. They understand that. They're Fabians. They understand that this doesn't happen overnight. Vinge says, we're on the edge of a change comparable to the rise of human life on Earth. Within 30 years, we will have the technological means to create superhuman intelligence. Shortly after, the human era will end. Who would even think in terms of that? That's what we're going to be looking at. What kind of consciousness are we talking about here? Curtis Schaeffer says the ultimate achievement of biocontrol may be the control of man himself. The controlled subjects would never be permitted to think as individuals. A surgeon would equip each child with a socket mounted under the scalp and electrodes reaching selected areas of brain tissue. The child's sensory perceptions and muscular activity would be modified or completely controlled by bioelectrical signals radiating from state-controlled transmitters. We went into this in Architects of Control. They just can't wait for the remote control being. It's better fun than killing us all off. But of course, technology, emulating thought, biocontrol, bioorganic computers. Well, we're the thinking animal, so-called. We've been brought up to believe man is the thinking animal. But if our thinking becomes mechanical, right, then of course we're going to be outdone by computers. We don't need the globalists to tell us that. That's simple logic. Any high school teacher will know that that's coming. If indeed thought is only mechanical, yep, we are definitely going to be replaced by machines. But I hope to show tonight that thinking, what we call thinking, is anything but a mechanical process. It's a mechanical process for these characters, not for us. But again, what are we thinking about? Are we even aware we are thinking beings? Do we observe what constitutes a thought? Do we realize that we are both a listener and a speaker? That we have a perpetual inner dialogue going on all the time? An incredible inner dialogue between hemispheres of our own being? So fascinating, it almost defies description. But as a matter of fact, you see, human being, that's an interesting term. As a matter of fact, human doesn't really mean that much. Human is a biological, anthropological, or I would say scientific term. You got a Neanderthal standing here, or something. It's just the flesh, bones, and blood. That's human, humanoid. But it says human being. Now the word being doesn't mean anything biologically. It's a philosophical term, by the way. The human, that's scientific, that's tangible, that's physical, that's flesh and blood and bone. You know? Being is the whole other intangible, transcendent states of consciousness that goes on in the immaterial sense. And therefore it's basically a philosophical term. Rollo May, an existential psychologist, explains it better than I. He says that being is a category which cannot be reduced to interjection of social or ethical norms. It is, to use Nietzsche's phrase, beyond good and evil. To the extent that my sense of existence is authentic, it is precisely not what others have told me I should be, but it's one Archimedes' point I have to stand on from which to judge what parents and other authorities demand. The full meaning of the term human being, he says, will be clearer if the reader will keep in mind that being is a participle, a verb form implying that someone is in the process of being something. It is unfortunate that when using the general noun in English, the term being connotes a more or less static state, but it's not. It's an act of becoming. And we judge each other and we judge ourselves by our goals and our projection into the future, which we granted hypothetically, it's a hypothetical construct. It's purely mental. The future simply doesn't exist in scientific terms, but it does mental. So we have incredible capacities that, again, we take for granted. But it's because of this ability to project into the future, for good or for ill, that the being comes into it. Everything else about us is here in the now. You blink now, you breathe now, you eat now, you see your heart pulsates now. Our physicality positions us, or our body, let's say, positions us in the now. But we have another kind of consciousness that can think about the past and also think about the future. Time, in other words. that very act of thinking about the past and the future, right? And subcategory of that is before and afters. These are concepts of time. And time is extremely important in the spiritual development, in the journey of spirituality. It's also something that's under attack. We'll see how time itself is skewed to serve the masters. But May goes on to say, therefore, becoming connotes more accurately the meaning of the term in this country. So being and becoming basically say is equivalent. We can understand another human being only as we see what he is moving toward, what he is becoming. And we can know ourselves only as we project our potentials into action. Oh dear, not for that German lesson. As I said, we'll get it over early then. Lessen the agony. It's 3 words, basically. There's not very good English translations. And it comes from existential philosophy, but also an interesting subcategory, existential psychology. Quite unknown in the West, or at least in America and in Britain. It's the idea that all of us are 3 human beings in one. We're a trinity. Umfeld. We're born into a world. We come out of the womb and we're in this thing. And if you actually think about it, we start off very small. All we know is the mother. Then we know the other parent, brothers and sisters perhaps, uncles and aunts perhaps, the rotten neighbors perhaps, right? And then this other thing called the wider, community. And as we age, you see what's also happening? Our consciousness is spreading until we find out about the world, the planet, the countries, the other races, you see, bigger. And then finally God up there in the clouds somewhere and the whole universe around us. If you actually think about it, it never happens the other way. That's a certainty. And that is the world around us. Umwelt is the world into which we're born. For some of us, the neurotics, it feels uncomfortable. It's very threatening. In fact, for everybody, it's very threatening. But for others, no. It's threatening, but it has other elements as well. It's about your relationship with it. But we'll just start off very simply and just say that the Umwelt is the world around us, the biological world, the environment, nature. Then there's the Mitwelt, from the German mit, meaning with. The with world. That's all of us. Every other human being. I think animals would fit into Umwelt, but Mitwelt is the human beings, others like us, with whom we can communicate. And then the last one is Eigenwelt, or Eigenwelt, which is your own personal inner world. Many of the materialists, positivists, nominalists, physicalists, don't even believe there is such a thing, but we'll get to that later. Again, we'll start off very simply. So Umwelt, Mitwelt, and Eigenwelt. 3 worlds. 3 worlds. All interlocked, all interrelating. And obviously that these worlds exist. There's also 3 kinds of relationships then, is there not? Each of us has to have 3 different, quite significantly different relationships with each. Maybe somebody's focus is more on the Mitwelt. All we care about is the people like ourselves. We don't really care too much about animals or the world or the universe, the stars, or what God might be having for dinner. What's out there in the bigger sense, right? For others, it's all internal. I'm off to the mountains of Tibet to sit in a cave and, contemplate my navel. So there's all different kinds of relationships. Naturally, in a normal situation, they ebb and flow, and they're not neurotic relationships. But let's just use this first hour to just briefly look at these. Umwelt is the natural world to which we can only really adjust. Now I know that the people at the penthouses of science and the penthouses of, technology always have this pipe dream that they're really affecting nature. Actually, they're really affecting very little. What we do as human beings is adjust to nature. Right? You put up a sail and you just hope that the wind's going to take you and a tidal wave doesn't come and crush your little boat into pieces. So the vast majority of human life from the dawn of time has been the adjustment, not the control over, or not the changing of nature. You can't change the fundamental principles of the world of nature. The climate, the seasons, the weather, famine, devastation, earthquakes, aging or death. Even though you can throw millions of dollars at it, but it's debatable whether you really change it. And even if you change that, there's something else that you have to handle now. I mean, a child, a toddler, cannot tell its parents and teachers what to do. They tell the child what to do. So we come into the world with this world that we have very little effect over, and in the end we adjust to it. And reams could be written about our relationship with the Umwelt. It's its own study, you see. Couldn't talk about the Umwelt and adjustment to it without talking about time again. Time, we adjusted that thing, the seasonal clock, the solar calendar, the yearly cycle, or the lunar cycle in some places it used to be. And on a wider, any Hegelians in the room? They'll know that on a wider level, historical process. We are creatures of our age. And we all like to think of ourselves as Doctor Who, being able to flit around from age to age. We wouldn't bloody like it. We are embedded in our age. We're creatures of our age. We affect the age, and the age affects us. We wouldn't do very well. I mean, you can prove this to yourself by going to, say, a third world culture and trying it. You know, our age makes us, we make it. So there's the historical process to bear in mind as well, and how it conditions and changes who we are. This Michel Foucault went into this. Hegel, of course, was the great thinker on this concept. And time, our relationship to time, of course, it has downsides. Time is good because, remember, we spoke about the future. That's the measure of our creativity. That's the measure of our productivity. We use time for that. In fact, it's a central ingredient in authenticity. We know that at the end of time, very soon, 28,000 days, 70 summers, we're going to die. So the concept of thinking about that moment does what? Well, you don't need the existential psychologist to tell you. It gives meaning and lucidity to the life you live. You live your life more imminently, with more, well, hopefully with more lucidity, because you know that one day it's going to end. It doesn't go on forever. So time has a very great bearing on our philosophical state of living, our level and depth of consciousness. Not just that we live in time quantity, but quality of life. How do you make one day into a year? How do you hold eternity in the palm of your hand? Well, you wouldn't if life just continued on forever. But of course there are downsides as well. There's the materialist relationship with time isn't very good, because then we're slaves of the clock. Slaves of that seasonal process. Slaves of the weeks and the months and this almost hypothetical turning of the weeks. The 7-day slavery, enslavement, which does what? You're so committed to it, right? As I said, you're embedded in it now, so entangled in it, that what happens as a consequence? You start losing connection with the inner clock, with that inner chronology. That's why I spend so much of my life doing divination, because that's trying to rectify that, tip the balance a little bit in our favor to work with that inner time again, that inner chronology. That's why divination is, I love it so much, is because it actually does help us get back in touch with that psychological chronology. Because we're so entangled in the other. Midtveld, well, what's that? What's the downsides of that? The constant entanglement in the lives of other people. And sometimes we have to be. We walk into the world, we come into the world, people are older, they're smarter, they're more powerful. They're going to tell us what to do. A child is surrounded by dictators from day one. Now you're out of control. You often hear, out of control. You're bloody right. Basically, to sum up the Midtveld, is like this. Even a single glance at a passerby or glancing at somebody on the bus for a split second changes you and that person. You may notice the shoes they're wearing. That could lead to a whole Alfred Hitchcock cocktail of drama. I'm going to go and buy those shoes. I'm going to search the town. I get into this relationship. I get into that. The heel breaks, etc. The slightest thing. Oh, I like that leather jacket. I can't be content until I have one. Right? And if you just start thinking about all the amazing Twilight Zone scenarios that can come from the most amazingly small thing. Jesus. But if I love you, I've changed you. If I kill you, I've changed you, haven't I? Yeah. So the change, we're talking about the effects. Big brother, come on. Every human being, even a passerby, is changing us. And we're changing them, let alone the more intimate situations. And when we say conformity, the downside of the Midtveld is when we say conformity, that's what we really mean. We're talking about Midtveld there. Conformity because of that dictatorship and the pressure to conform. The pressure to conform to the will of others. Lifelong antagonism there. But of course it's a question of degree. How much are we overwhelmed? Most of us can go through life and maybe not even have too much of a problem. But what happens if that's about to heat up? What about in the future? That's what we're asking the question. It might be tolerable now. My question is basically one of the great themes of this talk is that, are we what others have made us? Is that it? mean, that's central. It's incessant question that I have. I mean, how can it not be? What can we do, Michael? Every email I get, what can we do? What can we do? When are we all going to wake up? You know, well, waking up and shaking up are two different things. A person may be shaken up by recent events or the stuff that's going on in their life. It's not quite the same thing as waking up. That's a process, which requires a whole different kind of commitment, a different kind of alienation, and a different kind of relationship with yourself. Because shaking up, well, anybody can do that. But the we, the us and the our, that needs to be investigated. I get the creeps when I hear those words. Smell a rat. But these myriad demands and adjustments, right? The constant modification of our being with all of this, to the Umwelt and also to the Mitwelt. But what's underneath it? Is there not this consistent I running all the way through it? Think of your experiences all through life from day one. I mean, those are millions of left turns and right turns that you've made. Ups and downs in mood and changes of personality. You're not the same person you were when you were a teenager and so on. But is there not, this is not the case, of course, for severely neurotic people, and this is the problem that they have, the psychotic people. But in a normal human being, there is what is known as the biographical self, the perpetual self, that seems to be like a shadow, you know, looking down from the plane as we came over, you see the shadow moving across the landscape at an incredible speed. You're going real slow and it's moving across vast tracts of land. That's a continual I, perpetual self, a biographical self, negotiating all of these contours and ups and downs of life. Now, how does that happen? How does that Eigenwelt? That's the Eigenwelt. Now, we're not saying that it doesn't have great breaks. This thing goes through unbelievable changes. Our own biographies are absolutely fascinating. You even just think how many things your hand has touched in this life. It would defy imagination. And that's all recorded in your mind. And as I said, this concept of an inner I, an inner continuity, is refuted by the materialist and positivist, and we'll get to that later. But the good thing about the Eigenwelt is that is the place where you have the maximum amount of responsibility, will, and free choice. It's also the center of your self-esteem. It's where you have the most dominion that you'll ever have. Because as I say, your dominion over the Umwelt is negotiable, largely quite low. As you probably know by now, your control over other people is limited and fraught with all sorts of problems. But in the inner world is where your largest focus of free will can be. Again, except if you're a neurotic person, they have trouble with that. It's also the place where you can ignore your own needs, right? It's the place you can abandon while you're absorbed in other things. Now, Edward Edinger, the psychologist, said that the self is born, but the ego is made. Because as a matter of fact, when you talk about the Eigenwelt, you have to also speak in terms of, or realize that we're divided within, are we not? Kind of alluded to it earlier. But we're not a whole being within. We have the imperial self, and then we have this thing called the ego. The ego being a construct of our physical existence. In exactly the way that Freud and others have described, it's just a brain, it's just a machine that's programmed by existence. But the I, or the self, has a different type of programming, so to speak. And we jump between the two. I mean, it's a constant oscillation, a reciprocal relationship between these two. Obviously, one physical body, as I said, is much the same as another. But it's always important to point out that when we have existence, but we also know that we have existence. We have the awareness that we exist. We don't only experience existence, we are aware of it. We think, but we think about thought. And we can even think about the fact that we're thinking about thought. Now, what is all this? Well, this is the miracle. These are the many rooms and facets of the inner landscape, right? The Mitwelt and the Umwelt is the external landscape. We have an entire landscape within that's under-investigated. An inner, internal environment. At a tragedy, what happens? What happens at a tragedy? Fade to grey, right? The Mitwelt and the Umwelt fade to grey, and maybe for the first time in many people's lives, and I'm hoping it's not true for everyone sitting here, but in most people's lives, for the very first time when they have a tragedy in their life, it's the only time that energy sort of retreats, and they start paying attention to this inner world, and also the question of their existence. And perhaps their relationship with time improves because of it. The eigenwelt, the consciousness of our consciousness, is the part of us that asks the important questions. It doesn't matter if other people ask them. It doesn't matter who. I don't care if it's Dostoevsky or whoever it was. It doesn't matter if it's Nietzsche or whoever. It only matters when you ask those fundamental questions. Who am I? Why do I exist? What am I doing here? We opened these points at the Architects of Control in the very first statements of that program. Again, trying to anchor it in the philosophy and the psychology, because that's what's really important. Not our immersion, you see, in the whole domestic minutiae. It's important to always remember what constitutes our true humanness, or more correctly, our being. The flesh and blood stuff can be measured and calibrated. Being is vast. It cannot be so measured. Now, one other thing about Eigenwelt, about you, about the inner being, is something that was brought out by several philosophers, Martin Heidegger, but especially by the French philosopher Maurice Merleau-Ponty. And it was something that blew the philosophical world to pieces. We're not going to go into all of the details, just want to overview what he was saying. And that is just by the very fact that you have a body, you nucleate the subject-object dichotomy, which had been plaguing philosophy and plaguing thinkers for thousands of years. Meaning that everything I'm looking at right now, including you, is considered an object of thought in the philosophical tradition, and I am the subject. Right? Ponty said, no, the whole thing is founded on a lie. Because the organ of perception by which you perceive objects is subjective, isn't it? Your eye and your thinking and your act of perception is part of your subjective self. But you have a body just like the objects of the body. And when he said body, he meant glass of water, table, everything, the object. Your body is an object of your subjective thought. So a human being's mind and the act of perception nucleates the subject and object dichotomy. So without any other teachers, any other gurus, or any other techniques, even despite the fact that you may not even know this, you are already a transcendent being who has nucleated opposites. That's what you are. When you know it, it helps. So when we're running around trying to find a technique, seeking guidance from the misguided, we're it already. And one can string this out. I get into this study. It's a fascinating idea of the fact that the eye cannot see itself, but the eye is the link between the subject world and the objective world. But of course, a large part of what we're going to look at as we even wind down towards the solution section is this whole anatomy of tyranny, never forgetting to explore how Big Brother works. That will involve a deeper understanding of these relationships that we have, but it also has to do with the question of anxiety. It's fundamental. Anxiety meaning the kind of angst, fear that arises when we have these relationships. With these relationships that we have with the Umwelt and the Mitwelt and with ourselves, anxiety arises. Anxiety arises. And we have to understand a lot about that if we're going to stop slashing at the branches of evil and cut at the root. When all those pressures of the Mitwelt, all the pressures of other people causes us anxiety. Why? Because we are seeking to conform. We're asked to conform to a world we didn't really create, and maybe we don't even like. But because we need to get along, go along to get along, because it's a demand that's placed upon our heads, a tremendous amount of anxiety arises topically in the attempt to be liked and to be approved and to fit into the subscribed roles. So there's one level of anxiety from that as we interface with other people in the Mitwelt. And then, as implied in the opening statements, something else happens. In order to adjust to the Mitwelt, we don't really do it as an imperial self. We do it as a pseudo-self. So we have to don a masquerade. We play an act, a performance, a pretense, in order to adjust. So there's not only anxiety, but there's the creation of a pseudo-self, the actor. And that pseudo-self is a counterfeit self. And the ego, that which we refer to as the ego, is basically the operating system that moves, is the engine behind that. Now, that doesn't mean that you blame the ego. The ego is just doing what it's instructed to do. It's just doing what it's instructed to do. And blaming it and cursing it is pure hogwash, and it's a sign of false teachers when they tell you to denounce the ego. But you see, this pseudo-self ends up in a lot of problems, a lot of traps waiting for it. Because you may want approval, you may want to fit in, but you don't always get what you want. So now there's another kind of anxiety that arises because you're not getting the fulfillment. You don't think you're good enough. And people get profoundly disenchanted, as we know. A lot of other people may withdraw and block it out. And that's where a lot of the boredom and depression comes from, and other neurotic syndromes. They begin, some of them for people, very, very severe. Because once you've learned to depend entirely on other people for your sense of well-being, that's the whole labyrinth begins right there. When we don't get it, when we don't get what we want, we not only become depressed, we become aggressive. Right? We become anxious, yes, but we become aggressive. You think I mean aggressive only to other people? Yes. 9 times out of 10 when you talk about anger and aggression, it's always about projecting it towards other people. No, I've said many times, that's been documented umpteen times. My concern is not so much with the violence that's on record. The history books are full of it. I'm talking about the self-hatred. And we're going to get into that later on. The turning the aggression towards the self because of this schism. Right? The feeling that you don't fit in, and what we do to ourselves, and how that's then co-opted, and how this whole dynamic works. The self-accusatory and sadistic temperament, you see. This is what concerns me. But as we said, the problem of anxiety is twofold. There's all of this negative anxiety, the topical neurotic anxiety is really the term for it. And then there's that strange, legitimate anxiety that we alluded to in the beginning. Well, what do you think that is? The other kind of anxiety that is called legitimate is the anxiety of the true self, the true imperial self, that can barely squeak, but it's there nevertheless. It's natural, it's organic, and it isn't going to die. It doesn't die, it doesn't perish. You can be incarcerated and put in a box and put in a box and put in a box, but it never dies. And that force is in constant resistance to all that claptrap and all that hogwash. And it meets the resistance from the subconscious that doesn't want that authentic voice, right, to be heard. And that's the legitimate anxiety. The legitimate anxiety of a force that feels overwhelmed by the lie. And everybody sitting in this room has been victimized by that, quote unquote. And it's good that you have been, because you wouldn't be sitting here otherwise. Because the inner self, the imperial self, knows full well that it's under attack. And there's another kind of anxiety, the legitimate positive kind of anxiety that arises. And if you leave this room and only grasp from this talk this one principle, it will really affect your life deeply. And you'll see why as we proceed, why it's so overwhelmingly important. Now this legitimate anxiety is intimately connected to what? Life and death. Am I wrong? What did you experience when you came out of the womb? What does every Freudian, every doctor know? That the child experiences overwhelming waves of anxiety by what? Being born. Well, that's legitimate anxiety because you took birth, and with it, walking side by side with you, as you entered this world, right? Something was walking with you. And when you go through a mini-death, which leads to a new birth, does it not? Because we don't just die once and are born once. My God, this can happen umpteen times in your life. That anxiety is going to be there. At every moment of a death and a rebirth, just like at the first birth, physically, it will be attended by this anxiety. It can never be any other way. They're known as the rites of passage, obviously. So, you see, it's a simple equation then. To try and terminate, to try and sedate your anxiety, this positive kind of anxiety, is to do what? is to turn off the switches of life, to turn off the very act of being born and dying and experiencing rebirth again, which we're meant to do all through life, through these rites of passage. And these rites of passage, what do they do? It's been described by so many different people. I just describe it very simply, in that there are changes in the way of seeing. For some people, that way of seeing narrows, heartbreaks, pains, death, job loss, illness. For others, the rite of passage can be a broadening. Actually, for most of it, it's both. It's an ebb and a flow. The change is obviously not just one way. It's a way of seeing that is undergoing the change. And again, that's very positive. These are the moments of agony and ecstasy. But they will be attended by this anxiety, as we said. Rollo May, he says that more than 3 decades ago, Freud singled out anxiety as the crucial problem of emotional and behavioral disorders. Further development of psychoanalysis has only substantiated his proposition, until it is now recognized on all sides that anxiety is the fundamental phenomena of neurosis, or in Horney's term, the dynamic center of neurosis. But not only in psychopathology, in the actions of normal people as well as abnormal, it is now recognized that anxiety is much more prevalent than was suspected several decades ago. From the viewpoint of dynamic psychology, Simmons accurately notes that it would surprise most persons to realize how much of their behavior is motivated by a desire to escape anxiety by either reducing it or disguising it in one way or another. Nietzsche talked about the rites of passage. He said, man is the only being who must constantly overcome himself in order to exist. So there's 2 kinds of neurosis. I don't fit in. I don't like myself because I don't fit in. That's the neurotic kind. And we want to disown the self that doesn't fit in. Then we have the other kind of legitimate anxiety from the true self, because it's not going anywhere. It's born of nature. It's eternal. It's not going to shut up and go away. At birth, each human being inherits the objective, sensual world that is shared by strangers, animals, and all physical objects. In addition to the world outside of himself, the human being is aware of an inner world. It is this awareness that makes the human being unique in the universe. The existence of 2 separate worlds inevitably makes us feel divided. We suffer anxiety by way of our attempts to find a balance between the 2 worlds in which we have to live. Well, now that we've sketched out these 3 realms, 3 facets of humanity, and a little bit about the 3 different kinds of relationships, we understand that the main focus of attack upon or by the architects of control is primarily on the Eigenwelt. It's not that they don't, obviously, as we know, unleash their violent acts right on the Umwelt, to look at the destruction of nature, the ecocide. It's not that they don't destabilize us racially and culturally and in all sorts of other ways in the social sphere, but they reserve their finest weapons. And this is the sum total of everything my work is all about, is trying to put up periscope finally on this concept of how they focused their greatest weaponry on the psyche, on the Eigenwelt. That is the main target of these individuals. So they say, you don't need to worry about what you are. You just wait for us to tell you what you are. You won't have any anxiety if you just sit back and let us do all the work. Let the collective determine. Let other people determine. When in fact, who you are should never be determined by what you do. It should be absolutely determined by who you are. But time and time again, we throw ourselves open to the influence of others. Now, authorities such as parents, teachers, priests, and experts, instructors, psychologists, and so on, have a great deal of influence on how we exist in the objective world, the Umwelt and Midwelt. They should have less of an influence on how we choose to exist within ourselves. The architects of control seek to effect subtle changes on the Eigenwelt. It is this influence that must be guarded against. The architects of control have a head start on us because their influence is already working through the efforts of our parents, whose minds are already largely colonized and infected. Their influence forces us to accept and participate in the insanity of normalcy. Now, Ayn Rand says that we are fast approaching the stage of the ultimate inversion. Right? Remember that attack, the focus of the attack? The stage where the government is free to do anything it pleases, while the citizens may act only by permission, which is the stage of the darkest periods of human history, the stage of rule by brute force. I've often talked about a second fall, that the myths are, some of the greatest myths are yet to happen. What do I mean by some statement like that? Well, it's because if in fact we lose the Eigenwelt, right? If it gets eroded as it is getting eroded, don't you see that we already lose the world? If you lose the Eigenwelt, you lose the Mitwelt and the Umwelt. So it's all taken care of. And the soul is lost. This is the message that the neurotics and psychotics never get. They're trying to adjust to the Mitwelt and the Umwelt, right? And sacrificing and disowning and dividing and fragmenting and hating the self, not realizing they're going to lose the very thing they were seeking. It's like the serpent eating its own tail. You can't win. And Wilhelm Reich said that we're barely understanding the awful deviation and pathological degeneration of the human animal. Now, one could also say that there's another kind of legitimate anxiety, and that's the anxiety of that, yes, you should feel anxious when you're doing damage to yourself, right? So in many ways we can understand it, not lament it. If you're doing something so atrocious to your own psychology, your own psyche, perhaps you should be in a state of panic. If you're prostituting yourself to the world and to other people. And this is the ruse of the controllers, is it not? This is why they're 3 steps ahead of us, literally creating doses of this manufactured anxiety. It's the focus of their attack. H.L. Mencken said, the whole aim of practical politics is to keep the populace alarmed and thus clamorous to be led to safety by menacing it with an endless series of hobgoblins, all of them imaginary. And here's the clincher. Barrages and barrages of the topical kind of anxiety, or the stress that cause the topical anxiety, right? Pressures from all the other misguided people asking us to come and join us, belong, come over here, it's wonderful. And we're feeling all stressed out and anxious, right? And the media pouring all of this out on a daily basis, as we know has been going on for decades. Why are they doing this? Because they know that the more they step up this anxiety, the topical kind, right, the neurotic anxiety, the more we will seek alleviation from it. And in one way you can say, but that's a good thing, it's not necessarily great to be going around with all the anxiety. Well, what is Big Brother hoping for? They're hoping for, their focus is not on that. They're working on upgrading and overwhelming us. Because they know that when we go for the bromide, when we go to be sedated, when we go to be tranquilized, what goes with it? The legitimate anxiety that keeps us alive, the legitimate anxiety that is the source of all life, goes out with it. And that is Human 2.0. And that is why all of this media chaos is going. Because they know it's a trick, that when you go for the sedation, without even wanting it, without even knowing it, you're throwing out the most precious thing that exists. The legitimate anxiety goes into the trash along with the neurotic kind, and then you are left mutilated within. Job done. You know, Mark Twain said, when we realize that the whole world is mad, all the mysteries of life stand explained. I can't think of a better quote. Arnold Gruen called it the insanity of normality. And we don't have sanity. We probably never even have. What we have is pseudo-sanity, the adjustment to insanity and madness. Why not? We're trying to adjust to something that's never going to stay static. Do you think that our adjustment to the Mitwelt stays static? The Mitwelt is changing historically. It's always changing. So where are we going to find? It's like building your house in the shadow of a tree. How can you never be non-anxious? You see, in this type of interactivity, it's impossible. But these controllers love neurotics. They hate sanity. In fact, the sane person is under attack. Thomas Zaz, some psychologist, R.D. Lang, these people have pointed out how the sane man is literally under attack 24/7. He's their worst threat. And they want to incarcerate you. Sometimes they used to do it physically. They still do. There's horror stories of the terms that they use and the categorization of the power trips to incarcerate and lock people up who are sane under the title of insanity and schizophrenia. These categorizations that they've concocted. To take care of you when you start thinking beyond outside the box, Lang himself said, insanity is a perfectly natural adjustment to a totally unnatural and negative environment. From the alienated starting point of our pseudo-sanity, he says, everything is equivocal. Our sanity is not true sanity. Their madness isn't true madness. And our normal adjusted state is too often the abdication of ecstasy. The betrayal of our true potentialities. That many of us are only too successful in acquiring a false self to adapt to false realities. We're being made in the shape of dead people. People with an abscess at the center of their being. And they want to turn us into what they are. Eric Fromm says, in fact, it is the fully sane person who feels isolated in the insane society. And he may suffer so much from the incapacity to communicate that it is he who becomes psychotic. Arnold Gruen says, he's a psychologist, American psychologist, he says the people who strike us as the most disturbed, the schizophrenics, are the most radical opponents of this type of identification, for they attempt to withdraw completely from our world. They are accordingly regarded as dissociated. See, they won't buy into the lie. A schizophrenic, he looks through you. He knows your power games. He knows your dynamics. He knows what it's all about. He's been having it since he was a child. And he opts out mentally, because he's going to say, I'm going to be immune in here. I will still be free inside my mind. You won't take that away from me, when everything else has been compromised and prostituted. Fromm goes on to say, the reasons why social scientists have not considered the question of the optimal social conditions for man's growth a matter of primary concern can easily be discerned if one recognizes the sad fact that with a few outstanding exceptions, social scientists are essentially apologists for and not critics of the existing social system. They don't want to fix you, they want to put more, earrings on the Mona Lisa, move the furniture around on the Titanic, fix what isn't broken. Oh, Dr. Frankenstein's monster's depressed. We'll make him a female monster. He's happy now, right? He got what he wanted. One obscenity replaces another. So these architects are working. Tomorrow's global village is basically the resort for that gutted, emaciated, right, mutilated being who's already thrown out both the neurotic anxiety and the legitimate anxiety. What do I do now? Well, it's Demolition Man, Judge Dredd time. Again, what do we call them? Collectivists, Prometheans, communitarians, utopians, Luciferians, Adventists? Their agenda was the ultimate closed society. It used to be called the Campaign for World Government. Now it's the World Federalist Movement. It's nothing more than neo-feudalism, making us slaves and serfs again. Indentured vassals, and we go for it. Because they're so desperate for an overlord. It's Max Weber, the sociologist, called it the iron cage of bureaucracy. You may not get an external mark, but it's certainly incarceration nevertheless. You're mutual now. They'll take care of you. One of the terms for this type of globalism and the agenda is coined by the French philosopher Michel Foucault. It's a total institution. Look it up. Very interesting reading. But of course, they're not going to present it as that, what we're talking about here. No. It's democracy, freedom, multiculturalism, brotherhood of man, civil society. Oneness. This word that doesn't mean anything. Oneness. Everybody's one. One what? I'll tell you one what. Rand says the collectivist tyranny dare not enslave a country by outright confiscation of its values, material or moral. It has to be done by a process of internal corruption, right? The philosophers, the top psychologists, they know how it's done. It's incremental. It's Fabian. Very gradual. Big smile on their face. And it's been whistle blown by umpteen people. Bacon, Skinner, Huxley, Orwell, Walzer, Epzoni. Insiders I'm talking about. And David R. Hawkins puts it this way in his book, Power and Force. He says that there is no antidepressant that will cure depression that's spiritually based. For the malaise does not originate from brain dysfunction, but from an accurate response to the desecration of life. The Orientalist, Jacob Burckhardt, says that in history, the way of annihilation is invariably prepared by inward degeneration. You're asking, what do we do about all this? That is what we're going to be looking at. But give them a chance, Michael. They know how to deal with your anxiety and your fear and the trauma. They know you're maxed out. They know you're ready to blow up. So they're working overtime on it. Just give them more time and more money. And soon it'll all be over. Gruen says that many patients enter therapy not in order to preserve their human feelings, which they perceive as a hindrance, but to be liberated from them. And every day we read the headlines, it's the same thing. Ready to completely sedate us. It's an old story. Reminds me of the movie Network. All necessities provided, all anxieties tranquilized, all boredom amused. You see, they wouldn't be in business without us. We rush into their arms like little Red Riding Hoods. I've explained many times before that, there's two ways to be eaten by a leviathan. It can pursue you and swallow you, or it can just sit there static and you swim of your own free will into its jaws. That's what half the human race is doing right now. That's what the global village is. I say that the anxiety-haunted man depends upon the handrails provided by society. He's the perfect citizen of the global village. He happily exchanges his name for a number and eagerly exchanges his sovereignty for security. Gustav Jung said that we have lost our superstitious fear of evil spirits and things that go bump in the night, but instead are seized with terror of people who, possessed by demons, perpetrate the frightful deeds of darkness. That the doers of these deeds think of themselves not as possessed, but as supermen, doesn't alter the fact of their possession. You see, they're just happy to oblige. We scream out for something, they're going to hand it to us. Their power comes from our complicity. Now, the power brokers don't relinquish their authority and don't hesitate to misuse it because they're firmly convinced that given what they've seen, that most people around them would gladly take their place if given half a chance. This is one of the reasons. It's really true. I mean, okay, they convince themselves of this. But they've seen it. That you give a person a chance and he becomes a tyrant. So they hold on to their power. The people who are involved in these architects of the last disaster, the financial disaster, they're back in business again. They don't even have a conscience about what they've done. Why? Because they know if somebody was sitting in my seat, they'd do the same thing. That's as far as their conscience goes. You can't talk to them. So we look briefly again, summarize these, the anatomy of tyranny, the ingredients. 5 are important. Hierarchy. That everything they do is this hierarchical model. Not that hierarchy is always necessarily negative, but it is if it's in the hands of pathological people. Right? The movement of dehumanization. The act of control, which is what? You don't control yourself, I will. I'll control you. And then, as I went into in other presentations, our identification with the object of our hate. My God, volumes could be written on this. And ultimately, total psychic enslavement. The parasite cannot live without the host. Now, by the way, hierarchy, just as a side note, those who followed my work on Atlantis, when we talk about the cataclysms and the destabilization that took place, hierarchy was needed and the aftermath of that. That's when it started to be used to give semblance of order to an incredibly disorganized existence. Somewhere about 13,000 years ago and perhaps even before. And it's been carried over. It's a prehistoric concept that's been carried over from the past. That's why it's so unsustainable. And don't forget that this identification and this control also extends to them saying, okay, we know that you want to leave the cage, but we get a better idea. We'll give you a measure of our power. How does that sound? Don't leave the cage. Stay within it, but we'll give you more stripes. Most of us go, yeah, sounds good. Because true freedom, my friends, is no master above. That anyone knows. But no slave below. That's the difficulty. How many people are we making dependent on us? How much tyrannizing are we doing? It's easy to say, I don't like being whipped by that bugger at work. I hate the Illuminati, I hate the big boss, I hate those boss hogs. Can't wait till they're all, out of power. But that leaves you. Who's living in your shadow? No, true freedom is no master above by all means, but also no slave below, no dependent. And that's why it's a more subtle thing, as we said in the beginning, than just simply waving placards, you see. And we're going to get into this in Age of Manipulation 3, when we come back. to look at this particular phenomenon in yet another way. Who is it that we're making dependent on us, and who is making us dependent on them in psychic vampirism? We'll be, again, examining this whole concept of evil with yet another lens, another set of focus, more intimate, more personal. The many ways that we enslave others and are enslaved. As I said, this is a very complex area. Now, this various forms of anxiety that we spoke about, and the adversaries that we have, both inner and outer, also breed two modes of escape that we need to contemplate. I alluded to it a little, just very briefly, a few minutes ago. One is the withdrawal syndrome, right, of the schizophrenic, remember? The chronic introversion. I can't handle this anymore, I don't want to know. And you just literally shut the door of your mind and your senses to the world. K-Pax, you know, one flew over the cuckoo's nest type of syndrome. Or there's the opposite, flip side of that, the extreme hypermanic extroversion and the immersion in the mass, which is, you know, technically mania and neuroses of all descriptions. And we'll be going into that as well. Looking at many of these syndromes, three I can only list here briefly, is the withdrawal, as we said. That's a schizoid personality. The collapse, the person who just gives up and collapses and lets Big Brother, you know, control them. They know that as an oral character, interesting character there, but by far the more interesting one, is the being who has committed themselves entirely to the pseudo-self, in pathological ways that most of us couldn't even fathom. They're the psychopathic personality, who very much want other people to be dependent upon them, who very much want those stripes, and will do anything to get it, and have power over you. You need to be worrying about them a hell of a lot more than you need to be worrying about what's up in the corridors of power. They are those types of beings. But in the world that we're heading into, the psychopath, the sociopath, the pretender, the psychic vampire is loose. More of them are going to be coming out of the woodwork. It's going to be like the night of the zombies. Don't think I'm kidding. Rand says that for the rational, psychologically healthy man, the desire for pleasure is the desire to celebrate his control over reality, right? Beingness. For the neurotic, the desire for pleasure is the desire to escape reality. Now, we all know how hard it is to break a pleasure habit. Rand's prodigy, Nathaniel Brandon, says that one of the hallmarks of a man who lacks self-esteem is the fact that most of his pleasures are pleasures of escape from the two pursuers whom he has betrayed and from whom there is no escape, reality and his own mind. Again, alluding to the syndromes that arise and the legitimate anxiety that comes about when you set up this dynamic within yourself, or are influenced to do so by other people. Probably one of the greatest experts on neurosis, by far, was Karen Horney. In her monumental books, she says that there is scarcely any neurosis in which the tendency to get rid of the self does not appear in direct form. It may appear in fantasies of leaving home and becoming a derelict or of losing one's identity. The tendency is present in wishes to be hypnotized, in an inclination towards mysticism, in feelings of unreality. Now check this out. In an inordinate need for sleep, in the lure for sickness, in the lure of sickness, insanity or death, in masochistic fantasies, the common denominator is a feeling of being putty in the master's hands, of being devoid of will, of all power, and of being absolutely subjected to another's domination. Isn't any of this making sense? Putty in the master's hands, hypnotism. We are master escapologists. We make Houdini look like he's on the door. How do we do it? Take a wild guess. 9 to 5. What is that? Evasion and escape. More stripes, please. I know it's a rat race, and I'm going to be the best rat. I'm going to be the fastest rat. The ugliest. That's how I get my high. I'm going to get my high. Affluence. There's nothing wrong with it, but when it becomes obsessive, as we know in these creatures, these incredibly ithyphalic, solar cult worshipping, the normal escapes we know about, the alcohol and the drugs, partly turning off, is it not? Partly tuning out. Or the more official version, right? I don't take the illicit drugs, but I take the medications my doctor hands me. That'll do the trick. Gene Kilhorn says, addiction is the #1 health problem in America today. Many people feel that addiction is also at the root of other problems such as crime, poverty, divorce, child abuse, and other forms of violence. Others argue it is these problems that lead to the addiction. Another classic one. The All-Father, the All-Solve. I divorce myself into the Mittveld, into the Umtveld, to the God behind the clouds and his representatives. There's always some guy, there's always someone, there's always some Zeus with a thunderbolt. But the religion is, as you know, the double-headed eagle, right? We've been tenderized. Remember that serfdom that's coming, the global village? The technicians, the geneticists, the builders of the global village, these politician types, they are just taking the trowel, the Masonic trowel, over from the guys who've passing the baton on. For centuries we've been tenderized for this collectivism and this globalism by religion. Now they get tired or it's out of date, and they just hand the baton over to their cronies. They're all allies, they all breed mysteria. And what also does this entail? We go to religion often very meaningfully. Remember, we have tragedy in our life, we reach out. Originally, the goal of the priest was to comfort us. Sorge, care. Cure, the very word cure meant care, to remind you of the higher meaning of life. They were ostensibly there to do that, but now they're not that. We reach out to these people positively to get that sucker that we need, to get those explanations. You know what it's called? Strangling yourself in the webs that they've created in the attempt to make yourself free. That's how clever and cunning they are. They know you're going to want to be free. They know that life is very difficult. They know there's lots of challenges, and they know that your imperial self is screaming to be free. But they've designed this web. It's fascinating to study. They've designed it so that you strangle yourselves in the very attempts to be free from it. By running to these religious people, who just lead you on a wild goose chase. And the New Age movement, 9 times out of 10, it's the same story. Following the tiger out of the long grass. Fighting them with the weapons they've handed us. Theodore Reich says that to a primitive mind, all evil comes from outside. Famine, death, and illness are the result of some malicious sorcerer or demon. That's the other trick, isn't it? All my problems are, you're the creator of it. I have no responsibility. The world is full of evil demons, and the gods have to be propitiated, since they too want to harm poor human beings. Eric Fromm says that just as the deity is conceived as omnipotent and omniscient, man is conceived as being powerless and insignificant. Only as he can gain grace or help from the deity, by complete surrender, can he feel strength. Submission to a powerful authority is one of the avenues by which man escapes from his feelings of aloneness and limitation. In the act of surrender, he loses his independence and integrity as an individual, but he gains the feeling of being protected by the awe-inspiring power of which, as it were, he becomes a part. Twisted wrong. Mikhail Bakunin, founder of anarchism, said that the first revolt is against the supreme tyranny of theology, of the phantom of God. As long as we have a master in heaven, we will always be slaves on earth. But it doesn't need to be the fundamentalism. The world is wall to wall with this collectivism, posing under the guise of theology and loss of selfhood. It's even in other forms, as I said in the New Age movement. Nice words. Wrong tongue. And anyway, what is the spring cleaning lark? You think that this jive, just spring cleaning is all that is required? Little hypnotism? No way. This is just one seasoned world stuff. We have to go to the roots of the problem. This is Pluto. Nothing else will do. Nothing else will work. None of the Svengali topical stuff is going to work. The others, what do we do to escape it? The inauthentic forms of rebellion, which I've spoken before, which is just the flip side of the coin of conformity. Just because you have jaded, you're jaded, you have dissatisfaction with the world didn't accept you, doesn't mean that you're an authentic being who's worked it all out. Talking about rebellion, we got plenty of rebellion. We got the chic, metrosexy, Bono version. That works, right? They wheel them out. Wheel them out, wheel them out. We know they're getting anxious. We know they want to throw stones and stuff. They're getting out of control. You know, write a beginner's guide. Rebellion for Dummies. And they have their people's champions. And it works. Remember that Charlie Chaplin movie? He runs down the road, a red flag fell off the back of a truck, but it was just a stonemason's truck, and he's running down the road, waving it, and all the people pour out thinking he's a leader of communism. They all run behind him as he runs down the road. That's it. Every time I see these characters, I think of that. They're the vicars and high priests of the global village. They're the Pied Pipers. We subscribe to the latest national fantasy. We have consensus trance. We don't have individuality. We believe their crap about the perfect society and goodness and equality and this concept of oneness. I asked the question, because they keep promising some freedom and everything, you know, do we really want freedom? It was alluded to earlier. Or really what we want is freedom from freedom. See, I'm not personally convinced we want freedom. I've not seen enough evidence for it. Changing chains of iron for chains of gold, yes, that I've seen. Changing, I'm uncomfortably numb, I'd like to be comfortably numb, that I've seen in plenty. But the true absolute striving for psychological freedom, that's in the mad and the insane and the outsiders, the few. As de Villars says, freedom is the last thing he wants. He functions according to the principle of pleasure in non-freedom. To be sentenced to lifelong freedom is a worse fate than lifelong slavery. To put it another way, a man is always searching for someone and something to enslave him, for only as a slave does he feel secure. Leader above, leader below, boss above, boss below, boss to the left, boss to the right. Now I'm happy. And the building has to be square. Plenty of squares, please. Plenty of cubicles. I don't want to lose it. Gustave Le Bon, the man should know, he wrote the first book on collectivism, The Crowd. Fascinating book, the first one to speak about crowd mentality, the herd mentality. He says the masses have never thirsted after truth. Whoever can supply them with illusions is easily their master. Whoever attempts to destroy their illusions is always their victim. Gruen goes on to say, we would rather forgive the evil proliferating all around us than the rebellion against it, which we mistake for the true evil. Look how twisted we've become. And the famous quote by Howard Zinn, always worth repeating. Civil disobedience is not our problem. Our problem is civil obedience. Our problem is that numbers of people all over the world have obeyed the dictates of the leaders of their governments and have gone to war, and millions have been killed because of this obedience. Our problem is that the people are obedient all over the world in the face of poverty and starvation and stupidity and war and cruelty. Our problem is that people are obedient while the jails are full of petty thieves. And all the while the grand thieves are running the country. That's our problem. This prediction of the end times, obviously, this is a prediction that the Hopi have called it Koyan's Katsi for centuries. The Vedic people knew about it centuries ago. It's not new either. But let's get out of our minds any concept that it's going to be any type of physical cataclysm. I've been saying this from day one. It's psychological cataclysm, psychic life, ego. One phase of ego life is ending. There's an extinction happening, all right, but it's not an extinction on physical. There's something about the human mind that's known as a projection. You project outward into the world what is really going on in the psyche. So the disasters that everyone's predicting are not in any shape or form. Not that psychology can't ultimately then affect the matter. We know that that happens. But let's never fool ourselves for an instant. What does it mean? Existence itself becomes illegal. Permission to think? What happens if the major goes, no? Whoever gave you permission to think? That was bad enough. What happens if it becomes permission to exist? That's where we're heading. And what happens if the answer is no? Not exist is the way you want. The way we tell you? Yeah, maybe we'll think about that. Now, this war of attrition concerns the gradual movement towards the voluntary relinquishment of freedom. Stage by stage, step by step, our masters remove the beingness from the human until humans are so collectivized and alienated that their own existence is of secondary importance than the existence of the hive in which they serve. What this also means, and we'll look at it a little bit later as well briefly, is that the anxiety works for these collectivists and globalists. The anxiety to be outside that consensus trance is so deep, so intense, that we bang on the doors to get back in. This is another thing they're hoping for, by the way. You know, the anxiety of the outsider in the end defeats him, and he screams to be let back in. It's basically psychic extinction, and it's been predicted by numerous people. Sigmund Freud had it down somewhat obliquely, and that's just simply because he was working on it, and he described it as thanatos. And Erich Fromm, his contemporary psychologist, rephrased it necrophilia in the true sense of what that word means, which is a love of death. And Freud used the Greek term thanatos. Right? They talked about this instinct of self-negation, self-mutilation, self-sadism. Freud, in his own words, says, starting from speculations on the beginning of life and from biological parallels, I drew the conclusion that besides the instinct to preserve a living substance, there must exist another contrary instinct seeking to dissolve those units and bring them back to their primeval inorganic state. That is to say, as well as an eros, life instinct, there was also an instinct of death. This has been very controversial. It's an ongoing dispute whether this exists or not. Well, I think it does. And the man who really did the homework to clarify the problem was the man on the left, Otto Rank, who was one of the great existentialist psychologists I was mentioning earlier. The founder of existential psychology is Ludwig Binswanger, and Otto Rank was one of the greatest spokesmen of it, and a brilliant, brilliant thinker who helped modernize and give some flesh to this concept that Freud had left hanging somewhat, this concept of thanatos. And do you know what Otto Rank said that thanatos was, the death instinct was? Nothing more than the very immersion in the collective we've been talking about. The loss of selfhood and the immersion of an individual in the mass. That's the death instinct. A radical new way of looking at it, and the right one. Because he understood that the sick individual creates the sick society, right? The toxic individual creates the toxic society. And it is this trend of this immersion that is absolutely the ingredient of the post-human era and the global village. Plato said it 300 BC or more. States are as men, they grow out of human characters. Now, what are the consequences of never facing the self? We've been talking about that. What are the consequences of it? What happens if people refuse completely to ever do any of this we were talking about? And they're immersed entirely in the lives of other people and in the Umwelt and whatever else Big Brother can design tomorrow on their conveyor belts and put through their media networks, right? What's going to be the consequence? Jerry Mander expresses in one line, self-alienation has reached such a degree that it can experience its own destruction as an aesthetic pleasure of the first order. That's what's coming. Destruction he accepting, that's guaranteed. But what did he say? Like picking a scab? You're actually going to, the next pleasure, the next high, is that restaurant at the end of the universe. Douglas Adams, come and have a front row seat, cocktails all around while you watch the universe explode. Used to be fiction. If the poor man was alive, he'd be, horror struck. It's on its way. But Ayn Rand reminds us, psychologically, the choice to think or not is the choice to focus or not. Because you have to think about something, don't you? Existentially, the choice to focus or not is the choice to be conscious or not. Metaphysically, the choice to be conscious or not is the choice of life or death. So it is destruction that we're talking about. The fundamental pylons, are being removed gradually in the night, nibbled at by some very cunning serpentine beings who understand a lot about this. What was Freud talking about there? What was Rand saying? They're talking about the connection between physical and psychic energy. They are aware of it, you see. They're aware of this intimate connection, like the shaman of old were, like the ancients were. Of these intimate connections between the micro and the macrocosm. Or the Eigenwelt and the Mitwelt and the Unwelt. There's connections, psychic connections between them. And if we don't know what they are, you can better believe they do. The masters know all about those connections. And as we said before, ignorance is the key. They depend on us not knowing. There's a hell of a lot that changes if we do know, and we do start finding out. Steve Biko, the South African activist beaten to death in a cell. You think he didn't know? He said himself, the most powerful tool in the hand of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. If you don't occupy the white squares, they will. Because ignorance is the key. And the Illuminati, so-called, the Atlas, the dividers, the Davids, the communitarians, whatever you want to call them, these people are born from the womb of our own ignorance. That is the womb of our own anxiety and sadism. Ignorance is the mother of all evil, says the Gospel of Philip. Ignorance is the mother of all evil. The wise inherit dishonor. The wise will inherit honor, but fools get disgrace. Better to be unborn than untaught, said Plato. For ignorance is the root of all misfortune. Ignorance is the root of all misfortune. Aristotle said the educated differ from the uneducated as much as the living from the dead. So you might as well be dead as to be uneducated to these men who understood the consequences of not knowing. We talked about what ways of life and ways of seeing might be being jettisoned. Look at the schooling today alone. Just study of that would horrify us. As we all know. We went through it. The kids of today are even worse. These critical ability, the judgment skill, the rational, the reason itself is under direct attack. It is indeed a war on consciousness. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's worse than that. It is a war on consciousness in which we act as double agents against ourselves. You thought it was bad enough when I said about strangling ourselves in the webs in our attempts to be free. It is worse. We are agents. Can you imagine? Fifth columnists, agent provocateurs, privates in the army in the war against ourselves. How cunning, how devilish could a thing be? That's why to undo this knot is equally challenging, equally difficult in its own way. Subtle, let's say. If you think that's crafty recruiting, by God, you're right, it is. That's why they have the power they do. You want to take that power away? I think everybody in this room wants to take that power away. Well, let's do it, but you have to do it through intelligence and understanding of what they know. Ultimately, it isn't that much. But it is its own study, its own discovery. We are now helped, of course, on a lighter note, that we are in this 2012 countdown, the age of revealing. It's an age of answers. Not the same as our forefathers had. There's reasons why it's still going. I know a lot of us lament. Why isn't this taking place? Well, I mean, what's going on? Why have people never done it before? How come they got so much power? Time. The movement of history. Very important. This is a unique period in Earth history. It's time for great strides because of two things. The information that we're sharing now, the information about this anatomy of tyranny, and the means of transmission, obviously. So it's a no-brainer. But those are unique. Our forefathers probably didn't even have both. In fact, the only ones who had the knowledge were a few guys shivering in some garret, or ready to be like Giordano Bruno, taken to the bloody Vatican Square and with a nail put through his tongue. Those are the ones who were in the know. And the list goes on. Ezra Pound. The list goes on. Not only physically assassinated, but even professionally assassinated. The age of answers means it is a time to ask the right questions. Any idiot can do that. Any idiot. It's way more than that. It's having the guts to accept the answers. Because any true answer will change you in fundamental ways. It will. Otherwise, what's the point of pursuing it? Might as well go and do something else. You must also love knowledge, not just want to gain it. They're two totally different realities. You must want the answers at any cost. Not just to fill a void. Or, again, slave below, I'm smarter than you. No. Because you have a relationship with the knowledge. And fundamentally and more important, you must have zero tolerance for the lie. It all hinges on that one, as we'll see as we go through. Vernon Howard, the American philosopher, put it so succinctly when he's talking about answers and solutions. He said that human sickness is so severe that few can bear to look at it. But those who do will become well. So the guts to accept the answer. It's very needed. And amid the cacophony of the world, the important questions of being go unheard and unanswered. But we must ask those questions. Krishnamurti said that until the false is seen as false, the truth is not. What was that Conan Doyle Sherlock Holmes thing? It is by the painstaking elimination of the untruth that one comes upon the truth. The painstaking elimination of what is untrue, the truth is revealed. That is what we're doing. It's different than having opinions and believing other people. In the Atlantis book, I went deep into the past. People say, yo, you're into ancient history, Michael, even in the Atlantis? Not really. Not really. That's secondary. I'm interested in now. I'm interested in what I saw now. I'm interested in the evil that I see in life today. By being interested in that, yes, as a secondary interest. And then become obsessively interested, because I found the roots of all of this matrix of control in the ancient times, in this primal trauma. We don't have time to go into it in this talk. I've done it in the book and other places. We'll touch on it in important ways, though. I just want to make you understand that, look, think of the cataclysms of Passchendaele. Think of a tsunami. Think of trench warfare. Think of hurricanes and all sorts of genocides. Think of breaking up with a girlfriend. And maximize those traumas hundreds of times. Hundreds of. It's hard to even find even a metaphor to describe what it was like for our ancestors. This shake-up. Because even if you don't buy into my theory of the genetic manipulation, that's a bit hard to handle for people, because that was a source of the trauma as well, by the way. You cannot now deny that there was the cataclysm, the physical cataclysms. It's been proven by scientists. My Atlantis page in the forum will inform any skeptic of the latest up-to-date news headlines reports, confirming completely not only the location of Atlantis itself, but all of the cataclysms of a physical nature and their after effects. Now, why has nobody asked what did that do to the psychology of man? Peering at the rocks and the geological formations and how it split the continents. Whew! Bored to tears, I would be. I'm interested in if that... People weren't just sitting in their armchair watching it on the screen. They were living in absolute Armageddon. Billions of animals dead. Unbelievable. You read the legends. What did that do to their consciousness? And subsequently, as I found out, it did so much damage that the architecture of power that we have today is based on it. It co-opted it. Theodore Reich, psychologist, says that Joseph Feldman comes to the conclusions that at the foundation of those oldest traditions, there must have been some historical event that left deep traces in the memory of all people. Shweta Lubitsch, great Egyptologist, said that man is perfect at his origin, a divine being who is degenerated into what we are. Gerald Massey, he said the primitive man was not 100th part so likely to be the victim of hallucinations or disease subjectivity as modern man. What's this got to do with the anatomy of tyranny, more specifically? Because we don't remember it. The architects of control know all about this. They know the history. They know what happened. Don't you think this, like the Nazis sent out their anthropologists and geologists to take the skull sizes of every pygmy they could find? These people do business. Well, don't you think that the higher powers than them have a thorough understanding? Don't you think their vaults are full of all the relics to this very day? They know what we don't know. They know we don't know. They know we have the historical amnesia, and that is what they're hoping for. That's what they've used. They cash in on it. But I don't know if I mentioned it clearly enough in the Atlantis book, or maybe I did, but it certainly needs to be mentioned now. You may junk the memory of something, even a thing that happened in your daily life, in your personal life. You may junk the memory, repress it, dissociate it, whatever you want. You may do that. But you can't change the fact that it has effect on you. Right? The wound is still there. You can forget about it, but you can't change its effect. The effect has already happened on you. Schizophrenia, shattered mind. From the Greek, the divide or the split. We are schizophrenic people. In many ways, genetically and also mentally, because we've created a barrier between ourselves and that memory of what happened. What arose from that is the ego. The barrier is policed by the ego. This incredible thing is this ghost, I've described it as the ghost that arose from the grave of the self. A thing that loves disorder, loves troubleshooting the disorder, loves manufacturing the problems and chaos to stay in charge. It actually goes around creating a lot of the chaos that we see, psychologically speaking. This trauma happened a long time ago. A short time ago. Historically speaking, it was a short time ago. So we, remember, Age of Answers, 2012? We are still very young in this. This transition period of 2012 we're going through is one of the rites of passage of an awakening, certainly, yes. Or more, shaking up as well, though. Because we're still in the very early phases of this original trauma. We're babes in history. And our mental development, the healing, it has to continue. And, one can be optimistic and say it'll go well, but the architects of control are there to prevent it from going well. Inasmuch as the ego is only the centrum of my field of consciousness, it is not identical with the totality of my psyche, being merely a complex among other complexes. Hence I discriminate between the ego and the self, since the ego is only the subject of my consciousness, while the self is the subject of my totality. Hence, it also includes the unconscious psyche. In this sense, the self would be an ideal factor which embraces and includes the ego. Right? So the ego is here, and the true self encompasses it, embraces it. Backing up what I'm talking about the prehistoric trauma, Julian Jaynes. In The Origins of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, Julian Jaynes argued that self-consciousness, subjectivity, right, emerged even more recently at the time of the Bronze Age, some 5,000 years ago. According to Jaynes, there was no sense of I before this period. It was their first experience of thinking mind's internal monologue. Jaynes speculates that ancient peoples attributed to hearing the voice of a god or being addressed by spirit. In other words, he's talking about the creation of the ego. It hasn't been there forever. Very recently created the kind of consciousness we have now. But what about that other ancestral consciousness? Where's that? That's the imperial self that's still functioning back there. It's the ancestral voice, or as we'll talk about later on, the imagination. There's another word for it. Theodore Reich says that William James has described the puzzling phenomena of self-observation. Remember we talked about that in the beginning? The I observes the me. It is obvious that the precondition for such a phenomena, observation of one's own mental and emotional processes, must be a split within the ego. This split makes psychology possible. In fact, this split makes psychology necessary. If the ego were undivided, it couldn't observe itself. It would have no need to observe itself. Another manifestation of this very split we're talking about, duality. We are divided, we are split, our way of seeing is divided, fragmented, so everything we see in the creation is the same. Life is filled with it. You and me. And a myriad other ones. We should all be familiar with them. Then, after the damage has been done, we've got to explain it. And another preposterous mysterium is created to explain the first mysterium. All of them irrational. Well, Jung is saying it. I'm not denying that great gains have been resulted from the evolution of civilized society, but these gains have been made at the price of enormous losses whose extent we are scarcely begun to estimate. And that is where the master-slave comes in. Because this ancient trauma weakened our psychic constitution, right? We're divided within. We're weak psychologically. That's why we want a master above us and slaves below us, bosses on all sides. And the masters are only too happy to oblige. Glenn Parton says that we have internalized our masters, which is a well-known psychological response to trauma. When faced with an overwhelming terror, the human mind splits, with part of itself modeling itself after the oppressor. This is an act of appeasement. Look, the mind says in effect, I'm like you, so don't harm me. Otherwise known as the identification with the object of one's hate. Putty in the master's hands, remember that? It's infantile. Infantilism is what it is. Jung says consciousness is a very recent acquisition of nature and is still in an experimental state. It is frail, menaced by specific dangers, and easily injured. As anthropologists have noted, one of the most common mental derangements that occur among primitive people is what they call the loss of a soul, the loss of selfhood. Nothing more than that. Jung goes on to say, modern man does not understand how much his rationalism, right, that's this egoism, has put him at the mercy of the psychic underworld. In other words, his division has huge consequences. He's freed himself from superstition, or so he believes, but in the process he has lost his spiritual values to a positively dangerous degree. His moral and spiritual tradition has disintegrated, and he's now paying the price for
this breakup in worldwide disorientation and dissociation, who do you think sits back going, love it? Egging it on. David Watson, Pathology of Civilization, says we reproduce catastrophe because we ourselves are traumatized, both as a species and individually, beginning at birth. So he only takes it back to physical birth. You've got to go along. They don't understand this concept of prehistoric physical trauma and genetic trauma. Now, because we're wounded, we have to put up psychic defenses against reality and have become so cut off from direct participation in the multidimensional wilderness in which we are embedded that all we can do is navigate our way cautiously through a humanly designed day-to-day substitute world of symbols. Now we take a break and we'll come back after half an hour. The next section will be on collectivism so that we unpack some of these ingredients of tyranny a little bit better. Ladies and gentlemen, let's come back in about half an hour. The word collective consciousness was a term coined by the French sociologist Émile Durkheim. And of course, a lot of people who misconstrue what people like myself talk about, we're not bashing anything when we talk about Mitwelt and our domestic duties. It's not about erasing those completely. It's certainly not about running away from them. It's again about a way of seeing. It's about the way you do what you do, not necessarily what you do. So, in terms of even collectivism, there's a small c collectivism, which is us all sitting here, the ebb and flow, the interactions that we have on a mercurial level in daily society. We all need each other. I mean, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, everyone's proven that everything we have is by exchange. So, the practical daily ebb and flow, even the sexual needs and so on, the practical needs, we're not looking at that at all. We're looking at the psychic need to immerse oneself in those states of consciousness. It's the total immersion so that one is not listening to the voice of the imperial self. And E. Lindemann of Harvard, he says that modern research shows that much of what appeared to be biological inheritance is in fact cultural inheritance, transmitted socially, right? Mitwelt. This equilibrium of the individual, mental health, would therefore be dependent on his interaction with other members of the social network. So they understand now that far even more than genetic or biological predisposition, your character, your equilibrium, your mental health, your pathology, your sanity is largely dependent on your proximity and conditioning of those around you. It's basic. Positive aspects of collectivism: we're all human beings. As I said, one body is more or less like another. When one baby cries in a room, other babies often begin to cry. When one person smiles, we tend to spontaneously do the same. The female menstrual cycle, women who spend a lot of time together, it will synchronize. Sociologist, communist, or let's just say socialist, Daniel De Leon, when man started on his career, after having got beyond the stage of the savage, he realized that cooperation was a necessity to him, right? Obviously. He understood that together with others, he could face his enemies in a better way than alone. He could hunt, fish, fight more successfully. David Hume, the Scottish philosopher, said that the mutual dependence of men is so great in all societies that scarce any human action is entirely complete in itself, or is performed without some reference to the actions of others. In short, this experimental inference and reasoning concerning the actions of others enters so much into human life that no man, while awake, is ever a moment without employing it. Have we not reason, therefore, to affirm that all mankind have always agreed in the doctrine of necessity according to the foregoing definition and explication of it? So when it comes to daily necessities, even Jean-Jacques Rousseau said, yeah, many people don't want to live in cities with other people or in any kind of republic, but we coax them to do it because there's benefits of doing so. Right? The house you live in, you didn't build yourself. The meat you eat, you didn't kill yourself. So there's a compromise. You compromise some individuality for some of the necessities of life. Some of the great proponents of this collectivism, one is Jürgen Habermas, and of course Ludwig Wittgenstein on the left there. Habermas points out that we become slaves by communication and, excuse me, slaves, no. Yeah. Dr. Freud, take a memo. We become selves by communication and interaction with other selves. We speak to be understood. These two guys were big on language and communication. Big. The two top thinkers on words and communication. We speak to be understood. And when we speak, we watch others and their responses to what we say. We change as a result of those responses. Eye contact, watching the facial movements and so on. Body language. They say that the self that I spoke of, the imperial self, they're claiming is basically a construct of society. And it's very important to find out whether these pragmatists and positivists are accurate. It has enormous consequences for us, psychologically and spiritually, if they turn out to be right. As I said earlier, are we just what other people have made us? But one of the biggest proponents, in fact almost the father of pragmatism, the philosophy known as pragmatism, George Herbert Mead, had a lot to say on this. And he says that the individual mind can exist only in relation to other minds with shared meanings. So he's basically saying that a mind is a collective entity. Commentary on Mead points out that joint activity, including communicative activity, is the means through which our sense of self is constituted. There's Mitwelt, to the max. You are what you are entirely because of the group in which you live. They've done research on this. They say if you go to this tribe, and we've done it. The idioms, the customs, the humor, it's 100% based on your society, your social setting. Commentary on Mead says the individual organism also takes in the collective attitudes of others in the form of gestures and reacts accordingly. This process is characterized by Mead as the I and the me. So there's, again, he splits it. In other words, the I is the response of an individual to the attitudes of others, while the me is the organized set of attributes of others which the individual assumes. On the surface, this all sounds fantastic. The I is self as subject. The me is self as object. The I is the knower, the me is the known. You can look these up yourself later on and digest it clearer than we have time to delve into here. The mind or stream of thought is the self-reflective movements of the interaction between the I and the me. For Mead, the thinking process is the internalized dialogue between the I and the me. For Mead, existence in community comes before individual consciousness. First, one must participate in the different social positions within society, and only subsequently can one use that experience to take the perspective of others and thus become self-conscious. Theodore Reich, psychologist, said that the intermediary stage between the observation of others and self-observation, remember even Jane saying we had no I, even a few thousand years ago, there wasn't any concept of subjectivity at all. Well, in a way, these people are sort of footnoting what he was talking about. The intermediary stage between the observation of others and self-observation is thus the realization that one is observed by others. The self-observation is not a primary phenomenon. It must be traced back to being observed. One part of the self observes another part. So when mother's looking at you, when other people are looking at you, you see that they're looking at someone. And their act of gaze, and Ponty would love this because again you're dealing with perception, this phenomenon of perception which is deep. But just the very act of somebody looking at you gives rise to you mimicking that, embodying that, where you begin to look at yourself and you divide into the I and the me. One is an observer, the other is the observed. It takes two, says Reich, to practice psychology, even psychological self-observation. When you want to recognize and understand what takes place in the minds of others, you first have to look into yourself. Such a searching is only possible when a division of yourself has preceded the observation. Self-observation is the result of a late phase of psychology. Nietzsche remarked, "The thou is older than the I." Every child is selfish, but it is at first not interested in itself. There is not even a clear-cut self. Primitive observation is directed to the person or the persons in the environment. There is no direct path from observation of others to self-observation. The thou remains for a long time the only object. The I is but newly an object of observation, so young that many psychologists had not discovered it as an object worthy of their attention until recently. So look how young we are. Humans are social animals. By nature, we bond with others, live with others, work and play with others. Our whole lives are spent in some kind of interaction or relationship with other people. No matter how we look at it, we cannot ignore the fact that we are fundamentally connected with other people in our world around us. Other behaviors, thoughts, and feelings are all influenced by others. In turn, we influence those around us. Certainly, individuals have different degrees of influence and reciprocation. The concept of group consciousness, says Percival Simmons, and of group identification is necessary for the further development of the self. A child is to learn that he is a boy and different from a girl, that he is white instead of and different from a Negro, that he is poor and different from those who are rich. In these perceptions of difference, the child is learning to identify himself with a group or groups, and these group identifications are intrinsic aspects of the development of the self. In other words, we mirror others, and they mirror us. So, what that continuity, that biographical self, we can call it an I, it's all semantics, a me, a self, or there could be all three, depending on the relationships we have, and also the relationship that we have with ourselves. The creator of the positivist movement, the materialist philosophy, Auguste Comte, said that humanity is the only thing that can exist because we owe our whole development to society, no matter how we look at it. Truth to tell, it is the idea of the individual that is abstract. Now, we're a fly on the wall at this point because this is what they believe, right? They take a page out of these positivists. Christopher Lasch, in his fine book, A Culture of Narcissism, says that the human infant is born too soon. We come into the world utterly unable to provide for our biological needs and therefore completely dependent on those who take care of us. The experience of helplessness is all the more painful because it is preceded by the oceanic contentment of the womb, as Freud called it, which we spend the rest of our lives trying to recapture. The newborn experiences hunger and separation for the first time and senses its helplessness, its helpless, inferior, and dependent position in the world, so different from the omnipotence of the womb, where need and gratification were experienced as emanating from the same source. Repeated experiences of gratification and the expectation of their return gradually give the infant the inner confidence to tolerate hunger, discomfort, and emotional pain. But these same experiences also reinforce an awareness of separation and helplessness. As the infant learns to distinguish itself from its surroundings, it begins to understand that its own wishes do not control the world. Arno Gruen says, to be born human is to be born in danger, because everything we come to know and do as human beings we must learn from others. Furthermore, because we are the most impressionable, flexible, and malleable of all creatures, we are capable of being taught learning not only more than is sound, but also more than is unsound than any other living creature. The result is not intelligence, but confusion. Our socializers, parents, teachers of every kind, bent on perpetuating the errors which have been visited upon them by their socializers, and perceiving them as eternal truths pertaining to the raising and disciplining of children, commit, with more or less the best intentions, the most awful atrocities upon their victims. A deformation process called upbringing, a crippling of the child's potentialities for the realization of its own uniqueness. So in other words, he's talking about the blurring. This is such an overwhelming form of conditioning that almost from point go, the so-called self, the I, that's why these pragmatists say it doesn't exist. Well, I thought you were meant to be top philosophers or something. I thought you were meant to be from one of these prestigious universities. But you don't know that, of course, the reason why you think the I doesn't exist is because from point go, it doesn't have a moment to even breathe. And by the way, do you see the illogical inconsistency of what Mead and others are saying? They're saying that you only understand the self or the I because others are looking at you and you digest the fact that you're being looked at and you then understand yourself as an object. But surely you must see the contradiction of that. Surely you must at least have even the most rudimentary sense of I-ness to even register that. Right? Right? Let's get clear on this. I mean, it could be just me, sitting at home, thinking about it, right? No, but I would say, look, hang on. Not only are you people wrong when you say that there's no I, you haven't given it a chance to speak. But more than that, even in the most rudimentary way, if I notice my mum looking at me, or staring at me, for goodness sake, I must have some matrix of an I-ness to even notice that. But they're the ones with the degrees. So that leads you, to wonder then. Go back to the original question. We know that this social self, this construct, is ever-changing as we move through the Mitwelt. We certainly know that there's an imperial I that seems to stay consistent through all of that, which these people tend to not want to admit exists. But certainly we must ask ourselves a question. Is our self only a persona, only a mirroring of other people? And what happens if those people aren't particularly sane? In fact, what happens if they're completely pathological? So, the danger that threatens. Yet again, we repeat, the problem is that underneath our social persona, there may be no imperial self. There's many people of the highest bracket believe there isn't one. So then how do we find out? Ask other people, that just perpetuates the problem. You have to go in and listen, think it out, or strip away, layer by layer, all of the other conditioning, might you not? Now, on the one hand, interacting with other people and being extrovert and social allows us to develop beyond the infantile or animistic stage. So-called pleasure principle, I'm not denying that. You watch how other people do things, right from their posture to the, you go to school, you're looking at all the other kids, Obviously. However, too much immersion in the world of other people can mean a loss of ego identity. Others become the measure of our worth, and our estimation of what is good and bad in ourselves rests not on our own rational understanding, but on the expectations of the herd. And we're all doing it. Now, the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche was the first to critique what he referred to as the herd morality and the herd instinct in human society. He was the number one guy to realize about all of this immersion and loss of self. Most everybody else talking about it is a footnote to this guy. He says, in individuals, insanity is rare, but in groups, parties, nations, and epochs, it is the rule. There's the danger. There's the danger that threatens. His contemporary, Arthur Schopenhauer, said that we forfeit 3/4 of ourselves in order to be like other people. Alan Watts said that we seldom realize that our most private thoughts and emotions are not actually our own, for we think in terms of languages and images which we did not invent, but which were given to us by our society. We copy emotional reactions from our parents. Society is our extended mind and body. Something left out by Mead again. It's a reciprocal circuit. But he's pointing out this thing. Taken to its extreme, that's just telling you that your mind is 100% colonized. As we said earlier on, you can think about territorialism and imperialist action and all sorts of jackbooting in the physical thing. That's been documented 1,000,000 times. And I'm all for remedying it. But how the hell are you going to remedy that when your mind is colonized? That's like cleaning a window with a greasy rag and then complaining you can't see the view. Eric Newman, psychologist, Jungian, among primitives and wherever the conditions are primitive, the conflict between the individual consciousness and the collective tendencies of the unconscious is resolved in favor of the collective at the cost of the individual. That's the fallout. That's the problem. In other words, the self basically ceases to be our focus and the world and other people subsume it, take its place. The great French sociologist, Michael Tsarion, says that modern man is constantly threatened by the absolute power of society. Rand says the social theory of ethics substitutes society for God, and although it claims that its chief concern is life on earth, it is not the life of man, nor the life of the individual, but the life of disembodied entity, the collective. They're thinking in terms of the collective and the species. And the Darwinists will try to tell you fraudulently that so does nature think that way and act that way. Well, according to you, yeah, not anybody else. The internal psychic representative, or agent, I say, of the parents and the Mittelwelt is known technically in the jargon of psychology as the superego. Very, very important to understand the anatomy of consciousness. So how does this happen? They didn't explain earlier what is the engine of this? How does this happen? Part of the ego, separate from the ego, called the superego, takes care of this. It is the inner representative of all that external authority, primarily the parents. And one can, split hairs and start talking about one of the parents is prohibitive, the other is permissive. In the Victorian society, when Freud wrote, that was more true. That has just gone to pieces in modern age because the mother can be very prohibitive, the father can be extremely permissive, there can be one-parent families, so that's a little bit. It doesn't mean that Freud was wrong, as a lot of people try to insist. It just means that time has moved on, and had he lived, he also would have updated his theories. Now, the superego molds the ego into the shape desired by society. It attempts to find a harmonious relationship between the Umwelt and the personal will. When this harmony breaks down, neurotic symptoms occur. So, psychologists, all of them, whether they admit it or not, and certainly those who are in the Freudian school do admit it, their primary work on you when you come with neurotic tendencies is to work on the superego. That's why they ask you about your parents. It's not some psychobabble nonsense to make money. It's because they have to ask, what was your relationship with those authority figures in the beginning? Because you are embodying, and the next step is to find out about this inner tyrant, this inner policeman, the embodiment of all of that. And how you might be beating yourself up when you don't do as you're told by the almighty fathers. And to make the point that the consciousness is split. I mean, ego, superego, id. There's a division taking place there. There's an inner dialogue between those hemispheres, right? But shadow, very important. A lot of people talking about the shadow, especially in the New Age movement. Books are written. Not one sentence I found to be either accurate or even pertinent. The shadow, so-called, that we all have to face, and I agree with that you need to integrate the so-called shadow. But what does the word shadow mean? It's incorporeal, isn't it? It's a shadow of something else. Just like your physical shadow is. So what is the shadow thrown by? Well, the mind. Yes, but it's more than the mind. The shadow is ultimately the superego's shadow. And if this was pointed, it needs to be pointed out in the introduction, but you don't find it. It is a superego structure that is casting the so-called shadow that needs to be integrated. In other words, that which is repressed by the superego. It's doing the repressing. Repression being that you forget something and then forget that you forgot about it. So the shadow is in fact the creation of the superego. Or what? What was superego a metaphor for? Society. So the shadow is not some weird psychic hobgoblin in the back of your head, as often in fiction and in psychobabble it is portrayed. No. You couldn't have a shadow without this dynamic of interacting with society, being prohibited by society, and then repressing those traits that society doesn't like. There is called the shadow. And the parts that you have learned to hate and despise about yourself. We'll get the sadism in the next section. Therefore, do you not see that the shadow is not in fact personal? Now, Jung did admit this. Jung did speak about this, because he's the one who really coined the term shadow. When I say that Freud referred to it, it was not in that term. Therefore, the shadow is collective. The shadow is not necessarily yours. This is very important to realize. The shadow is not yours, it is all of society's impositions and restrictions upon you. And then the famous journey to the underworld, right, which is as old as the myths, by the way, and in all the lands, is the hero, the son, going into the underworld to then face and embrace that shadow, an age-old concept, embrace the beast, which is the self. Because what is the shadow? Even the textbooks tell you it is the repressed content of yourself. It's parts of yourself that you've had to reject because it's been censored by society. The Lakota Indians call it the shadow man. And he comes out during war. And they do rituals to thank him for coming out in war. Now, the conflict between the ego and the superego, or we can say the will in the world, is often the main reason for the laundry list of syndromes such as depression, melancholia, anxiety, futility, antisocial behavior, aggression, and so on, and self-sadism. We'll come to that. Of course, we all know that sexual drives are the first target of the repressive censor. hence the normal state of anxiety and tension within human beings. The best person who addressed that is Wilhelm Reich. He was a contemporary of Freud, and he went into this deeper than Freud ever did. But it's obviously a generalized coffee table fact that it is the sexual desires in children, especially when they go to school, that is the first target of the parental, social, and then ultimately inner repression and dissociation. That's a given. We don't need to explore it. Now, neo-Freudians realized that the dynamics and mores of man's societies dramatically influence the internal forces of repression, or the superego. Society's demand for conformity is the leading cause of pathology. It's the creation of the shadow. As societies become more suppressive, we've been talking about where we're going, right? As they become more suppressive, you repress, they suppress. Right? Society suppresses, and you pick up the slack and do the repressing. As these societies become more suppressive and closed, the superego likewise becomes more repressive, scathing and tormenting, forcing the individual to feel and to be increasingly alienated and anxious. As the superego drags the ego towards the world, as the conformity and collectivism increase, there is a corresponding repression of the self, hence more anxiety, of the kinds we described in the beginning. So the superego is also key. The valve of the superego is key to the level of anxiety that we feel, both of the neurotic kind and also of the other kind. As we said, or as they are saying, when you're being looked at, what does that give rise to? Primary narcissism. And in this case, I don't mean narcissism in a bad sense. This is the primary narcissism where you start to realize, I'm a child, I'm a person. But we know that there's also the negative kind of narcissism as well. 5 minutes after getting all this approval and smiles and whatever you get when you're a child, we end up craving it more. We become dependent on it. And if our parents want to make us dependent on it, then we got another syndrome to handle. But these cues and affectations are like the chords. And wait till we get the psychic vampires, and by God, are we going to do something on that. But then, when we receive the cues and affectations, we mirror them back. We give them to other people through the persona, the pseudo-self. We do that because we want them in return. It's a transaction we're dealing with now. We call it love and all that nice fancy stuff. It's just a transaction. It's socialization. It's acculturation. It's also addictive and obsessive. People are driven to despair, neurosis, all sorts of craziness, pathology, psychopathy because of not getting it. And the full manifestation of it on a social level, perhaps not individual but social, is the global village. The extreme version of it is, I am you, you are me. Herbert Mead's wet dream. I am who I am because of everyone. Well, that doesn't even make any sense. That's even self-contradictory. Fromm says, the majority of well-adapted individuals have lost their own self at an early age and replaced it completely with the social self offered to them by society. They have no neurotic conflicts because they themselves, and therefore the discrepancy between themselves and the outside world, have disappeared. What he's talking about there is that you've repressed the imperial self to such a degree that other kind of anxiety doesn't even happen anymore. The suppression and the repression have done their work. Now we learn to understand the significance of the voice hallucinations play, right? They play a distinct role in the symptomatology of certain psychotic disturbances, right? Psychotics talk about hearing voices. Those patients hear voices that speak to them in the third person and incessantly comment on and criticize their actions and failures to act. Freud traced those voices back to the parental criticism. The development of consciousness, the development of conscience is regressively reproduced by those patients who reproject the voices into the outer world from which they originally came. So the superego is on overdrive. The patient doesn't know what is happening. All it hears is, I'm a bad guy, I'm this, I'm lost. And then in order to balance that out, they believe they're Napoleon or Jesus Christ. They do that because they're so needing to quieten that voice by having some self-esteem that it's also out of control. The person is just overwhelmed by the inner dictator. Now, Vance Packard said that early in the 50s, Fortune magazine viewed the trend uneasily and used the Orwellian word groupthink to describe much of what was going on. It suggested that businessmen, while deploring creeping socialism in Washington, might well look at some of the subtle but pervasive changes going on right in their own backyard. Its writer, William H. White, Jr., stated, "A very curious thing has been taking place in this country, almost without our knowing it. In a country where individualism, independence, and self-reliance was the watchword for 3 centuries, the view is now coming to be accepted that the individual himself has no meaning except as the member of a group." So it was instilled. It's by design. It's a hallmark of socialism. Jung says that the man of today who resembles more or less the collective ideal has made his heart into a den of murderers, as can easily be proved by the analysis of his unconscious, even though he himself is not in the least bit disturbed by it. We're knee-deep in these people. And as we know, inner sadism soon becomes external sadism. Now these leaders, they think of themselves as the buyers and sellers of human beings. In fact, Francis Bacon's term for them was merchants of light. That's heavy. And they're just inventors of the new improved model. That's what their global village is all about. And you know what they know? They know that freedom itself is a very, very young phenomenon. Remember I said before that they think, I'm not giving up my power because who replaces me will be just as bad as me. You're all the same, so why should I give it up? They also know that freedom, the freedom that everyone's crying about, they go, you must be crazy, that's about 5 minutes old. And do you know something? They're right. Eric Fromm explains, what characterizes medieval, in contrast to modern society, is its lack of individual freedom. Everybody in the earlier period was chained to his role in the social order. A man had little choice to move socially from one class to another. He was hardly able to move even geographically from one town or from one country to another. With few exceptions, he had to stay where he was born. He was often not even free to dress as he pleased or to eat what he liked. Medieval society did not deprive the individual of his freedom because the individual did not exist. So now the social individual did not exist. Sociologists accept that as being the individualism a recent invention, a recent phenomena. The Julian Jameses are saying, look, your thought of you being an individual is relatively young. And Big Brother thinks, yeah, and it's not good for you. We're going to take away what you have of it. Thomas Szasz says the birth of psychiatry occurs when the study of the human soul is transferred from religion to medicine, when the cure of souls becomes the treatment of mental diseases, and most importantly, when the repression of the heretic madman ceases to be within the jurisdiction of the priest and becomes the province of the psychiatrist. Oh, that nasty craving for freedom. We'll take care of that. It'll just plague you to death, that will. You know, Patrick McGowan's worst nightmare. Now these spirits have usurped, this is one of the psychopaths who was one of these early psychologists who believed that these medical men especially were saints on earth. He actually called them saints and saviors. These spirits, he says, have usurped control over the earth, and that all those who are mentally disturbed have become so through their power. They have a common starting point, a main principle to which they are subordinated: selfishness. So in the earliest days, they believed that everyone who was deranged, everyone who had any aberrant characteristics, it was that devilish selfishness and individuality that was causing them to act that way, causing them all that disturbance. Well, we got to build. These architects built the madhouses, the bedlams, the untold suffering of millions. Innocent people, good people, artists, creative, sensitive geniuses were incarcerated because they had this bug called selfishness. The most evil of all evils, he says, is present in the most remote and even in the closest human relations. It is absorbed in the mother's milk and finds a fertile soil in the human heart. What kind of psychopath is this? If it's in the mother's milk, then leave it alone. The same monstrosities exist today with their new updated version of the global village, the gulag, the bedlam. It's my conviction that the human race, says Mikhail Gorbachev, has entered a stage where we are all dependent on each other. No other country or nation should be regarded in total separation from another, let alone pitted against another. That's what our communist vocabulary calls internationalism, and it means promoting universal human values. It's double speak. It's the erosion of all human values. More socialism, he says, means more democracy. There's that talismanic word. Openness and collectivism in everyday life. Hillary Clinton, an expert on the subject. We must stop thinking of the individual and start thinking about what's best for society. That's a classic. I'm already chills with the first word. You want to stop thinking about individuals? Start thinking about what, remember that? Think about the species, think about the collectives. We are you. They'll have headsets later. It'll be coming out of the speakers. We are you. I am everyone. And the mushroom heads get in on the game. You remember they were in it at the beginning. Who can fail to see the need and importance of thus gradually coming to the establishment of a world authority capable of taking effective action on the judicial and political planes? Delegates to the international organizations, public officials, gentlemen of the press, teachers and educators, all of you must realize that you have your part to play in the construction of a new world order. This Jesuit Mason Rettinger co-founded the Bilderberg Group. Jesuit. Joseph Rettinger. Money from Prince Bernhard. Religion. Royalty. Crown and gown. Double-headed eagle. Cross and crown. Behind the desks and the lodge door, they're laughing at thinking we believe all the blue and green and the blue and red divisions of outside. They love it. Queen Beatrix, a Bilderberger Group member, she says it is difficult, very, very difficult. They're recalcitrants. It's very difficult to re-educate people who have been brought up on nationalism to the idea of relinquishing part of their sovereignty to a supernatural body. We'll get round to it, but it's tough work. Remember that Tom Ridge quote during 9/11? Civil liberties is the most precious gift we bestow or we give our citizens. Remember that? The Pennsylvania governor. The man himself. He said the sacrifice of personal existence, now look at this, the sacrifice of personal existence is necessary to secure the preservation of the species. Robert Temple, in Open to Suggestion, a book I highly recommend, along with Gustave Le Bon's The Crowd, says that Hitler was a student of the crowd, the famous book by Gustave Le Bon, which founded crowd psychology. It is time we paid this subject more attention, as so many millions of people have died as a result of it. They have an ideology behind everything they're doing. The influence of repetition on crowds is comprehensible when the power is seen which it exercises on the most enlightened minds. This power, says Le Bon, is due to the fact that the repeated statement is embedded in the long run in those profound regions of our unconscious selves in which the motives of our actions are forged. At the end of a certain time, we have forgotten who is the author of the repeated assertion, and we finish by believing it. She's talking about embedded ideas. The global village, the iron cage of bureaucracy, the village, is basically, technically called a superorganism. That's what it is. Entities within that organism simply can't survive on their own if removed from it. That's the plan. It's been moving that way for generations. As I said, Michel Foucault called it total institution. Look that word up. He also referred to it as governmentality. Government, control of the mind. Gubernare, to row or to steer, to navigate, or to control the direction of something. Menta is mind. Now this superorganism is a product of the superego. That is, of our inner surveiller. We are always watched. We are always safe. We make our society the panopticon and become what Foucault referred to as docile bodies. We've already explained how that happens when you self-mutilate yourself. In effect, we are panopticonized. Are we not? Eric Fromm says the sick individual finds himself at home with other similarly sick individuals. The whole culture is geared to this kind of pathology. The result is that the average individual does not experience the separateness and isolation the fully schizophrenic person feels. Remember, the schizophrenic being the one who's tried to hang on to the last vestiges of what his imperial self has, under all the weight of his terribly torn mind. That's why they have the troubles they do. That's why they're in the state that they are. Remember that scene in Pink Floyd, The Wall, where after he just goes through the incredible rite of passage and he smashes up the hotel room, which is a metaphor for his mind. He slowly, methodically, piece by piece, picks up every broken shard and makes this amazing mandala of it all. Remember that scene? That is what the schizophrenic has to do, to be born again from the flames. Order out of disorder, a Zen action. Creation out of destruction. But not everybody can do that. And sometimes it's quite impossible to do it. In the Psychic Vampirism, we're going to detail case histories, quotes from schizophrenics that will tell you about what goes on in their own minds and the hell that they've gone through in relationship to the authorities around them. And also how they were being categorized and shunted aside and restrained. Le Bon says that it's easy to prove how much the individual forming a part of a crowd differs from the isolated individual, but it is less easy to discover the causes of the difference. The most careful observation seems to prove that an individual immersed for some length of time in a crowd, in action, soon finds himself, either in consequence of the magnetic influence given out by a crowd, or some other cause of which we are ignorant, in a specific state which must resemble the state of fascination in which the hypnotized individual finds himself at the hands of the hypnotizer. So he's mesmerized, he's colonized, he's enthralled. It's also known as participation mystique, a primitive concept. M. Esther Harding says that the man caught up in such an identification loses his capacity to make an individual judgment. He relinquishes his autonomy and vests it for the time being in a group. Thus he is no longer in any real sense an individual. He is only a member of a group, identical in all respects with other members. What they do, he does. What they feel, he feels. What they think, he thinks. And what they ignore, he too ignores. It's like a form of reverse possession. But the man who's psychically little, right? The little man, the psychically little, he feels this largesse by hanging around a bunch of other, likewise, broken souls. Eric Newman speaks about the participation mystique. He says, so long as the ego was swimming in the belly of the Ouroboros, a mere ego germ, it shared in that paradisical perfection. This autocracy holds absolute sway in the womb, where unconscious existence is combined with absence of suffering. Everything is supplied of its own accord. There is no need for the slightest exertion, not even an instinctive reaction, let alone the regulating ego consciousness. One's own being and the surrounding world, in this case the mother's body, exists in a participation mystique never more to be attained in any environmental relationship. He's wrong. They're working on it. They know that. And they want to go back before the ego. Before the tiresome superego, they're going to do it all for you. They've got an injection ready, a pill waiting, a global village incarceration for you, into which we will walk. If we haven't got the imperial self on absolute max, we won't have any choice, because the crowd is heading in that direction. They're going to create that womb. Watch Demolition Man with Sylvester Stallone and other movies of that type. Equilibrium and so on. They're literally knowing that remember I said they know our psychology, they understand the libido, the sexual hang-ups, they understand history, they know where we've come from, they know that all these things are recent. They're working to create Mama, another great female womb, but a technical one, an artificial one. That's why a lot of the symbolism around this is water, female, feminine, statues of liberties, and God knows what else. Even the design of the malls and so on. Watch out for this female symbolism. Because they know that that's the lure. And if we don't know how to resist that lure, we're on the hook. Le Bon says that the conviction of crowds assumes those characteristics of blind submission, fierce intolerance, and the need of violent propaganda, which are inherent in the religious sentiment, and that is for this reason that it may be said that all their beliefs have a religious form, right? They're always shaking hands with some mushroom head. The hero acclaimed by the crowd is a veritable god for that crowd. The crowd demands a god before everything else. That's another mysteria. And Louis Lapland says that no matter how effusive our rhetoric to the contrary, most Americans cannot bring themselves to trust the unaffiliated individual. We prefer to repose our confidence in institutions, a brand name, a corporation, a bank. It is the figure of Babbitt and Cyrus Vance, not Clint Eastwood, who represents the triumph of the American dream. George Simmel, the sociologist, practically the creator of sociology, he says that the deepest problems of modern life flow from the attempt of the individual to maintain his independence and individuality of his existence against the sovereign powers of society, against the weight of the historical heritage and the external culture and technique of life. The antagonism represents the most modern form of the conflict which primitive man must carry on with nature for his own bodily existence. So we haven't progressed anything at all. We're still working with the jungle, just in a different way. Fromm says that the vast majority of people in our culture are well adjusted because they've given up the battle for independence sooner and more radically than the neurotic person. They have accepted the judgment of the majority so completely that they've been spared the sharp pain of conflict which the neurotic person goes through. He's speaking about the positive neurosis of you trying to resist. Otherwise these quotes wouldn't be understandable unless we had laid that down. While they are healthy from the standpoint of adjustment, they are more sick than the neurotic person from the standpoint of the realization of their aims as human beings, the insanity of normalcy. Jung says that it is a notorious fact that the morality of the society as a whole is in inverse ratio to its size. For the greater the aggregation of individuals, the more the individual factors are blotted out, and with them morality, which rests entirely on the moral sense of the individual and the moral necessity for this. Hence, every man is, in a certain sense, unconsciously a worse man when he is in society or in a group than when acting alone. So these Queen Beatrixes and these slime, these Hillary Clintons, that's what they're working on. They want you to get rid of that individuality, knowing that the morality goes with it. They want that because they're immoral. But if you're equally immoral, then you can't blame them, you see. So their filth and their dirt and their crime, hey, is the kettle calling the pot black here? It's like any local criminal in court standing up there in the dock going, well, they stole from me, trying to mitigate his case. That's what they're doing. Jung goes on to say, for he is carried by society and to that extent relieved of his individual responsibility. Now you start seeing the true reasons why we go for it. Any large company composed of wholly admirable persons has the morality and intelligence of an unwieldy, stupid and violent animal. The bigger the organization, the more unavoidable is its immorality and its blind stupidity. Go and ask the Icelandic people what happened to them. Go and now find out what this mob rule, this cliques, how they can even do what they do. Because one of our questions is, how can they do what they do? How can they sleep at night? Well, if there's no individuality there's no conscience to worry them. Fromm says that society is divided into two groups. Of those seeking to break their mental and emotional coding and actualize selfhood, right? The imperial self and the legitimate anxiety crowd, and those seeking only to conform and sacrifice their identity to the many ideologies, lifestyles, and cults which proliferate, and which are designed to erase personal identity and reward collectivism. You try telling that to your parents in state, just by design. They're ready to send you to the cookie farm. But the top intellects have said it, written it down. Now those who conform, who remain within the relative comfort zone, who never aspire towards independence of thought or action, and who even suppress those who do, deeply hate themselves for their love of falseness, for their material attachments, and for their systematic weakness. Right? Now he's touching on where we're going later. The nerve of the self-hatred that's breeding, festering under people, especially these big boys at the top. This hatred must at times be vicariously processed. This is achieved in myriad fascinating ways. Age of Manipulation 3. We'll find out the fascinating ways of what he's talking about. The vicarious processing through you, through your field, through your consciousness, through your cells. And then you wonder why you're feeling depressed and unhealthy. And why life is so tough. While you're resting your head on the bosom of the one who's causing it all. The more severe manifestation of such violence is obviously war. So in other words, all the cacophony and chaos that you see, we know it's orchestrated, yes, but it's also a necessary vicarious processing of this inner Armageddon that's going on within. And when we get the solutions, we'll find out what to do about it. Now this surrender of one's own self has often been praised as the example of the great love. Look at my medals. It's actually it's a form of idolatry and also the annihilation of the self, except it's in physical terms. In war, they're just dying in the trenches. But that person is probably already psychically dead long time before. Their humanity and their sense of self has already been long killed off. What does it matter to them how many millions die? As Colin Powell said, it's just a statistic, I'm not interested in it. Now the drive is also rooted in a deep anxiety and an inability to stand alone, but instead of finding increased strength by being swallowed, strength and security are found in having a limited power over the other person. The masochistic as well as the sadistic kind of love are expression of one basic need which springs from a basic inability to be independent. And Arnold Gruen puts it in succinct terms. He says, a distorted development of autonomy is the root cause of all the pathological and ultimately evil element in human beings. They pick up the pieces, there are no doubt about it. You don't need politicians and religious leaders to lead you astray. He goes on to say, the more love, this is Freud, the more love I turn towards the outside world, the less love I have for myself. People cringe when you say that. And vice versa. Freud is thus moved to describe the phenomenon of falling in love as an impoverishment of one's self-love, because all love is turned to an object outside of oneself. We are very young. We have a lot to learn. What is the point of loving somebody who doesn't love themselves? And do you really expect them to give you love if they have no clue how to love themselves? Keep doing it. In popular usage, says Rand, the word selfishness is a synonym of evil. And she nails it. The image it conjures is of a murderous brute who tramples over piles of corpses to achieve his own ends, who cares for no living being and pursues nothing but the gratification of the mindless whims of any immediate moment. Yet the exact meaning and dictionary definition of the word selfishness is simply concern with one's own interests. Look how much erosion has taken place. She described us as living in an orgy of self-sacrifice. Now, this thing becomes important to understand because the collectivist mindset, and those who have embodied it that you'll be meeting, watch for this one. In their mind, the collectivist imagines that everything he thinks about and produces or creates or has an opinion on, but also, produces and creates, is everyone's property. That's what Ayn Rand went to great lengths to show and dramatize, that everything I've got, the collectivist says, and everything I think about, that's everyone's property. Only trouble is they don't overemphasize the other side of that. Everything you think about, have an opinion on, and create is his property. It doesn't sound so good, does it? Everything you think about, everything you create, everything you do is everybody else's property. I thought that constituted rape. Rand goes on to say, a society that robs an individual of the product of his effort or enslaves him or attempts to limit the freedom of his mind or compels him to act against his own rational judgment, a society that sets up a conflict between its edicts and its requirements of man's nature, is not strictly speaking a society but a mob held together by institutionalized gang rule. Professor Charles Osgood and his colleague, Stuart Umpleby, they write, in the organization of a civilization of the future, we anticipate that the individualistically oriented man will become an anachronism. Indeed, he will be viewed as a threat to the group organization as well as to his fellow man. They're for it, by the way. Hence, as stated, he in all likelihood will have few individual expectations. While such a picture may not be pleasant to contemplate, we should be amiss to deal with unrealistic imageries that would blind us to the future reality. They can't wait, you see, they can't wait. Bertrand Russell said it this way, diet, injections, and injunctions will be combined from an early age to produce the sort of character and the sort of beliefs that the authorities consider desirable. And any serious criticism of the powers that be will become psychologically impossible. That's why I'm saying you now see us rebelling and creating blogs and all sorts of things and waving placards. You see, that might not even be happening tomorrow. That's why it's deeper. The perfect slave is being created. Hail the providers. The French poet Charles Péguy said that tyranny is always better organized than freedom. Tyranny is always better organized than freedom. And if you're disorganized mentally and emotionally, you will take those handrails. Now Fromm says, it is the feeling of isolation, of being shut out, which is the painful thing in every neurosis. Even the most irrational orientation if it is shared by a considerable body of men, gives the individual the feeling of oneness with others. So if all you're looking for is that approval and those cues and affectations, you don't mind what they're doing. You really don't mind who they're slaughtering. You'll sit at the bottom of a pyramid going, that was a bigger heart than the last guy, as it's being cut out and eaten. Well, he had a lot of blood, didn't he? That was a real good one. Didn't they come in gangs to watch hangings and bring their kids and the sweeties and the marshmallows in the medieval days to watch some poor guy be hung, drawn, and quartered because he tried to kill the king, the real tyrant? They used to go in the body while the man is still alive, the criminal, they'd carve with a knife some passage from the Bible, or I repent, or the name of the king. That's what it was. The name of the king was actually cut into the chest. You're owned. So he says here that even the most irrational orientation, if it is shared by a considerable body of men, gives the individual the feeling of oneness with others and a certain amount of security and stability which the neurotic person lacks. There's nothing inhuman, evil, or irrational which does not give some comfort, provided it is shared by the group. So, how much does the welfare, we ask a question, take a break right now, but, to make it very personal to us. It's not accusatory or anything. But we need to start asking the question, yes, how much does the welfare and behavior of other people preoccupy our minds? Don't criticize yourself for thinking that way. Don't repeat more self-sadism. Observe it just purely Zen. Just observe it scientifically. Take a day, a 24-hour period, a 48-hour period, or a month, or a week, and just admit it to yourself how much the welfare and the existence of any other people, doesn't matter who it is, preoccupies your thinking. Don't judge it, don't criticize it, and don't beat yourself up for it. Merely observe it, and many incredible things will happen. We'll come back and look more and unpack another aspect of this, which is crucial, the self-sadism. Let's take a short 10-15 minute break. Okay, now we unpack it a bit more, get deeper into the psychology aspect, and look at the whole concept of the self-sadism. Because as a matter of fact, as I said before, crime in the physical outplaying of violence and sadism, as it's normally called, has been well documented. But the worst crimes are done to the self, and they're not documented. We're very young in understanding this whole concept of self-sadism, or masochism as it's often called. Don Miguel in the Four Agreements says, in your whole life, nobody has ever abused you more than you have abused yourself. And the limit of your self-abuse is exactly the limit you will tolerate from someone else. If someone else abuses you a little more than you abuse yourself, you will probably walk away from that person. But if someone abuses you a little less than you abuse yourself, you'll probably stay in the relationship and tolerate it endlessly. So again, we ask, when you think about yourself, are your thoughts positive or negative, creative or destructive, loving or violent? You can look it up. Psychophobia, R.D. Laing. Psychophobia, phobia of your own mind. Can you believe it? The fear of our own thinking process. Each year in the UK, more than 24,000 teenagers are admitted to hospital after deliberately harming themselves, but only a small proportion, around 13%, of self-harm episodes are thought to result in a hospital visit. So it's on the increase. Laing says that the only death we recognize is biological death. And in the following talk, we will be looking very deeply at the nature and dynamics of what I refer to as the self-murdered person. They are the world's greatest threat, whether they're on the corporate level or governmental level or right in the bed next to you. So as you said, the fancy word for it is masochism, but I refer to it as self-sadism, and it is a bit of a bizarre concept because we don't normally think of people walking around, being dead, because they're walking around. But the fact of the matter is that you can psychologically be dead, self-murdered. How can that person do any good in the world? They create havoc wherever they go. And we can't expect the world to be good or pleasant or civilization to move forward until every shred of the self-sadism is erased. So fixing things on a governmental level is only a small part of the action that's required. We have to deal with this inner self-sadism, the violence we commit to ourselves on a daily, even momentary basis. When all of that stops, then and only then is the person capable of going out and affecting true change in the world. Gurdjieff, the mystic, said, "It happens fairly often that essence dies in a man, while his personality and his body are still alive." If you take a good hard look around, you'll see that he was right. Søren Kierkegaard, the Danish philosopher, said, "The biggest danger, that of losing oneself, can pass off in the world as quietly as if it were nothing." Look at that. And then this character's running around, sitting on boards, affecting change, getting married, having kids. Nathaniel Branden, in the book The Disowned Self, says that nothing is easier than for men to practice self-renunciation. They do it every day. It is not a difficult feat or a moral achievement. It is a disease. Not selfishness, but the absence of self. Not self-esteem, but self-alienation. Makes possible the barbaric cruelty that men practice against one another. Now, as we said, the investigation, something interesting about the mind, is that when you try to do investigation of your own self, it's not easy. Partly because of these defenses, partly because of the monitoring of the superego. So the very action of trying to observe yourself is difficult. It comes with complications. Partly the cacophony, right, created by our interactions with the Mitwelt and the Umwelt also block it out. The noise and cacophony of the external world and our entanglement in those realms, often the racket of it, you see, blots out the other dialogue. Remember that Monty Python sketch where they're all sitting in the boardroom asking why people don't get enlightened? And one character reads from a paper and says, "We've discovered that it's because people become," and just as he's about to say distracted, he gets distracted and sees this skyscraper crashing through the window. Very, very good point, though. Alan Watts says it, "Nothing so eludes conscious inspection as consciousness itself. This is why the root of consciousness has been called, paradoxically, the unconscious." And we alluded a little bit to why that division took place, is because a lot of it is the repression of the trauma. The divide and the rise of the ego is to section off that part of us that is the ancestral mind, that it's too raw a nerve, it's too soon in the game of history for us to visit that pain of what happened ancestrally through the cataclysms and traumas. And I also must add, I believe, the genetic interference. And Jung says that to find out what is truly individual in ourselves, profound reflection is needed. And suddenly we realize how uncommonly difficult the discovery of individuality is. And unfortunately, that is one of those skills that is actually being lost. Children today who are coming through the schools don't even have the hardwiring for that kind of insight. That's how bad things are. They wouldn't know what you were talking about. The simple critical skills, the introspective skills that were quite natural to people in the past are now becoming extinct. It's all stages on the way. Now, Fromm says that Freud found that if the analyst touched on repressed material, the patient would resist his therapeutic approach. This is not a matter of conscious unwillingness on part of the patient, or of dishonesty, or of secretiveness. He's defending himself against the discovery of the unconscious material without being aware either of the material or of his resistance. The patient can turn away from the sensitive topic and talk about something else. He can feel sleepy and tired. He can find a reason not to come to the interview. Or he can become very angry against the analyst and find some reason to quit the analysis. Projection, right? All these defenses. In other words, what's happening is we're hiding from ourselves. Theodore Reich says that the ego has built mighty defenses against the forbidden impulses that drive and push to gain some measure of expression. They are pressed into oblivion, into the dark abyss of rejected and condemned emotions and thoughts. They are disavowed, banned, and outlawed, and live in the netherworld, never to be mentioned. In panic fear of their power, man has rolled obstacles as strong as the rock of Gibraltar before the door to prevent their return. They betray themselves nevertheless, and give notice of their subterranean existence and activity in little unexpected signs, words, and gestures. They give themselves away in spite of shame and fear. Remember I said the imperial self isn't going anywhere? You can't kill it. You can only cage it, but it's not going to die. It's not going to go away. R.D. Laing was spot on, says Jeremy Griffiths, when he said that humans live with 50 feet of solid concrete between themselves and the true world of their soul. Scott Peck, even, in his book People of the Lie, said that a man fights for a self that is not a true self. It's only a shell, dependent on abstractions that do not serve life itself, but rather its concealment. Remember the persona? You immersing yourself in the Mitwelt is to actually lose your soul. You lose the very thing you were trying to fight and maintain. And William Barrett, he says that so long as we remain in the womb of this externalized and public existence, we're spared the terror and the dignity of becoming a self. So there he's saying, you're negating the anxiety that is the legitimate and positive anxiety that comes with these rites of passage. And it's happening more and more in society, this phenomenon. The schizoid person feels existentially unlovable. They have no right to take up space on the planet. An irrational inner critic, perhaps a vicious internalized voice of mother or father, tells them that they're hopelessly at fault in some way. Clumsy, ugly, awkward, or stupid. Nothing but trouble. These negative conclusions are unshakable. That's in the extreme forms of the schizophrenic type. And Christopher Lasch says that 20th century peoples have erected so many psychological barriers against strong emotion and have invested those defenses with so much energy derived from forbidden impulse that they can no longer remember what it feels like to be inundated by desire. They tend rather to be consumed with rage, which derives from defense against desire and gives rise in turn to new defenses against rage itself. Outwardly bland, submissive, and sociable, they seethe with an inner anger for which a dense, overpopulated, bureaucratic society can devise few legitimate outlets. But they're going to start. They're working on it. Theodore Reich says that one of the most important measures of civilization to make that aggressiveness harmless can be studied in the evolution of the individual. It will be turned inside, introjected, and taken over by that part of the ego called the superego that now, in the form of conscience, exercises aggressiveness against the ego. And he's talking about the superego's totalitarianism, psychic totalitarianism. The tension between the strict superego and the subordinate ego is called a sense of guilt, and it manifests itself in the need for punishment. Now, whence does this sense of guilt come, he asks. In the first stage can be best designated as a dread of losing love. Obviously, one of the first anxieties is not just the physical act of being born, but the idea that you might be separate, that separation from the mother. But more than that, it's the bad deed is one that, when discovered, will be followed by the loss of love. So the child is very innocent. It doesn't realize that if it breaks a window or breaks a vase or does something, pulls the cat's tail or whatever, it doesn't realize, in its mind, it is really dealing with the fact that that single act might lose it completely, the sustenance and love and succor of the parent. Look how powerful the parent is. And the parent will manipulate this as well. The tyrannical parents manipulate that fact. That's why all this beration to the child, you're just this and you're just that and you're going to get a spanking, I'm going to tell dad when he comes home and all the rest of it. Working on the child's fear of losing that love. And of course it's even more extreme in certain cases. Now at this state, the sense of guilt is still a social anxiety. It will remain that in its core. That means anxiety that the father or mother, and later the community, will disapprove of and punish the misdoer. As a parent can exploit that, so can Big Brother. Now, feelings of guilt occur after one has committed a forbidden deed. The sense of guilt that is later developed is often unconscious and sometimes perceived only as some kind of vague anxiety or uneasiness, for instance in many obsessional cases. It is this It is in its later phases, anxiety towards the superego, so to speak, dread of the superego. We analysts have been inclined to assume that any kind of thwarted instinctual gratification results in the heightening of a sense of guilt. Freud's newest insights convinced him that this is valid only for the aggressive instincts. You feel guilty when you feel a welling up of aggression. But watch this. In other words, the origin of guilt feelings is in the area of aggressive instincts. Now, we're led to the assumption that guilt feeling is generated exclusively by aggression and not by any other drives. If this is correct, we can expect that the same origin and character will be found in the sense of guilt met with in the evolution of mankind. Religion, particularly Christianity, traces the guilt feeling of man back to the original sin. Man's sin against God, there you have guilt, which is conceived as sexual transgression to the weakness of the flesh or to sensual desire or whatever. Our whole civilization, including our education, is under the spell of this view. It is common to the moralists, theologians, and philosophers to regard sexuality as the root of man's criminality and sinfulness, as well as to the educators and psychologists, including psychoanalysts, who hope that freedom from sexual suppression will change man and remove the greatest obstacle in our civilization. This writer is of the opinion that both groups are mistaken and believes that also the guilt feelings of mankind have their roots in aggression and violence. Unconscious elements were originally made unconscious because such thoughts and impulses were not tolerated by parents and teachers in earlier years, and continued recognition of them would be anxiety-provoking. In order to defend the ego against anxiety, resistances are built up against the recognition of these unconscious impulses, which Reich is saying the most important one is aggression, or anger, right? But if the child's aggression is legitimate, which it often is, at being controlled, at being manipulated, at being thrown hither and thither, having its mental, all this catch-22 and control play that goes on, the whole drama, right? That child's response that Reich is talking about but didn't mention could be a legitimate expression against being controlled. So the dynamic then is that when natural and perfectly legitimate anger and aggression rises up, as he said, it gets interjected. Now women interject more, men project. Hence bulimia and anorexia and many of the other syndromes that women suffer, even in fact bad eyesight. It's all related to the interjection of anger. But what he forgot to say is that if it's legitimate, then look at the mess that you're in. You're guilty over a natural expression. And this then becomes a syndrome that just keeps on spiraling out of control. You end up with a big Cheshire grin, as everything's all right. Or you try to ascribe, oh yeah, I was a bad kid, I can understand what they did. And you go through all of these justifications. Now technically guilt is over physical misdemeanors. He mentioned shame, and that's different. Shame is over something, we'll have to get to that later, but let's just stick with that. So the instincts that arise in the child, he's in a terribly compromised situation. And this is working higher up the fractal as well. This is how Big Brother is also working. You have the guilt over natural instincts that should be allowed to be communicated. And then you interject that anger towards yourself. It's a terrible syndrome. Well, the justification. I've been treated horribly by you, so now I'm going to do the same to you. This is one of the outpourings of it. By the time the kid is 15, he's acting this out. Or it's paranoia and persecution complex. Everybody's out to get me. Yeah, well, they are. From a child's point of view, that's perfectly rational. Or the masochism, I expect to be treated badly. I've never known anything else. Go and ask Aboriginals, go and ask Native American Indians. They're all suffering from this syndrome. They've been treated like dogs from the day they went. What do you expect them to be later on? They have to take the alcohol to suppress the aggression. Legitimate aggression by being treated like dogs. This can happen in the home, let alone in a culture. Then the egomaniacal, narcissistic, pathological aspect. I'll stand up for myself, nobody else cared or loved me. But he's not, the problem is that they're not talking about the true imperial self. The narcissist is caught in a trap because he's only speaking about the pseudo-self. when he says he's out for number one. That's why it's another cul-de-sac, a dead end. He won't get anywhere with that. Then you have the negation. I don't need this love nonsense. Aggression is good. It's a rat race. Survival is another syndrome, another kind of human being. Or strength and power important, must dominate. Virtue is merely convention. You know, the sort of I say Nietzsche, but Nietzsche's been so drastically mistranslated that I have to put this in brackets. But that would be considered the quote-unquote Nietzschean point of view. And along with it, the people who are walking around saying that guilt and remorse is for suckers. Because remember, it was the superego that was doing the job. And if the superego can crack, the superego is not, we've been talking about how powerful it is, it can also crack. There's certain periods in life and also in the chronology of a human being where the superego is relatively weak and can crack down the middle and become faulty. And when that happens, the conscience is no longer working at all, as it is in many of these psychopaths. So and even in today, when we're talking about modern concepts of freedom, it's the kind of freedom that has no virtue or morals, like Fromm was saying earlier on. If you've murdered yourself, like we said in the beginning, what do you care about anybody else? Eric Fromm says that the intensely destructive person will show a front of kindliness, courtesy, love of family, of children, of animals. He'll speak about his ideals and his good intentions. But not only this, there's hardly a man who is utterly devoid of any kindness or any good intention. If he were, he would be on the verge of insanity. Hence, as long as one believes that evil men wear horns, one will not discover an evil man. And in the psychic vampirism talk, we're going to be able to come out to the other end of that knowing 100% how to spot them instantly. And that is going to help the world move forward. As a matter of fact, these people, in that talk, you'll discover that there's actually a term for them, a psychological term. It's called constitutional psychological inferiors. They're actually diagnosable, those people without conscience. We have to develop that skill to be able to see them as such. Well, I thought the word inferior is never to be used. That's one of those words that's just taboo. Oh, is it? You're surrounded by them. You're voting for them. You're hiring them at work. You may have been given birth by a couple of them. You might be sleeping beside one. And so it's time we find out. And there ain't no meter you can pull out and go, hey honey, hang on a minute, plug you in here. Shit. It doesn't work like that, I'm afraid. There's no physical meter. There is a meter, and it's called intuition. It's called rational ability. Well, you see, the thing is that this terrible paradox again, the idea that aggression is rooted in the true self-seeking expression. And a society that just can't handle it. So the women interject, the men project. But you see, the thing is, even Freud would admit, don't expect that repression to just disappear. That which is repressed, that anger is boiling inside and is going to come out in war and in violence and in family feuds and whatever else. It'll always find a way out. George P. Marsh says that man is everywhere a disturbing agent. Wherever he plants his foot, the harmonies of nature are turned to discords. Nature is the self. Self is nature. If you have self-sadism against the self, of course you're going to act in an ecocidal manner. Osho, the mystic, said that your whole idea about yourself is borrowed from those who have no idea who they are themselves, seeking guidance from the misguided. Edward Young, the English poet, said that we're born as originals and die as copies. And Gruen says the source of aggression and destructiveness lies in our culture, not the individual. Remember, superego, shadow, superego. And everything that reinforces the fragmentation of our personality and closes off access to our inner world contributes to the creation and growth of those destructive drives. And didn't we say that the superego, being the representative of the boss hogs, as the suppression increases, the repression increases. So this is why I cannot, for the life of me, leave consciousness at the door in all of this conspiratorial research. It's impossible. They go together. They're absolutely intimately linked. And Ayn Rand says that man is the only living species that has the power to act as his own destroyer. And that is the way he has acted throughout most of history. Cain and Abel. Creation's only happened and one of them is already a murderer. And the God, if you read the Bible, wasn't much better. Michael Staub says that Harvard psychiatrist Robert Coles went so far as to speculate in 1967 that there would never be an end to mental illness due to the advance in medical research. Because mental illness, and he himself put the words in quotation marks, was a social problem involving the family, the nursery, the neighborhood, the nation, and its economic and political conditions. To treat the sickness of the individual, psychiatrists had first to concede the sickness in society, which they're not doing. Only a group called the Post-Freudians, and then that group we discussed, the existential psychologists. And most of them are unheard of. Anna Freud created a neo-Freudian school where they put the entire focus on the superego. Fantastic research there. And they shifted their entire understanding of pathology. During Freud's time, it was thought that men went insane or schizophrenic or had hallucinations because of the id, right, the unconscious, bleeding over its protein content, its demonic stuff, into and flooding the ego. This was the diagnosis of insanity. By the time that Freud had died and his daughter took over, they realized, no, that is only in very rare cases. It is the superego chipping away and damaging the ego. And the whole movement changed, and it was actually called ego psychology. So if you look up on the web, ego psychology, Anna Freud, this is where they go. Major, major critics of our society. That's why you haven't heard of her. That's why you haven't heard of Otto Binswanger and Otto Rank, Ludwig Binswanger and Otto Rank and the others in that school. Or when you do hear of them, it's imbeciles who don't understand anything about psychology. Important quote from Hillman, because he's never letting us forget the history. Archaeology supports the view that warfare is a development of only the last 10,000 years. There's the trauma point that I insist upon also has to be taken into consideration, the prehistoric origins of all of this. James Waller says that throughout human history, social conflict is ubiquitous. Wars erupt naturally everywhere humans are present. Since the Napoleonic Wars, we've fought an average of 6 international wars and 6 civil wars per decade. Even God just took one day off from all the slaughter he was involved in. An average of 3 highly fatality struggles have been in action somewhere in the world at any moment since 1900. The 4 decades after the end of World War II saw 150 wars and only 26 days of world peace, and that doesn't include the innumerable internal wars and police actions. There's actually a book called Death by Government. Get it? It shows, the writer of that book said, Rummel, he proves that governments slaughter more of their own people than any external adversary. Absolutely. The statistics are there. Buried in the midst of all of our progress in the 20th century are well over 100 million persons who've met a violent death at the hands of their fellow human beings. That is more than 5 times the number from the 19th century and more than 10 times the number from the 18th century. So things are getting worse. So now we look at so after all, posthumanism involves the technological assault. That's a key part of it. We've looked at some of the psychological. It's only fair to look a little deeper at some of the technology. And again, not bashing science in the least. It's a total look at scientism. Scientism, just in the same way that when you look at the institutions of religion, you're not necessarily making a comment about individual believers in deity or God. So in the same way when you're looking at science, we can't fault the creations of science. But it's the ideology behind the science, the trickle down from upstairs, and some of the mysteria they believe in. Because as a matter of fact, I think that probably the greatest critique that one could have on the scientism is their fundamental misunderstanding of that connection between psychic and physical energy, the microcosm and the macrocosm. And that comes out of this whole Cartesian view that we can't go into, but I've gone into in other work like the Disciples of the Mysterium, where we explore that view. But Theodore Roszak explains the basic ideology and their concept that you have to fix their imperfections. He says the astronautical image of man, and it is nothing but the quintessence of urban industrial society's pursuit of the wholly controlled, wholly artificial environment, amounts to a spiritual revolution. This is man as he has never lived before. It draws the line through human history that almost assumes the dimensions of an evolutionary turning point. So it has been identified by Teilhard de Chardin, a Jesuit by the way, who has given us the concept of the noosphere, a level of existence that is to be permanently dominated by human intellect and planning. and which our species must now adapt if it is to fulfill its destiny. See, so the ideology that man is imperfect, a change is required, an evolutionary turning point in their scheme of things. The Luciferians, they have an object. They're heading towards it, talking about meta-system transitions and organic computers and whatever. You got all the lingo. One group that's heavy involved in this is known as Principia Cybernetica, with these two creatures. And their basic ideology is, again, to evolve, and they call it, their work is evolving a self-adjusting, self-improving machine. But they also speak in, it might not sound it right away, but they're speaking in occult or metaphysical terminology. This is what always fascinates me. They talk about moving towards what's known as an omega point. Well, omega in occult symbolism is Lucifer, or Satan. Whichever, you can choose whichever one, because that's not me saying that, that's official Christian theology. Alpha is Christ, omega is the antithesis. And omega is often used as a moniker for the devil, for the tempter. And these Jesuit-backed technocrats, techno-elites, are moving, as in their own words, towards this omega point. Their terms are like a meta-system transition towards the global brain. It's just Dr. Frankensteinian pipe dreams. If anyone who's followed my Atlantis work, and they know about the alien blood, and I say that we all have it, but some people are far more oriented towards it. Well, they got to keep busy too. That alien part of us needs to keep busy. The thing is, they get busy with millions of dollars behind them. That's why it's dangerous. I didn't mind if they play in their sandbox and leave everybody alone. Carry on. But this is another one. This Stephen Thaler, I just took one clip of this nonsense. Go on to Google and YouTube and type this in. I have the name from somewhere. Stephen Thaler, and he does his whole routine. And just turn down the volume and watch the amount of occult symbolism he uses with his hands and his body language. Then turn it up and listen to the same thing he's doing with his dialogue, right? It's all pseudo-mystical rhetoric laced with subliminal references to collective consciousness and to the global intelligence. Sounds all very highfalutin. One of the quotes he uses towards the end as he's building up this occult message, there's a line in which he says, "There is an alien consciousness all around us." It's embedded in there, right? And then he describes himself as a... Remember I said that the technocrats have taken over from a religion? He says it himself. He says, "I place myself between Darwin and creationism." Weren't these guys at loggerheads? Weren't these guys having pillow fights for the last hundreds of years? And now they reinvent themselves and says, yeah... What they're doing is taking the baton from where religion left off. They're very religious, they're very esoteric, they're very mystical, very full of occultism. The body language alone is repulsive, what this character is doing, to attract your subconscious to what he's doing. Yeah, it's called in its image. Its image. It's in our face every day. If you look at advertisements like this, of which I have many, but we can only look at one. Connecting people. It sounds marvelous. Half the people who work for Nokia think that's great. That's their meme. They have dreams about that. They have that on their t-shirts and on their walls. They have mugs and goblets and ties and pins and number plates. Not one of them thinking, what does the word connecting imply? What are connected? There's a lot of stuff connected around here. What is it? It's not relating people. It's connecting people. Look at this. It's doublespeak. You connect gadgets. You connect machines. And you connect a bunch of self-murdered automatons, pseudo-cells. They get connected. There are many fallacies of scientism. I'll be dealing with them. I have dealt with them in the Disciples of Mysterium article, but working on a larger thesis there. A few we can only mention. That human and nature are distinct entities. That's the Cartesian fallacy. I'm here in my armchair and there's this thing, Rex Extensa, called the world. It's out there somewhere. And I'm going to analyze it from my armchair with my reason. And that and me. The big one, nature and man are imperfect. So, fix the imperfections. A very important one, less known, but a very important one, is in the future man will know perfection. That's how they smuggle in the collectivism. Because obviously, every scientist, either consciously or non-consciously, imagines himself as a test tube passing on the baton. Even an Einstein would admit that I am only one Einstein, I can't live forever. So it's a given that in science, one scientist is somewhat anonymous. You have the little pop star celebrity types, but mostly it's anonymous scientists working in a chain of command, passing on the work to others, right? What that means that no one individual has the whole truth. We need the whole group. And under that idea that we're moving towards a progress towards perfection, but it's a chain reaction, that you can't individually know perfection inside. Preposterous mystical nonsense, they'll say. But we will know it collectively and through a continuum of scientists who all focus on that goal and that light. A much more philosophical and ultimately disastrous one to their lie. The whole of science can be brought down by the philosopher we touched on earlier, Hume, David Hume, the Scottish philosopher, never to be mentioned, because his critique back in the 17th century still stands, by the way, and has only been strengthened by the discoveries of the quantum scientists. And that is that cause and effect, there's no connection between them scientifically provable at all. It was more deep and elaborate than that, but we can't go into it. But it's called the causality problem, showing that the connections between a cause and effect are purely hypothetical, and that even though legions of scientists from Hume's time have worked overnight, both in mathematics and geometry and astrophysics and whatever else, to try and find, especially in the mathematical world, to find that certainty, the four greatest mathematicians who set their minds to do it went insane. Some committed suicide and the rest were locked up. That's what happens when you're trying to find a backdoor into reality. Because what they can never understand is that there is no certainty in that way. The life, the world that you look at, the natural order that you look at changes as you look at it. It's a constant dance. It's a constant ballet. You look, you change. It changes from your looking. It's a constant ebb and flow. A constant, spontaneous, mutable thing that can never have an Archimedean point. So the certainty that they thought they were going to find obviously didn't come. And that caused a ruckus, a major meltdown from which arose Gaia theory and quantum theory and so many other theories. More fascinating, obviously. But here they are talking about the promises of complete understanding, collectivism, the future will know perfection, with record rates of depression and suicide all around the world. What's the reality? It's ludicrous. Anthony Stevens in the 2 million-year-old self says, as educated members of Western society, we share a number of common assumptions. One of these is that we are potentially capable of knowing everything that is knowable. I talked about this in one of the talks I did. It's up on my Unslaved YouTube channel. It was done in California a year ago, I think, where I said, one life to live, infinite things to know. Obviously, something's wrong with that picture, and needs a radical rethink. Because either you have to say, then I am a single individual is incapable of knowing everything, that's the easy way out. Or you say, no. Like the Taoists and others have said, everything that is knowable can be known. But obviously not through a scientific or rational process. You can divide mankind into two, which one you believe. But it is a certainty that with one life to live and infinite things to know, we don't have the physical time. It can't be done in time. Now, we are shaken out of this illusion only when we begin to push knowledge to its limits and ask such questions as, is knowledge and how can we know anything? What is knowledge and how can we know anything? What existed before the universe came into being? Unanswerable. What is the essence of all creation? Why does anything exist at all? When we pose questions like this, the possibility begins to dawn on us that there may be things that lie beyond our capacity to grasp, know, or even imagine, let alone understand. What he's talking about there we'll look at more deeply in the solution section. I want you to remember this one because he's implying, he doesn't say it, a kind of humility, a kind of littleness. Now when you say the word littleness in English, it doesn't sound very good. But it is a kind of a Clint Eastwood, a man must know his limitations kind of thing. And there's something very beautiful about it we'll explore later on. It's a humility and a littleness, but a grand and brilliant and beautiful littleness. We'll look at that later on. This section is vitally important to introduce something we just touched on in the past, but is central to my entire thesis. People who are taking notes might even want to say this is the thesis. We'll summarize them at the end, but this is one of the most important. We've been talking about the ancestral trauma, and we've been trying to talk about the etiology of the kind of evil and dysfunction that we see in the world today. We jumped over something monumentally important, which helps psychologists also. In normal psychology, most neurosis and pathology is tracked back to, obviously, anxiety. In fact, as you read, anxiety being, as Freud said, the center of all neurosis. But they're often more specific about it in daily life, and they link most neurosis back to shame and guilt. I didn't talk about it earlier because it wasn't the place. Guilt is the emotion that we feel, or the mood that we experience when we've done a physical, perceivable, documentable misdemeanor against somebody or something. We feel guilt. Shame is not the same thing. Shame is the emotion that you feel when you and only you know that you have not lived up to your highest potential. In other words, that you've lived the inauthentic life. Now, they're very colored differently. But when you go back and take in the prehistoric, so many of the people within the scientific movement and psychoanalytical movement have no interest whatsoever. It's right at the top of my Disciples' Mysterium, first paragraph. I make this point, that these people have never factored in any of the stuff that we're talking about when we talk about prehistoric disaster, and they bloody well should do. Because one thing it will do is it will show you what the true etiology of neurosis and pathology is. It's not to say that shame and guilt are not involved. Person not living an inauthentic life, of course they're going to be in shame of that. Person does physical misdemeanors, of course they're going to be in guilt about that. But the real origins, the real seed of the tree, inverted, rotten tree of life of all pathology, goes further back to a thing that I describe as the antipathy to nature. And it's born out of the trauma. When nature erupted around our forebears, nature that was, relatively speaking, it's not that other cataclysms hadn't happened in the past, but for long tracts of time, people grew to respect nature, as we know our ancestors did. But when the titanic upheavals happened, obviously one of the after effects of that was a great and deep suspicion of nature itself. A breach had taken place. One can even read it in the fall of from the Edenic plain. That Mother Nature now had a dark side and was terribly threatening because of the horror and the cataclysm that had happened. It's the same thing today that happens when people, if they have like I grew up in Belfast, I can tell you all about it. These bomb attacks and scares, you see this all the time. Well, that kind of trauma magnified many times. Entered in and became a primal instinct. It became a primal drive within us, at the seat of our ego consciousness, a deep antipathy to nature itself. Over and above that, we still have an aesthetic appreciation, a fascination, a biological interest in animals. That's all overlaid on top of something. In our mythologies, the flood myth, and all of these other myths, there's a lot of this other pathology involved, right? Of course, it's non-conscious. But it is to be now considered, I believe, now this should be considered the root of all psychological derangement. Why are we talking about it in the section on scientism and technology? Because technology and scientism is one of the main symptoms of that pathology. You couldn't have technology and science as we know it today, being it so ecocidal and so super rational and so anti-human, if this antipathy to nature did not exist. That's why the two are so divided. Whereas there's been many scientists who blended them together. We know their names. Also, globalism is a fulfillment. Globalism, to live inside the hive, to live inside an incarcerated Blake 7 hideous, air-conditioned dome. Glass buildings, armor, plate, glass to keep you away from nature. It's all rooted in it. And it was the calamity of the old world order that changed us. We felt like we were cast out of the garden. And we were infected with a deep, non-conscious suspicion toward nature. And for those who are already getting what I'm saying, when you see that nature and the self are one, look what the implication is. Infection with suspicion towards nature is infection and suspicion towards oneself. Another layer of pathology. And we'll talk about that in the solution section, because of what to do, how to unravel this knot. Because unless this knot is unraveled, this pathology, solving the guilt-shame number will help you, but it's not going to radically change civilization. It's just moving the furniture around. To fix the civilization, we have to go much deeper. But this is the fall. The fall, the true mythology of the fall is connected to this. The fall away from nature. Remember we said that you can junk the memory, but not the effects? The effects are large, hideous, big. Even so many movies deal with this, by the way. All those Poseidon Adventure, Charlton Heston stuff, even movies like The Fountain. You'll see this image in the Conan the Barbarians. Every movie you look at that is worth its salt, you will see this. Remember the story of Tolkien and Lord of the Rings and the elves, how they never lost the connection? I was saying the movie, I mean the book, of course. The man knew what he was talking about how our societies are divided, with those with a deep antipathy to nature and those who are one with it still, the very few, the last of the line. Max Frisch says that technology, yeah, it's the knack of so arranging the world you don't have to experience it. Nutshell. The divorce from nature is ultimately the divorce from self. We're alienated from both of them. And we become more mechanical in our thought as a result. In a great article, and I believe it's in the Reality Sandwich website, Caitlin McGrory says that a new study funded by the NIH and the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke involved subjects having their brains hooked up to a computer displaying two images. And through thought control, the subjects were able to make the computer display one image and discard the other. The technologizing of consciousness. How to fuse the man and the machine together. Constant research on that. E.F. Schumacher, the system of nature of which man is a part tends to be self-balancing, self-adjusting, self-cleansing. Not so with technology. The technical term for it is negentropia. Nature isn't plugged in. But there it is. There's the energy. The suns are burning, the stars are burning, the leaves are growing, but there's no socket. Our bodies grow and so on. So it's called a negentropia. Self-sustaining. What I'm trying to emphasize is that can you please try to go into the mind of the... Try to think like Sherlock Holmes said, think in the terms of the criminal. Can you imagine being offended and deeply, deeply threatened by the negentropia around you? Can you be threatened by the fact that you can't find the source of the energy and the power, and that you rival it? And then in some sort of Dr. Frankenstein way, you're seeking all the time for that plug. Well, that is what the scientism is all about. Rivalry, born out of what we're talking about. It's overwhelmingly obsessive. Remember we said that when we talk about the Umwelt, you can only adjust to it? Well, the scientist is not merely trying to adjust to it, is he? He is desperately trying to control it. But how does he control it? Destructively. Our attitude to the world outside us is largely hostile. We're forever conquering nature, space, mountains, deserts, bacteria, and insects instead of learning to cooperate with them in a harmonious order. In America, the great symbols of this conquest are the bulldozer and the rocket, the instrument that batters the hills to flat tracks for little boxes made of ticky-tacky, and the great phallic projectile that blasts the sky. Big game hunter here, big Tarzan, he says there's nothing more satisfactory than the complete flop of a running elephant shot in the brain. It's a pity that elephant doesn't have the gun. Remember that Crocodile Dundee thing with the kangaroo? How do you feel when he's flopping down with a bullet in his brain? But this bestial antipathy is on a microscopic level and on a higher level as well. Rudolf Barrow says that exactly 100 years ago, the rate of dying out of biological species began to increase exponentially, as a result of which, in the mid-1980s, a species vanished every day. And by the year 2000, this will have increased to a species every hour. We have monopolized the earth for our species alone. Talk about antipathy to nature. Ken Wilber says we are at present exterminating approximately 100 species a day. We are destroying the world's tropical forests at the rate of 1 football field per second. The planet instead is headed for disaster, and it is now possible for the first time in human history that owing entirely to man-made circumstances, not one of us will survive to tell the tale. If the earth is indeed our body and blood, then in destroying it we are committing a slow and gruesome suicide. How can that be explained if you don't have an antipathy to nature, where you're responding to what apparently was Earth's violence towards us, you see? Now, of course, he's wrong on one point. Nature isn't going anywhere. No matter how destructive what you do on this planet, nature is barely affected. It is man who's going to become extinct. Now, our present environmental crisis is due primarily to a fractured worldview that drastically separates mind and body, subject and object, culture and nature, thoughts and things, values and facts, spirit and matter, human and non-human. A worldview that is dualistic, mechanistic, atomistic, anthropocentric, and pathologically hierarchical. A broken worldview that alienates men and women from the intricate web of patterns and relationships that constitute the very nature of life and earth and cosmos. Thing is, people have described that in umpteen books, but they never explain why. Why do we do it? Paul Shepard, in A Kind of Madness, says the change to a more hostile stance towards nature began about 5,000 and 10,000 years ago and became more destructive and less accountable with the progress of civilization. In hindsight, this change has been explained in terms of necessity or as a decline of ancient gods. But more likely, it was irrational and unconscious, a kind of failure in some fundamental dimension of human existence, a kind of madness. So some people are questioning what it is. Theodore Roszak, he says that the Atmospheric Science Research Center of Scotia, New York, reported in December 1969 that there was no longer a breath of uncontaminated air to be found anywhere in the North American hemisphere, and predicted that universal use of artificial respirators throughout America within 2 decades. Thor Heyerdahl, sailing the Atlantic on the Ra-2 expedition of 1970, reported finding that one oil-free stretch of water during the crossing. James Bell says that the World Conservation Union, the International Botanical Congress, and a majority of world's biologists believe that a global mass extinction already is underway. As a direct result of human activity, up to 1/5 of all living species, mostly in the tropics, are expected to disappear within 30 years. The speed at which species are being lost is much faster than any we've seen in the past, including those related to meteor collisions. University of Tennessee biodiversity expert Daniel Simberloff told the Washington Post, or that's what he told them, and in 1998, Harris poll of 5,000 members of the American Institute of Biological Sciences found 70% believed that what has been termed the sixth extinction is now underway. Right? Inner violence, inner dysfunction and mutilation, obviously, will manifest externally. So what's the alternative? Martin Heidegger, the German philosopher, was one of the most extreme opponents of the scientism and technological, along with Ponty. His replacement for it, the relationship that we should be having with nature, he referred to as sorge, which is just basically translated as care. And it's born out of the idea that, of course, you understand that there's no division between you and nature. Eigenwelt is itself a product of the Umwelt, of nature. And primarily, as we'll see in solutions, this antipathy to nature absolutely must be healed. Meaning that each individual must know how to go and do something about it. And hopefully we'll go into that. Out of this nonsense, not just you have scientism, but you've got this perversity of asceticism. It's bloody infantile. Oh, nature, yeah, evil, right? Got to transcend it. Give me a technique and a guru. Strangling in the webs in our efforts to be free. Agents in our own bloody annihilation. It's almost comedic if it wasn't so bloody sad, right? But the point is that information obviously isn't knowledge or wisdom. We talked about the fact that there's a massive difference between the need to gain knowledge and have knowledge and the relationship that you have with knowledge or wisdom. First of all, as we said, a computer cannot function according to its own will. It doesn't turn itself on and off, and it can't change and decide to do different than what it's programmed to do, whereas a human being does that all the time. But the thing is that the programmed human being won't be able to do that. He will not be able to choose when he turns himself on and off, and he won't be able to make those choices. It's not about, when they talk about making those rhetoric about making the computer more like the human being, that's doublespeak. The only interest they have is making a human being more machine-like. That's been going from the time of John Dee onwards. It's part of a very serious pact. An unhealthy society is one which creates mutual hostility, distrust, which transforms man into an instrument of use and exploitation for others, which deprives him of a sense of self, except in as much as he submits to others or becomes an automaton. Lewis Mumford says that by his very success in inventing labor-saving devices, modern man has manufactured an abyss of boredom that only the privileged classes in earlier civilizations have ever fathomed. And Eric Fromm says that Emil Durkheim, the sociologist, called this phenomenon anomy and found that it was the main cause of suicide, which had been increasing with the growth of industrialization. Right? He referred by anomy to the destruction of all traditional social bonds due to the fact that all truly collective organization had become secondary to the state and that all genuine social life had been annihilated. He believed that people living in a modern political state are a disorganized dust of individuals. That's the reality. The collectivism is all the talismanic nonsense. But those pieces of dust feel like a stone if they galvanize together, don't they? And all this guy Durkheim is really saying is that the dehumanizing process, which is age-old, has been super successful. The one thing Susan Sontag said I do agree with is that reality has come to seem more and more like what we're shown by cameras. Well, then it's not reality then anymore, is it? Many people have asked me about that in the work on symbolism, and my answer partly is always the same, is that we've been gutted and raped of our archetypal reservoir, so they give it back. All that welter of sexual and symbolic, all the symbolism, the color, the occult symbolism, is basically a feeding of us what we've been raped from within. That's why we're actually attracted to it. It's just not a reality anymore, it's a virtual reality. That media stuff is to offset total psychological breakdown. Because they know better than anyone that you can only rape the consciousness of people to a certain degree. You can't do it completely, then you have a pathological creature on your hands. So, hence the bread and circuses. Part of technology, isn't it? Technology is doing this. And that's why it has the power to entrain us, because we are seeing in it, in these movies, and these dramas, and the scenarios, and the symbolism that's being used, is deeply enigmatic to us, deeply attractive. Now, the whole force of urban industrialism upon our tastes is to convince us that artificiality is not only inevitable, but better, says Theodore Roszak. Researchers on behalf of an independent television commission in the UK and in the United States and the Netherlands are developing immersive television, a new generation television to give the viewer a sense of actually being there in the depicted scene. Right? The TV has become your reality. Remember we talked about the kids especially have been guilty about repressing the inner aggression and anger, which is 9 times out of 10 perfectly healthy. Look what is happening with them trying to process it. You're not allowed to speak it, you're not allowed to process it, you're not allowed to even think about it. Well, you can go out and exterminate as many enemies as you want, and rape as many women as you want, virtually. And many of these games, as the enemy and the rival, is a secret society. The Illuminati are even an adversary, or some kind of secret society beings, secret cabals, right? Look how that it works. They're even telling the kids, yeah, we're your enemy. Fight us virtually all you want. Commit genocide 20 times a day if you feel like it. It's hours of fun. And this technology, you see, one of the other attractors of it, it does permit you, by all the gadgetry and so on, it permits you to imagine yourself as the highest being in creation. Everything is lesser than you. As in the tarot cards, we have the hermit. He's the technician who stands at the top of his mountain. He's actually in a very weak position. When he looks down, he has a little light, a little lamp, a little light. That's the mental light. That's why it's held at the top of a staff. Staff representing the spine, and the light, the lantern at the top, is the cerebral ego light. And it barely, in the Aleister Crowley deck, it barely pierces the darkness. It's a very ineffectual light. It doesn't shine up nature's mysteries. It only shines up a little bit. But that's sufficient to the technician who wishes to probe from his Archimedean point the mysteries of reality. With his reason. But he's in the dark. But you don't need to vent your aggression, just keep on repressing it. Have this big Cheshire grin, ascend to happiness, have this big grin on your face. You're a pseudo-self, so we can sell you a pseudo-peace. A pseudo-satisfaction. And the existentially dead person accepts it. You can drink it in a bottle. When we were coming through the airport in Australia, there was this sign on the wall, and it said, "The world belongs to those who see its potential." We had to hustle, so we couldn't take a photograph of it and keep moving, right? The world belongs to those who see its potential. Not the world belongs to those who see their own potential. That's scientism for you. And the malls are like temples. You know, this is one in Manchester, a huge thing like Palace of Versailles or whatever, you know. Temple, the Aztec temples over here, and the Pizza Hut's like some sort of altar of sacrifice from the... Oh, I had to take a piss, I went into the toilets. It's like the Temple of Dendera. You're taking a piss, you get ISIS looking down at you. Very disconcerting. Very disconcerting. Jerry Mander says, "Our environment itself is the manifestation of the mental processes of other humans. Of all species of the planet and all the cultures of the human species, we 20th century Americans have become the first in history to live predominantly inside projections of our own minds." And the technical term for that was coined by the French philosopher Jean Baudrillard, simulacra. The man who lives in a plastic world ends up becoming just as artificial and plastic as the world he designs for himself. It's also known as hyper-reality. Simple things like, for instance, talking to somebody through a gadget is a form of hyper-reality. You talking about a sitcom or TV show as if they're your family or you're involved in the drama is a form of hyper-reality. There's many versions of it. Disneyland is a hyper-reality. The casinos are a hyper-reality. These big extopias, those big incredible... say imagine you're on a yacht in Dubai, one of those yachts, but they have a screen of the yacht that you're on it. That's like that. And so on. Hyper-realities. And when you go into it, the trouble is that you get into the hyper-reality and you can't remember what is the real reality, because the hyper-reality mimics so-called reality, official reality, real reality, so precisely that in the end, you're befuddled, you're lost in the maze. You can't tell what's the hyper-reality and the real reality. And that's what is happening to the kids now. You know, in fact, even the simple act of believing a show on TV, this is being filmed. So these poor suckers who are watching this now on the camera 5, 10, 15 years later, hyper-reality, it isn't now, but you thought it was. Every time we sit and watch a TV show, right, and we think that's in real time, but it's not, if it's not in real time. So hyper-reality is used in semiotics and postmodern philosophy to describe a hypothetical inability of consciousness to distinguish reality from fantasy, especially in technologically advanced postmodern cultures. Hyperreality is a means to characterize the way consciousness defines what is actually real in a world where a multitude of media can radically shape and filter an original event or experience. Jean Baudrillard in particular suggests that the world we live in has been replaced by a copy world, where we seek simulated stimuli and nothing more. Many movies, the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie where he goes to Mars, what was that called? Total Recall. Yeah. That plays on this, and many others as well. The Matrix, yeah. Connecting people. Friends. I got lots of friends. Friends. I'm not friends now. Some bugger emails me he's a friend. I thought friend meant something else. I guess I was completely wrong. From the dawn of civilization onwards, crowds have always undergone the influence of illusions. It is to the creators of illusions that they have raised more temples, statues, and altars than any other class of men, says Gustave Le Bon. Eric Fromm says that what has happened in modern industrial society is that traditions and common values and genuine social personal ties with others have largely disappeared. The modern mass man is isolated and lonely, even though he's part of a crowd. He has no convictions which he would share with others, only slogans and ideologies he gets from the communications media. In other words, the immersion has been successful. Fromm says, in the cybernetic age, the individual becomes increasingly subject to manipulation. His work, his consumption, and his leisure are manipulated by advertising, by ideologies, by what Skinner calls positive reinforcements. Right? You become a machine, you'll be treated like one. The individual loses his active, responsible role in the social process. He becomes completely adjusted and learns that any behavior, act, thought, or feeling which does not fit into the general scheme puts him at a severe disadvantage. In fact, he is what he is supposed to be. A couple more in this section here. From saying that another feature of the cybernetic man, his tendency to behave in a routinized, stereotyped, and unspontaneous manner, is to be found in a more drastic form in many schizophrenic obsessional stereotypes. So we're already starting off with a kind of schizophrenia. They're making it worse. I've even mentioned many times that the whole culture of physical health, the work machines, the weightlifting machines and all of that gadgetry is so mechanical for a purpose to give you this routinized idea of your own body. A very mechanical, armored idea of health. But as I said before, we're halfway there. Our domestic roles, we're so immersed in them. We're hurrying to our graves as if we're eager to get to them. And then we get a break with a life of servitude to the clock. We're hail the masters for the recreation. Right? We sacrifice vocation, and we have accepted a little bit of recreation. Sell our souls for it to break the monotony. And that recreation is approved as well. And Gerrymander says, it has only been 2 generations since artificial light became so widespread that we moved into artificially lighted environments. Now, most of the light we ingest through our skin and eyes is artificial. We are starved for some natural light spectra, and we have overdosed on those spectra that come from artificial light, incandescent, fluorescent, mercury, vapor, sodium, television, and others. Indeed, about 90% of the total emission of an incandescent lamp lies in the infrared. The global village will even be worse. I'm waiting until the day where they're going to patent the rain. In Australia, if it rains, they say, look, it's got a stamp, Aussie rain. Hands off. For an eco-psychology, nothing serves as a more telling symptom of our collective state of soul than this urban habitat, which has bounced on the edge of psychopathology since its beginning. The industrial city might seem as the collective body armor of our culture, a pathological effort to distance us from close contact with the natural continuum from which we evolve. And we want it, because each person who's infected with that antipathy to nature, albeit non-conscious, is in some sense leaning towards this and may have no choice. Eric Fromm brilliantly says that death is no longer symbolically expressed by unpleasant-smelling feces or corpses, the necrophilia. Its symbols of the necrophilia are now clean, shining machines. We're in one. And the reality behind this antiseptic facade becomes increasingly visible. Man, in the name of progress, is transforming the world into a stinking and poisonous place. He pollutes the air, the water, the soil, the animals, and himself. And he's doing this to a degree that has made it doubtful whether the earth will still be livable within 100 years from now. One of the other terms, as we said, is governmentality. We'll look at paternalism. That's another word to look up. Corporatocracy. And in the solution section, we're going to another classic one, very important word, adultism. Adultism. One of the boss hogs and senior brainchilds behind all this nonsense, Dr. Jose Delgado, psychopath extraordinaire, he says we need a program of psychosurgery for political control of our society. The purpose is the physical control of the mind. Everyone who deviates from the given norm can be surgically mutilated. The individual may think that the most important reality is his own existence, but this is only his personal point of view. So much for your individualism. This lacks historical perspective. Man does not have the right to develop his own mind. This kind of liberal orientation has great appeal. We must electronically control the brain. Someday armies and generals will be controlled by electronic stimulation of the brain. Fromm says that behaviorist theory does not interest itself in the subjective forces which drive man or to behave in a certain way. It is not concerned with what he feels, but only with how he behaves, and in the social conditioning that shapes his behavior. And why not? If we're all on strings, if we remain infantile, they're almost right. Thomas Hobbes, important person to know, is one of the architects of this kind of thinking. Human activities, human beings are physical objects, is the Hobbesian point of view. According to sophisticated machines, all of all of whose functions and activities can be described and explained in purely mechanistic terms. Even thought itself, therefore, must be understood as an instance of the physical operation of the human body, right? The physicalist. Sensation, for example, involves a series of mechanical processes operating within the human nervous system by means of which the sensible features of material things produce ideas in the brain of the human beings who perceive them. I mean, it's just beyond belief. Describing a human being in terms of a machine. The high priests of physicalism. And then this great intellect goes on to say that the state of peace among men living side by side is not the natural state. The natural state is one of war. Remember we were talking about the pathology of people in a total state of psychic deremption? And as I said, everything they touch turns to discords. Well, this priceless piece of wisdom that this guy's just given us is his consciousness. How can a man who's at peace within make a statement like that? Thomas Hobbes and the favored technique of the time. Or Thomas Hobbes used the favored technique of the time, pure reason, to try and deduce the origins of the social and political structures that held the world together. He made the case that in the state of nature, man was governed by nothing but his own appetites and aversions and was free to do anything to get what he wanted, including murdering his neighbor. In short, humanity lived in a benighted state of war. For humankind to escape from the homicidal pursuit of self-interest that was our natural inclination, social regulation had to be imposed from on high by a sovereign. You think that was written in the 1700s? We got the modern thing walking loose today. Daniel C. Dennett, so-called professor. The individual cells that compose you are alive, but we now understand life well enough to appreciate that each cell is a mindless mechanism, a largely autonomous micro-robot no more conscious than a yeast cell. Until fairly recently, this idea of a rather magical extra ingredient was the only candidate for an explanation of consciousness that even seemed to make sense. For many people, this idea, dualism, is still the only vision of consciousness that makes any sense to them. But there is now widespread agreement among them, scientists and philosophers, that dualism must be simply false. We are each made of mindless robots and nothing else. He's talking about himself. No non-physical, non-robotic ingredients at all. These are the masters of deception, the paid high priests of the global village. They'll go to any lengths, you see, to do this. As I said, the machines. Cybernetic man is so alienated that he experiences his body as an instrument for success. If you're against nature, you're against the self. So his body now must look youthful and healthy. It is experienced narcissistically as the most precious asset on the personality market. And the media is constantly selling this mechanistic ideology. Remember, human rather than being. We fall for it. And it's just like, give them a chance. They're going to sell us the aging idea. Well, wait a minute, what comes with that? Immortality? Do you realize that that's completely unsustainable? If an emotional being was to live for maybe more than 100 years and it was immortal, they would die. Because your emotions don't allow you to live very long. Because conscience is painful. And an immortal man, like they show in The Day the Earth Stood Still or whatever, could not live that long with the pain and suffering of really existing. Because the pain of conscience, and the Highlander movie, seeing the deaths and the world, even the philosophical, the angst that you see, is crushing to the human spirit. You couldn't live much longer. So when they're selling you an idea of immortality, they're selling it to a non-human. As we said in the beginning, a being that doesn't exist, purely human, no being. A conscienceless being is the only one that can be a god or an immortal. We've been examining the architecture of tyranny, the anatomy of tyranny. Now we switch gears and start looking more at the anatomy of selfhood. Because that is ultimately what we want to return to. Everything else is a subset of that. Other change is a subset of that. When the psyche split and the ego was born, it was born out of a necessity, the necessity to alleviate the trauma. It's classic. Split the mind, box it off, lock it up, put it in the attic, and carry on. That was the remedy at the time. But as any psychologist knows, that schizophrenia is not necessarily a solution to the problem, is it? We made ourselves sicker. We were sick, we wanted to get away from it, and we made ourselves even sicker in the process of trying to try and find healing. But it's not true healing. And never to forget also that when I talk about a trauma, we are all individually smarting from it. It was yesterday, it was that short time ago. And so the human psyche is still reeling from the shock. But we start by shifting gears. I want to introduce a word that, to me, other than know thyself, which I think is the greatest words ever written, and if you understand what the depth of what they mean, you can dispense with most of the scriptures of the world. And in fact, the scriptures are great because they even contain that very sentiment in them. But to me, one of the second greatest words in the human language is imagination. And perhaps we don't fully understand what is meant by that amazing term. Imagination is basically, it describes the landscape that is the eigenwelt. So all the processes in totality that go on within, and we'll look at them in more detail in a minute. Imagination is basically that kaleidoscope. Everybody's internal landscape is different. Some have a wintry landscape, some have a solar, it's all different. No two people's inner landscape is the same by any means. Even though we've talked about the forces that come in to make it so. Imagination is in everyone. Even psychopaths have it. Ted Bundy had it. No matter how destructive you are, you have, in fact, one could say they have a bit of a too. Their imagination is a bit out of control, in fact. The point being that imagination is in everyone. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Everybody fantasizes, everybody has wish fulfillment, and a lot of us have a creative or spiritual drive as well. So it's there, even in the most destructive of people. It's a miraculous thing, and it's rarely marveled, rarely cherished. But the thing is that just as an external landscape can be beautiful, as they are, or ugly, as the case may be, so can the inner landscape also be either beautiful or very ugly. Now, imagination, the properties of imagination are, of course, very miraculous. A stone doesn't sit thinking what it's like to be a man, but you, a man or woman, can contemplate or imagine what it's like to be a stone. You can imagine riding a horse even if you've never ridden one. You can imagine what it's like to go to the Crusades, or deep sea dive, or fly up into the stars. It allows you to project your consciousness into the future even, helping you to attain those goals that we spoke of earlier on. Nietzsche pointed out that, we don't create our own thoughts. They come to us out of the abyss. And God created the universe out of nothing. Thoughts are created every day out of nothing. He said it's almost presumptuous to say, I think. You're sort of taking the credit for something that almost happens spontaneously. There's another action going on. And so in other words, your imagination is when the universe is speaking to you. People speak to you from the outside. The universe communicates to you through the imagination body. The body being a receiver. The church father Origen said, you yourself are even another little world, and have within you the sun, the moon, and also the stars. William Blake, the English poet, said that in your own bosom you bear your heaven and earth, and all you behold. Though it appears without, it is within. In your imagination, of which this world of mortality is but a shadow. He's not like some Eastern mystic saying, then pay no attention to this shadowy lower world. He doesn't mean that at all. He just said that in contrast to what you can create for yourself within. The external world of what other people put together and other people create is of a lesser level. He goes on to say that the eternal body of man is the imagination. So that which is eternal within you is the imagination. The imagination, he says, rises from the mind's abyss and seeks more expanded senses than the five making up that abyss. If I had to say, I want to know what it is to ride a horse. If you have to physically go and find one, bring it in here, I've got to get on it, learn a bit, and then ride it, it takes time. You had to bring the horse across a certain distance. So time, distance, space, and speed are all involved in a physical act. In here, it's out of time. It happens instantaneously. I'm already doing it, but as soon as you think of it. And the imagination says, well, I could ride Pegasus, a white horse with wings across the sky, a creature that doesn't even exist. We've already transcended the limitations of time through the imagination. But Blake was aware, as others are aware, that opening the doors of perception, a lot of people don't want to do that. And he understood also that there was reasons why people didn't want to do that. Why would the toxic person open the doors to something that's going to make them feel even more foul and filthy? They don't want to open the door, the portal to the universal intelligence, because they might in fact suffer considerable mental derangement and breakdown from that activity. Now, D.W. Winnicott, a psychologist, American psychologist, said, can you see the one essential way in which science and intuition contrast with each other? True intuition can reach to a truth in a flash, whereas in science, the whole truth is never reached. So the other quality, remember we spoke about either in one short life with everything to know, you either give up knowing everything or you try something else, a completely different, quantum, spontaneous, holographic, holotropic download system. Or even perhaps, like Socrates said, there is no learning, it is all remembrance. You already are it. Sigmund Freud said, the decisive rules of logic don't apply in the unconscious. We could call it the empire of the illogical. It doesn't run along the same lines. That's why science can never fathom it. Robert Temple says that the beginnings of the concept of dissociation are commonly attributed to Pierre Janet in 1889. Janet's interpretation is that systems of ideas are split off from the major personality and exist as a subordinate personality, unconscious, but capable of becoming represented in consciousness through hypnosis. Janet was the first to introduce the term subconscious to refer to a level of cognitive functioning out of awareness that could on occasion become conscious. This non-conscious realm is the habitat, the abode of the imperial self we were talking about. It's partly a wasteland into which the imperial self has been thrown. Or alternatively, it is from that place that the imperial self speaks. It speaks from that realm. In 1898, the psychologist Dr. Morton Prince remarked on the possibility of there being, normally in all of us, a lower stratum of consciousness which is alive to everything about us while our upper minds are busy. Remember, the ego is facing outwards into the world. And by the way, the vast majority of Sigmund Freud's theories on the conscious and the unconscious and its dynamics, and even the libido and the will to power and all of these different concepts, are all prefigured in several philosophers that you know the name of, but it was never recognized. Freud's work was an enormous debt to, first of all, Arthur Schopenhauer, where almost every major Freudian concept is in Schopenhauer, and Freud read Schopenhauer, and secondly, Friedrich Nietzsche. And I'm not talking to a small degree, I mean to a very, very astounding degree. Just that's a side note. Now, Heraclitus, on the unconscious, said, you could not reach the ends of the psyche, though you went the whole way, so deep is its nature. So your compasses and protractors and meters and psychotherapies, all of this is merely surface. Freud himself said, nothing can be brought to an end in the unconscious. Nothing is past and forgotten. He's talking about the ancestral wisdom reservoir, which contains, as I said, the scars and the wreck and ruin, but also something vastly more infinite than that, the whole reservoir of the world's experience. What kind of experience? We'll talk about in a minute. The greatest psychologist of that era, a man whose genius is hard to even put into words, George Grodek, again, largely unknown because of the work that he did. He was a pioneer of psychoanalysis, and you should look up his name and study him because this man was absolutely incredible. when it came to healing. Grodek says from his own book, the book of the It, which just means the book of the subconscious, the id, it must not be forgotten that the brain, and therefore the intellect, is itself created by the id. Long before the brain comes into existence, the it of man, right, the id, the subconscious, of man is already active in thinking without the brain, since it must first construct the brain before it can use it to think with. This is the fundamental point, and one we are inclined to ignore or forget. In the assumption that one thinks only with the brain is to be found the origin of 1,001 absurdities, the origin also of many invaluable discoveries and inventions, much that adorns life and much that makes it ugly. Positioning the brain as the center of nucleus, big mistake. Over and against the it, there stands the ego, that's the conscious mind, the I, which I take to be merely the tool of the it, but which we are forced by nature to regard as its master. So it makes a lot of noise, as we said. It's waving over here, hey, I'm the boss. Actually, you're just the doorkeeper. The German philosopher Leibniz said that it is a great source of error to believe that there is no perception in the soul besides those of which it is conscious. So the unconscious concept goes way back. Theodor Rozak says the id is that very proto-human psychic core that our evolution has spent millions of years molding to fit the planetary environment. Its seeming unruliness deserves a deeper understanding, if only because it grows from a long evolutionary history. In the course of that history, its dominant characteristics must have been selected for some good reason. He's just saying that the thing is absolutely ancient. The ego is new, subjectivity is new, pathology is new. But we house an ancestral intelligence that is unmined, untapped, except by the few geniuses. Rozak goes on to say that id conserves from its long maturing process our treasury of ecological intelligence. Its intractability stems from its deeply ingrained resistance to all social forms and that endanger the harmony of the human and the natural. Its untamed selfishness represents a bond between psyche and cosmos whose distant origins reach back to the initial conditions of the Big Bang. So the resistance, of the unconscious to being changed or being chained is because it has its own agenda. You can't invite an angel into a bird box. Just as there is a wisdom of the body, he says, which often has a better sense of health than medical science, so too there may be the wisdom of the id that knows what sanity is better than any school of psychiatry, whose standard of normality is essentially a defense of misconceived social necessity. Research has shown, this is Robert Temple saying this, research shows that even under deep hypnosis, part of the mind remains aware. Deep hypnosis. I don't know if most people even understand what that means. They have a grade. And this grade is very interesting because there's only certain suggestible types that can go into this deep form of hypnosis. But for years and years and years, they've studied them. And hypnotists have loosely referred to this deep, subtle field of awareness. Guess what? The self. Well, wait. Rewind. I thought there's no such thing as the self in the I. Or you'd meet the average common or garden skeptic going, that's all a bunch of crap. Well, too bad. The evidence has come in from you know who these people are? SRI, Stanford Research Institute. And their related orgs. Millions of dollars put into this. And they all finally come up with, don't really want to admit this, but guess we better. The self exists. And it's not a social construct. In fact, it resists all forms of control from the external. The term that they used for it is the hidden observer. When these people are put back into hypnotic trances, they know, they can sense, they can hear. It's not physical, of course, it's very remote, it's very intuitive, but they can hear the voice of the therapist to a certain point. And then they go deeper where that reality completely cuts off. And that's quite deep, that's very, very deep. Then they sense themselves, even under a state of hypnosis. And then they sense the other. And after a long period of time, they come up with the term the hidden observer. It's nothing more than the self. As for the deep self, presumed to be identical with Hilgard's hidden observer, standing partially outside of time, there is a great deal of evidence for this phenomenon. Well, shit, guess they just forgot to tell us that in school, huh? Bit of an oversight. Just forgivable. Bashing you over the head with the Bible and everything else, but just forgot to tell you you are it. The fullest account of it is in the remarkable book Divided Consciousness by one of America's most noted psychologists, Professor Ernest Hildegard. In his book, Hildegard points out that the very word profound comes from the Latin profundus, meaning near the bottom. Near the bottom? Well, the bottom, what have the Christians done to up and down and bottom and high? Near the bottom is, ooh, that's all Dante's Inferno, Bela Lugosi and all that. Yeah. Now we find out the abode of the self is down below, as so many legends and myths had said. Greg D. Jacobs, another one of these insiders who's forced, by the way, you can really see this when you read the book, good as it is in parts. They got no choice left. It's not because these people are not saying this stuff because they want to, because they bloody well have to. Because the other paradigm has run aground badly. It's been shot full of holes. So Greg Jacobs, right, in his book, he calls it the ancestral mind. The ancestral mind arose long before logic or language appeared, and because it came online first, it has maintained its ability to operate as a separate system, quite independent of the thinking mind. The ancestral mind learned to communicate emotional information intuitively, non-verbally, and non-consciously over the course of millions of years. Pity his forebears in the universities didn't admit this. And much of the emotional communication between people today is still non-verbal and unconscious. It was the work of neuroscientist Joseph Ledoux that provided the physiological evidence for the key role played by the unconscious processing in our emotional life. His research not only confirmed the functioning of the ancestral mind, quite apart from the thinking mind, but also demonstrated that the brain itself gives priority to unconscious messages from this older part of us. Jung says, we know that the mask, remember we earlier said that vast majority of the people in the world, for very clear reasons to them, don't want any contact with that realm. That's why we're all living out here entangled in the domestic minutiae. Jung explains why. He says, we know that the mask of the unconscious isn't rigid. It reflects the face we turn toward it. Hostility lends it a threatening aspect. Friendliness softens its features. There you are. It's specular. It's specular. It's purely magical. If you approach it with false curiosity, fear, anxiety, anger, aggressiveness, evil intent, you'll meet demons. And they do. If you turn the other face towards it, of confidence, love, understanding, you see, and fearlessness, you meet your angels. But that is a wall. That is Chakari. That is the place of the final frontier. To cross over there, you will stand on the ground that will morph under your feet into what you are. Right? Saibak met himself and wept that he had been duped. So it is with us. The face we meet of God is our projection of ourselves. So if you go in there with the wrong intent, watch out. And that is why that realm is closed off to a vast majority of people in this world. Because this one statement is absolutely monumental. It's one of the greatest statements anybody could make. Because it throws all these lies about the unconscious and the soul into the dirt. That thing is mercurial. In every sense of the word. Jung says it. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to stop from facing their souls. Then I have a question about those kinds of people. And we'll be exploring exactly that kind of person in Age of Manipulation 3, in Psychic Vampirism. Nietzsche says, look, why does man not see things as they are? Because he himself is standing in the way. He conceals things. The surrealist artist Magritte said that everything we want to look at conceals something else we want to look at. Again, talking about the unusualness of perception. But what is Nietzsche talking about? He's talking about the social persona. That's what stands in the way, right? That pseudo-self, that counterfeit self, is standing in the way of a direct relationship with things. Back to the main theme, because this is the key to freedom, how to unlock this antipathy to nature, which has caused so much pain and destruction and aggression in the world. Again, as we say, it came from the prehistoric trauma. Not only does this concept allow us to improve upon those psychological theories, as we said, instead of shame and guilt, we can track this whole thing back to antipathy to nature. But as I alluded to before, it goes much deeper than just antipathy to nature. Given that we finally click, we twig it, that self and nature are one. So it's a Ouroboros. The antipathy to nature is ultimately, as you just heard, they've all talked about how our mind was fashioned over millions of years by what? Nature. It is nature. The body is obviously nature. We didn't create it. So in this antipathy that, yes, ostensibly, technically, is externalized to nature itself, it is ultimately reflected in our relationship to ourselves. It's reciprocal. It's a feedback loop. And that is a certainty. It's not negotiable. That antipathy towards nature is antipathy towards the self, and this is the fall. This is the true fall. The fall from nature. Rollo May says that self implies world and world self. There is neither without the other. And each is understandable only in terms of the other. The German rationalist, philosopher Friedrich Schelling said it in fantastic term. He said, fantastic way, nature is visible spirit. Spirit is invisible nature. One could say in New Age terminology, nature around you is your Merkaba, your aura. Everyone talks about auras. Well, your aura is the whole universe of which you were always at the center. Every single human being occupies the center of the universe, by the way. The Native American Indians understood this with their medicine wheel. And it happens to be a fact. Obviously, the trauma that started all of this, including the genetic interference, is many thousands of years ago. Whether it was 13,500 or 50, it's really irrelevant, isn't it? So we can't physically, in some sort of Doctor Who scenario, go back physically to that place and undo the knot. That's fiction. And as a matter of fact, you don't even have to. There's other ways to collapse time. Remember that thing we started off with? The imagination. Now you're going to find out how important it is. And why it's so absolutely superior to any form of technology. Is because that imagination that can do things with time, right, allows you not to go back in time, but to bring the trauma here to you now. You do the opposite. It's like something out of the martial arts. We can't go back physically, but we can bring the trauma to consciousness here, where we are now. Bring it in front of us. Call it in front of you to deal with it. Once you know that it is a problem, right? So you don't regress. That's deadly. Some people have tried that. The Jim Morrison types, those who plunge in, to swim around in the abyss. I understand it. I understand it. But it doesn't work. Because the waters are too powerful. The river Leve is too powerful. Thor had to hang on to dear life to the rowan tree because the gales were blowing him away. So the rowan became sacred to the Arya because the god clung to it for dear life as he negotiated the trials of the underworld. Odin lost an eye. Horus lost an eye. Mortally wounded. Mortally wounded. You don't need to do that. You don't regress, you invert. You bring the trauma back. And you do that by simply stepping out into nature and say hello. Because nature is eternal. Nature is timeless. So even though the trauma that existed that made the rend between us, right, was technically, historically, a long time ago, it certainly wasn't in our personal life, so what, are we just stuck with it then? No. Each individual has imagination, this ability to constellate and concertina the time of history. And go out, not the surf, bungee jump and skydive, or do the other preposterous bullshit that people do when they walk out into nature so their dog can take a piss. No, no, no. This going out is different. This day, you leave the fishing rod behind. This day you go for the first time as if you were doing it millennia ago. And you open dialogue, ultimately with yourself, but you do it to nature, to her. You go and say, hello, I'm back. And you will be. The moment that you do it, you will be, because she's waiting to talk to you. The conversation is long overdue, but she's very, very patient and has waited for each one of us to return. And you sit down and you have a tete-a-tete under the stars or under the sun, it's your choice. Beside the sea, on a rock, under a mushroom, wherever you want to do. It's your garden, it's your place. You pick the time and you go. It's not the going, it is the way that you go. Because that is the unconscious that we spoke of just a few minutes ago. So when you walk into it, how you walk is of unimaginable importance. The whole thing rests in how you walk that road. If you want the right angels to come, don't you have to signal the right call? Don't you have to press the right button? Don't you have to sing the right song? Vladimir Soloviev, the Russian writer, he said that it is time men realized their oneness with Mother Earth and rescued her from lifelessness so they can also save themselves from death. But what oneness can we have with the Earth when we have no such oneness, no such relationship with ourselves? Now for the true investigation of the solutions. When we spoke about imagination being a totality of experience, that's a magical act. A magical act is one that affects you physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, the lot, in one. Actually, very few things do that. Nature, obviously. Music is another. It becomes hard to think of any other. There are other ones, of course. The center of Nietzsche's teachings, it almost becomes a joke to think how this man was so utterly misinterpreted. It's almost a subject in itself. It would make you weep. The center of his theories of consciousness, of the whole problem of existence, and technically he is an existentialist, is this concept of getting out of this, getting out of the reason, getting out of the mind, deconstructing all this nonsense, all the religion, all the mysterium. But what good are you if you don't replace it with something else? Well, if you read a lot of Nietzsche people, you'd think he never replaced it with anything else. You'd think this man ran around with a sledgehammer, debunking and destroying and breaking down and slandering and histrionics, and yet quite the reverse. And nothing could be further from the truth. He replaced it with what you might want to refer to as the aesthetic experience, the aesthetic life, the aesthetic experience, the aesthetic life, in fact. And that is because in each individual's life, even a child, but think back to the primitive man. These two things now run along parallel. You have the Hegelian historical process, when what we're going to describe happened to the first man somewhere back when. And it also happens coterminously in the individual life of an individual stereotypical person. And that is this act of one day, while you're plowing the field, milking the goat, or even watching your army proceed to war, bringing water from the well, something happens. If you watch the movie Fearless with Jeff Bridges, he goes through it on the airplane that's about to crash. Suddenly, a man or a woman looks up, a child looks up, and is struck with something. And it's called awe of the unimaginable beauty of a sunset, or the unimaginable beauty of the ocean, or the flowers, or something in the spring air. And that awe response is not mental. It's total. It's of the imagination, and it's what's known as aesthetic experience. And in fact, our very first link with the universe, the first opening of the communication portal, was that. The universe spoke to us by its pure beauty. And Nietzsche was incredibly conscious of this, to such an extent that he became obsessed with it. And to him, anything but this experience was livid, morbid, and vile. And when one understands this, you understand why the man was a few shillings short of a pound note. You understand it. Why he wanted to throw the moneylenders out. And he couldn't think of how to rip it down. How do you tear this lie down? Now this awe doesn't happen rationally. You're not measuring the sun, thinking how far is the ocean going in or out? Let me analyze the green color of it. Or this is the Pacific Ocean, not the Atlantic. Let me tell you all about it. It's none of that stuff. It's something immediate. It's something awesome, right? Now, we're working with people who are trying to limit it down, package it, or virtualize it. And what is the tool that you use for all of this magic? Simple perception. Nothing rational required, simple perception. As a matter of fact, the aesthetic experience was the origin of science. First man had the awe. This is brought up by Hegel, concedes this. That when man looked up and saw the beauty of the mountains and the mist and the clouds, or the animals and the dew on the deer, right? And he saw it, or the beauty of a tree. That is the origin of the curiosity that later led to science. So these bloody scientists don't realize that it is this totality of experience that gave rise to that which is their scientism. Because that is how you got curious about what that thing is, and went to look at it and fondle it and discover it and understand it. And in the end, make it symbolic for you, you see. The horse, the lion, all of this. The fascination that became science opened up with an immediate, full brain, omnipotent, plastic, omnidirectional response that Nietzsche was absolutely devoted to. His philosophy is total about this. That's when you hear all this rhetoric about the Dionysian and the Apollonian and all of this nonsense that people have misinterpreted. This is what he was exploring, and he was caught up in it. Alvin Boyd Kuhn says that thinking which does not start from and continue in close relation to its foundation in the physical universe must lead to falsity. When that cord is severed, when man is not using the earth to instruct him, when he's being guided by the misguided, how could it possibly lead to anything but the disaster that we see all around us today? Nature is the instructor. So, as these people like Nietzsche understood, we're not thinking. Heidegger says, the most thought-provoking thing in our thought-provoking time is that we are still not thinking. And boy, is he right, because thinking for him is not some mechanical action of the brain that some computer is going to do tomorrow. And my little magical 8-level chess set can do pretty much as good as I can. No. Thinking is something vaster than that. He too was speaking about this aesthetic response. Now, a spontaneous response to nature's vastness and beauty is fundamental to healthy, authentic existence. It is a direct and total experience involving mind, heart, and body. It is not contrived and is, in fact, the self responding to its own majesty. When you go out to her, you're looking in a mirror, by the way. Now, the aesthetic response is possible because of what we are, not what we have become. Of course, the designs of our cities, again, I emphasize this, the designs of our towns, our cities, prevents this. Nobody's going to sew on a button today, let alone dig a well. There's no artisans anymore. We're not truly productive. We know nothing about the earth. In fact, as I said, kind of joking about it, our relationship with nature is almost recreational to an incredible degree. But that's not a relationship with nature. Catherine Froger, an expert on Nietzsche, she says that it is important that human beings maintain a kind of awe with respect to the greater whole of which we are a part, since this not only provides us with an important fountain of meaning, but also prevents us from trying to engage in destructive conquest of the world, which is our home. The sensibility and capacity, once awakened, is the main characteristic that serves to separate one human being from another. This is my writing. So I'm saying that you can divide people. We've spoken about 2 or 3 ways to divide the human race. This is another one, very important one. The sensibility and capacity, once awakened, is the main characteristic that serves to separate one human being from another. It is the manner by which authenticity and individuality are achieved. This is because an aesthetic response to the landscape or a piece of music or whatever it might be, just sitting looking at the light coming through the window, cannot be shared or quantified. It is an act to and for the self. It can't be measured. Each person's response is their own. We had all the collectivism we've explained, right? And it can be toppled like a house of cards in 1 second by this Nietzschean theory. Because it is purely an individual thing. Topically, we like to say, yeah, you felt moved by that piece of music as I did. You know, this is just daily stuff. Ultimately, when you really go into the experience, it is not in any way the same. It is absolutely unique because it's something that's coming out of your own self. What such an experience evokes within you is yours alone. And that center of privacy, that ownership, is the first act of individuality and independence. But all the other forms are pseudo-versions. Or, largely, as we say, sharing between two or more people. That's the complete antithesis of this. Now, the aesthetic sensibility is activated by way of perception. We were born with a capacity for perception and with the organs of perception. We were born with eyes. Moreover, we are born with a capacity of awe. We did not create the organs or the capacity. Furthermore, we did not create the object of our awe. We did not create the beauty that surrounds, we merely perceive it. And the ancient Arya and that kind of people, the Druids, the Shaman, aware of this. That's why they have reverence towards it. They damn well know they didn't create it and bring it into being. That's why they protect it. Look where we are today. In one of the most ancient texts of India, the Srimad Bhagavatam. Ancient text, almost undateable. Here's what you read. Aryans do not kill even the smallest plant unnecessarily, not to speak of cutting trees for sense gratification. Aryans do not distinguish between lower and higher grades of life. All life should be protected. All living beings have the right to live, even the trees and plants. This is the basic principle of an Aryan civilization. And they didn't mean Aryan in the way it's been portrayed to us. Arya is anyone who is of the truth, in any culture, in any race. Back to Fromm's biophilia and necrophilia. Biophilia is the passionate love of life and of all that is alive. It is the wish to further growth, whether in a person, a plant, an idea, or a social group. The biophilious person wants to be more rather than to have more. Alan Watts, speaking on the same subject, says, lack of knowledge about the evolution of the organic from the inorganic, coupled with misleading myths about coming into this world from somewhere outside, has made it difficult for us to see that the biosphere arises or goes with a certain degree of geological and astronomical evolution. As Douglas E. Harding has pointed out, we tend to think of this planet as a life-infested rock, which is as absurd as thinking the body as a cell-infested skeleton. Surely all forms of life, including man, must be understood as symptoms of the Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy, in which case we cannot escape the conclusion that the galaxy is intelligent. Heidegger put it this way. You're sitting here, or you're writing on a piece of paper. That paper sits upon the desk. The desk sits upon the floor. The floor sits upon the foundations of the house. The house sits upon the earth. The earth sits upon what? Right? The universe. And on it goes. Everything is nestled in everything else. The apple on the tree cannot be considered distinct from anything else around it, because it's on the twig, it's on the branch, it's on the bough, it's on the trunk, it's on the ground, and in the soil. And the soil is part of the earth, of which is nestled in the universe, and so on and so on and so on. So how can anything be separate from anything else? These are these misleading points that Watts is talking about. We do not come into this world, we come out of it as leaves from a tree, as the ocean waves. The universe peoples. Why we don't see this is because of this narrow, false way of seeing. The alteration, helped by all the neurosis and whatever else, the false, narrow way of seeing. Way of seeing, very important. Alvin Boyd Kuhn puts it in the best language you could imagine. The real Maya, right? The Vedic term for the cage of the world, the home of the spirit, into which you're locked and incarcerated. Wrong. And they are wrong. You just go back before them. Go back to the original tantric earlier religions from which they have arisen. So it's completely the opposite. It's all priest lip. Mushroom heads. Kuhn jumps in and says, the real Maya or illusion is not the natural forms, but the mind's propensity to conceive or project forms created by its own inventiveness, but which do not agree with the truth extant or potential in nature. So the Maya in which these priests think they're caught, and which whole cults of Sai Babas and God knows what Anandas have risen up, are based in an understanding that is completely false. Aberrant thinking is the Maya. Looking at Ishvara, looking at Prakriti, looking at the Maya, right, with the distorted eyes is the Maya, not that itself. That inverts a hell of a lot when you fully understand the depth of that. The quantum scientist Werner Heisenberg says it another way. He says, what we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of understanding. Yeah, our demented method of understanding. But you in this life can change that. Freud called for oceanic experience to get out of the pathology. He called for what we're talking about right here. He said it's very, very necessary. Very, very necessary. Crucial to heal the antipathy. Oceanic experiences. Go out and be there. Go out and talk to nature. Develop a relationship like you have done all your life with people who give you back all them cues and affectations. You think that it's only human beings that exist in this world? What about the inanimate things? Joe, inanimate, look at that. What more hierarchical, territorial speciesism could we have, right? And again, it's not what you experience, it's the way that you do it. The guy beside you, the girl beside you may not get it at all. Doesn't matter about them. And you're not meant to impose upon them either or force them, because that's an act of violence on their consciousness. They are where they need to be, as you need to be where you are. Them to talk to you and turn you away from the way you are is an act of psychic violence. You to take them out of their ignorance is an act of psychic violence. Neither one is justified. Aniela Jaff says that in alchemy, the prime material, right, that's the basis of all things, was often represented by such monstrous and fabulous creatures, mixed forms of animals. In psychological terms, they would probably symbolize the original total consciousness out of which the individual ego can rise and begin to develop towards maturity. So in other words, the earliest form of that which was real was symbolized by animals, as we see in the Egyptian. That's because they had reverence towards nature. But what do we get 5 minutes later? Pope Pius IX did not permit a society for the prevention of cruelty to animals to be founded in Rome because, as he declared, theology teaches that man owes no duty to any animal. In fact, the word animal actually means, purely literally, bad spirit. Anima. With an A on the front, right? The opposite. Mal being evil. How about that? The Egyptians are telling you that the animal represents your inner sense, the inner archetypes, the inner template. We know that even now that animals heal people. They actually heal the sick, bring people out of comas and all that. Bad spirits. We touched on it earlier about the the difficulty of even penetrating the mind, penetrating the unconscious. Alongside that is this other bizarre fallacy that it's a place to be looking in anyway. When most people even talk topically about the unconscious, you get this idea that it's some sort of dark cellar, or some attic. Norman Bates. Some dark little hangout for Dracula's coffin. It's all nonsense. It's not a place. You can't open the mind and look. It's a way of seeing. Who brings this out? Who emphasized this over and over again? The Freuds didn't listen. They went off in another direction. There was a great productivity in doing that. But Grodak had it all along. There's no circuitry of the superego and it's connected to this and all. It's not like, it's an anatomy, but it's not like that. It's not an anatomy in the head. It's an anatomy of perception, a way of seeing. Grodak is most careful to insist that the id is not a thing in itself, but merely a way of seeing. Well then, what do you need psychologists for? What do you need any experts for? You can change your way of seeing instantly. You are the only one who can. The mechanical model is for all the guys in the white coats to get in there and mess with it. Monty Python, giving birth in the Graham Chapman and his contraptions. Right? That's what that's all about. Saw your leg off. They love that because that's like, we can now get in there and fix you. How can you fix a way of seeing? In fact, in Greek, the word for I know, right? That word also means I have seen. Now, on one level it seems kind of obvious, but to see, to perceive is the same word as to know. And let's not forget the perception is both external, right, the world, and internal, the inner being the imagination body. But even when the way of seeing is turned inside, even when perception is turned inside, it's still a way of seeing, the way of seeing yourself, either sadistically or non-sadistically. And again, back to Ponty's original point. You, by being existent, this thing called an I, this ability to perceive, nucleates opposites like we began with. Because you are an object as much as any object that you would look at. But you are the subject. So to all intents and purposes, the very act of perception, how simple this is, concertinas opposites and duality out of existence. No paths, no gurus, no incense waving, no mushroom concoctions and dancing over coals and swinging from what God knows what. No evangelist tents and baptisms and holy books. You already are it. And Julian Jaynes said that nothing in consciousness, there's nothing there, there's nothing in consciousness that is not an analog of something that was in behavior first. Now, on one level, right, that sounds very negative, right? A physicalist, oh, physicalist, materialist. No, no, no. No, no, no. We already talked about the physicalist. That's not the same thing. So your body transcends duality. No man, no single being that has ever lived had a clearer and more perceptive and more accurate understanding of the role of the body physical than Wilhelm Reich. And subsequently, one would also mention Alexander Lau and his prodigy. The fact that Wilhelm Reich died in a federal stockade, of course, yeah, just incidental. Try to heal people, you know. It sucks. But the keys of enlightenment lie in his work. For one reason, enlightenment has very little to do with light, which we'll get to in a minute. In his schemata, again, very stripped down, remember we touched on that thing at the profundus, that the self exists in the pits and the depths, in Hades, as opposed to heaven, so to speak. Well, the same analog we come across in Wilhelm Reich's theory of the bioenergy of the body, the life force, the very thing that keeps us alive every second of every minute. And the bioenergy being the song of life, being the very gift that we've got from the universe, right? In his schemata, the surface, or up, is the surface skin of the body, the outer shell. The core is downwards in their scheme, towards the core. And here's the real masterstroke. Did you know that he followed in Grodek's steps to deconstruct this whole model of the mind? He really took up that piece and believed that the ego is in fact the body, particularly the skin, the surface of the body. This can be quite difficult for those who are not familiar with this. And that the self, instead of being up here, as we said, in that dark cavern, you know, the self is the core of the bioenergy, where it radiates from within, in the core of the center. Or down, as opposed to up. Right? Do you see what this means on one level? All that rhetoric about, oh yeah, descending energy from the crown chakra and all this stuff. Outside of you, in other words, is a lot of bunk. Energy pulsates from within to the surface and back again, not from up to down. This is, again, this infection of this false yoga, false religious claptrap. The energy can go a lot of places, but it actually pulsates from the core to the surface of the body. Same way when you fall asleep, that's what's happening. It's retracting, it's not going up. Your energy is flagging and it's retracting to the core, and the body becomes flaccid and you go to sleep. And when you wake up, it's flushing to the surface again. Where have we heard that before? Right? The ancient Arya, the Vedics, it's similar to the chakra system, is it not? The core, at least. It's the old Aryan teaching, nothing is new. They also call it the Mesla, the Fohat, the Shushumna. The serpent energy. Julian Jaynes has pointed out that the subjective space is a recent phenomenon. Studies of primitive peoples show that they have no words for emotions, or that their explanations of subjective and emotional states are restricted to explanations of the external space and situation, or to their sensations at the time. This implies that the body and ego should be considered the same thing. That's right. Reams and reams of research show that there is no recollection or verbalizing of inner emotional experiences. It's the space that they're in, meaning the place that the body, skin, registers, because you have to have, the skin is registering what's happening, right? Your outer surface is the antenna. So all descriptions of experience were that, which goes a long way to proving what Reich's point was. One miracle of the body is the simple spine. They talk about the thing about the bumblebees, not shouldn't be able to fly, and what a few of these other ones. My God, the spine, you shouldn't even be able to stand up, if you think about it. You shouldn't be able, if you had a skeleton here, right, and you hung it up by one of those hooks, that's why it has to be hung up with a hook. If you took the hook off, the thing will crumble to the ground. And it doesn't matter if there's some fatty tissue and flesh and bone and muscle is put there. The skeleton, we should not be able to stand up with the big cavity here and the weight of the neck and the spine itself. We should be all 90 degrees over. How come we're not? The bioenergy of the body. And the cellular intelligence, the concentration. Think of the language of the body. Think of it. If you are in a state of concentration, your body posture will show it to a second person, won't they? That you're concentrated. If you're sitting playing an instrument of any kind, your posture and your focus and your body has altered its posture. If you're in an attitude of reverence or prayer, there's a whole different look about your face, as we can see in the medieval art. If you're in fear, they say your skin crawls, right? Or your hands shake or the breath becomes shorter. Your body is doing something. The body is acting. If you feel embarrassed, your face reddens, right? If you get angry, your legs often tremble. If there's danger, you say the hair stands up at the back of our necks. When we have awe, our eyes often get wider. When there's sexual arousal, we have vitality and attention of the physical body takes over from the mind. Right? And during sex, the ego, which is the surface of the body, becomes relaxed, isn't it? That's because the inner core is having a day. It's day now. At least we got something in there. One up on the ego. Ha, ha. That's why we're addicted to it. That's why we're sex mad. Because it's about the only bloody time that the ego is exhausted, right? And for just a few seconds, you have the raw tantric energy come out. That's why. Infants often, almost always put things in their mouth when they're born, right? Because they're knowing the thing through the mouth, through the taste. Not the brain, but through the body. The body is intelligent. We're down under, so I'll give you an anecdote right from home. Angus has gone to great lengths to explain AC/DC's music, including the instrument that he chose. It's all based on his small stature. He had very great difficulty playing other heavier guitars. And the choppy, syncopated, very bright and brash and sort of the chord styles that they use are actually not preconceived, but based on the fact that his hands were very small and the way he had to fret the guitar. The choice of, so what are we talking about here? The choice of guitar and the kind of music are all his compensation for his small stature and his inability to play in other ways. Now, doesn't this go for archery? Wouldn't this go for anything you do? Dance? Choice of partner? How many things is the language of the body dictating? See, we're all up here thinking it's the brain that's doing all the dictating. This anecdote about Angus Young is showing you that quite the opposite is the case. He didn't preconceive any of this stuff. He let his body show him what to do. And he accommodated that, and that accounts for that style of even the music that they play. The body dictated. The brain responded, yes, but the brain responded to the needs and abilities of the physical body. So which one is superior? Now, as I said earlier on, language is not necessarily needed for communication. We have many other illustrators. In fact, they're even called illustrators. Non-verbal behaviors we use to highlight aspects of the words we speak. They illustrate visually what the words are trying to say symbolically. Many people use their hands in gesture to illustrate or highlight their speech. There's another one called regulators. These are non-verbal behaviors we engage in to regulate the flow of speech during a conversation. We use our faces quite often to signal that we're done or waiting for or even inviting someone else to speak. That's all in the body language, is it not? The tone of our voice regulates speech, informing others when we're finished speaking. In many cultures, gaze and visual attention regulate speech, as do gestures. So the body is very deeply involved in what we imagine is actually a mental process. Why do we know any of this? We've had 2,000 years of the antithesis of this. People have made hay out of the antipathy to nature and everything else. And all this concept of up and down and depth and core and surface. Christianity, religion, body is the prison of the spirit. And most of us do also just consider the body as sort of a means of transport, some personal possession or an object. There's me and my body. What, they're two separate now or something? The body is where we begin and end. Remember? Schelling. Nature is visible spirit, spirit is invisible nature. The idea that we're just a bag of skin. The brain is in this sort of carriage. Alan Watts talks about it. The prevalent sensation of oneself as a separate ego enclosed in a bag of skin is a hallucination, which accords neither with Western science nor with the experimental philosophy religions of the East. This hallucination underlies the misuse of technology for the violent subjugation of man's natural environment and, consequently, its eventual destruction. That very simple misconception about the body's intelligence. When Reich talked about the core and the interchange of the bioenergy back and forth from the surface of the skin to the core and so on, a more poetic, aesthetic way of looking at that I have used as, it can be described as two selves. We've already spoken about the fact that we are a speaker and a listener. But actually we're four selves, because even the speaker listens at some times, the speaker part of you listens, and the listener speaks. So we're multiple selves. But if we take Reich's schemata and understand that these are two, I don't want to use the word separate, but let's just use it topically, right? There's these two separate hemispheres of consciousness within. The surface, and it's focused on the world, and then the core, that is the true self, the imperial self, a bioenergetic state. We also agreed that this is lower, this is upper. This is inner, this is outer. This is the ego, and this is the self. Let's go one step further and imagine that they're also speaker and listener and speaker. There's a conversation going between them all of the time through bioenergy. An exchange of bioenergy perpetually, right? The English word intelligence is derived from the Latin word intelligentia, coined 2,000 years ago by the Roman orator Cicero. We use the term intelligence to refer to a number of different abilities, skills, talents, and knowledge, generally referring to our mental and cognitive abilities. It's a constellation of things. It's not just up here in the head. What we refer to as knowledge is the result of an endless and ever-shifting interrelation between the brain, body, and unconscious. Consciousness is the result of an exchange of information between these centers of intelligence, the result of their reciprocal dialogue. One network is forever discovering more about another in a similar manner as we gain increasing knowledge about other people when we know them. This inner dialogue between bioenergetic hemispheres cannot come to completion. It is a perpetually vital process. And they know this. The neurons even go to find out things through our body. The biochemistry works exactly this way as being described. That means that the brain, this thing up that's super active and hot up here in the skull, yes, it is merely the central processor of all of this conversation. Right? It's not the orchestrator of it. It is merely the center, the locus, where all of this is being processed. But as many mystics know, that center, that central receiver, can be deconstructed and the whole body can become the brain. Other parts of your body can actually become as intelligent as the brain. Now, of course, we know that this bioenergetic exchange does also occur between people, constantly. And it also occurs between the self and nature. The fact that you have these two hemispheres within is the origin of the mandalas, the square and the triangle. Right? The inner and the outer, the yin and the yang. Michael Gazzaniga, he says that when the embryo starts to develop, cells migrate and wander over its cellular mass. Everyone agrees that Sperry's view is more correct than not, and that it is likely that most of these cells process chemical markers on their surface that somehow tell the cell where to stop and hook up to another cell. It has been proposed that chemical gradients guide these processes. However, as these embryonic cells continue to differentiate, some of these cells become neurons, the building units of the adult brain. When the cell declares itself a neuron, this neuron becomes electrically active, a unique property and one that is important for continuing development. Once electrical activity is available, electrical signals are translated into biochemical signals which can in turn influence gene expression. Now check this out. That is, electrical signals can, by having access to the information stored in the genome, influence the operation of genes. In short, electrical activity that arises out of the embryonic cells that become neurons can actually turn around and influence brain development by influencing when and where other chemical processes appear in the developing process. Electrical signals can be conducted rapidly over large distances. No longer are cells merely influenced by the chemical process of the next cell or by a gradient that may pass over it. With the introduction of the capacity to conduct electrical activity, no cell is an island. Information from part of the developing embryo can reach across a great distance and influence neural development. Topological vicinity and physical contact are no longer constraints for the signaling system that contributes to the structuring of the developing brain. One among many examples of such influences is that events occurring in one hemisphere can influence the developmental events occurring at the same time in very remote parts of the other hemisphere of the body. The body is the intelligent one. The brain has its function. That's it. What he doesn't explain is, remember he was telling you that one thing leads to the other, right? The biochemistry being the basis, and then later the neurons and so on. He doesn't explain, and they never do, where the primal electrical energy originates. That is really the source of all of this intelligence in the body. They just tell you what it does. And even then it's taken them hundreds of years to find that out. This bioenergy, this electrical charge, is intelligent, obviously. What does that tell us? Well, we're too dumb. Our own bodies are smarter than we are. We're too dumb to admit that our own energy is intelligent. So, in the Reichian therapies and the polarity therapies, Shiatsu, Reiki, Qigong, Tai Chi, Aikido, Yoga, when you have this in mind, great things happen. Pick one, do it, or make your own. Better still, create your own movement, create your own thing, and get into this, because this is a magical act. If we put as much time into worshiping the body as we worship God, and I hate to be blasphemous about this, our world would be something unbelievable today. It's about purgation, purification, right? Sanity equals sanitize. Sanity is the same root as the word sanitize, sanity, to clear the mind. And when those channels are clear, the doors of perception are clear, immediately that other communion happens, because as we said, the core voice is a silent voice. It's not speaking very loudly, nor will it ever do so until we're quiet enough to listen to its instruction. That's the wisdom body. I refer to it in my divination work as the inner oracle, or even the inner zodiac for that matter. It's what's known in the occult tradition as the communion with the holy guardian angel. Not out there behind the clouds or in some other realm. Your own inner bioenergy speaking to you. Your core imperial self. Guiding and instructing you. You know how important it is? Aleister Crowley tells us how important it is. Magic is the science of understanding oneself and one's condition. It is the art of applying that understanding in action. That's what magic is. It's connected to the aesthetic experience in totality, but it's understanding oneself. In the knowledge and conversation of his holy guardian angel, the adept is possessed of all he can possibly need. To consult any other angel, to consult any other authority, is to insult one's angel, one's guardian, one's guide, is to insult it, which we do constantly. So the gates of heaven are now going to open to us? Food is going to be on the table and we're going to have a good life? Friends are going to be made and we just have this wonderful red carpet existence and the world's going to be in peace and harmony? When every day we slap in the face our own sense, our own inner oracle? We commit such blasphemy at the temple doors of the place which is the fountain of all knowledge and wisdom within ourselves? We spit and curse on it and run to the misguided for our guidance and then expect to be living in some sort of utopia? What kind of blasphemy is next? How are we going to invite that angel in? Even Christ said to his disciples, if they don't bring you in and treat you well, cast the dust from your sandals off of their porch and go your way. He said, David Cherubin says that mystical alchemy is a personal science, a sublime and effective system of self-initiation. Only you as a single individual can calculate and follow your way up the great mountain of hermetic attainment. All essential guidance is within you, in your innermost center of your heart where your holy guardian angel or inner self resides. To depend on any other thing other than your own holy guardian angel to accomplish the great work is to insult your angel, who is with you to instruct and guide you. All essential wisdom by which to achieve the great work is to be ascertained only within you. Nowhere else will you find this truth. And that is a certainty. And the very looking out is merely postponing it. That is the karma. This is the dharma. What do? We have been doing this atrocity for so long, we're now on the verge of losing not only the inner guardian, but even the brain, even the normal circuitry of intelligence that we've had before. We're ready for a second fall. The immersion is almost so complete. And what does this mean now? We understand what it means now. It means that that inner voice of that guardian is almost completely silent. It's given up. Actually, it never gives up, thank God. But the fact of the matter is, it's so faint. The cacophony of the lie is unbelievable. In fact, as we pointed out in the earlier part of today, deep anxiety arises within us all. Should that voice even speak? We're running for the needle and the doctor. We want to be comfortably numb. The very moment that it even says, I exist, the garden is untended. Crowley goes on to say, the single supreme ritual is the attainment of the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel. He wasn't a Christian. That's why they tried to take him down. Because when he was talking about holy guardian angel, he was talking about the self, not their mysterium in the sky. You won't make any friends that way. He says, it is the raising of the complete mass in a vertical straight line. Any deviation from this line tends to become black magic. Any other operation is black magic. And what do you think you're going to get from that sorcery? The world filled with vultures and parasites like we've got. They run because of this. Because we are completely decentralized and dehumanized. We're in sorcery, we're not in magic. We don't have time to do the illustration with a physical guitar, but I want to use a metaphor that summarizes what we're saying, constellates it. On the strings of a guitar, there's 6 strings obviously, and 22 frets usually. And you have the major and the minor. One can say that that's like the masculine and the feminine, loosely. One can even say it's solar and lunar, or yin and yang, or nagwal and tonal, whatever you want to call it. Now these musical instruments have been around for about 35,000 years. They date from the same time as the prehistoric art. Say I was just to play one string. I don't know the names of them, but the second string, say. You move up a fret. You can move from major to minor, just with one move of one fret. Or on a piano, I guess it's the same. The major note is a kind of solar note, a happy, optimistic, strong, masculine note, right? One fret beyond is the feminine version, a yin note, introspective, sad, lacrimosa, forlorn, like the sitar. But what has just happened? What just happened there? Those two expressions, completely different, are on one string. So those two voices within, yes, they're an inner dialogue, and they argue back and forth all the time, and one can be considered, yin and yang, or whatever way you want to call it. One is God, one's the devil, it doesn't really matter which. But the fact is that those are two voices on a single string, which is the silence, which is the you. Because there is another note, is there not? What happens, what do we hear when the note, whichever one we've played, fades? What are you left with? The silence. So the voice that speaks within you, even all this dialogue we've been explaining, whether it's biochemical, neural, whatever you want to call it, this inner song, this inner dialogue, this inner communion, is itself a portal to the greater silence upon which they rest. When the strings stop speaking, in search of the lost chord. And that silence is very much part of that dialogue. In fact, the dialogue arises from it. So when we talk about psychic attack, when we talk about the barrage of the noise, yeah, it is to silence, it's to complicate and create difficulty between the dialogue, but what it's really meant to do is to deafen us, so that that silence from which is the place where the guardian is. Right? That's where the temple is. It's in the silence, not in the voices. But the noise of the world keeps it out. So in one way, man is a trinity. As the Irish Celts always showed. Remember the tomu? Anybody know the Japanese symbol of the tomu? The triple spiral? Right? And you have it in the Celtic world as well. So each of us is a trinity, actually. In the Egyptian model, those two voices are Set and Horus. The one close to the core, and Horus facing out. And do you remember that Horus has one eye missing? Because he lacks the internal sight. The idea is that he is the one facing out, so he has half the sight. He faces the solar world. Set is within. He represents the core. But they have to demonize that one as well. Thomas Szasz says, in defining what a human being is or ought to be, language remains perhaps the most single important criterion. The idea that thought cannot resist without speech, cannot exist without speech, was implicit in the Greek language. Phrasomai, the Greek term for I meditate, literally means I speak to myself. Logos, the Greek term for reason, also means speech. How many of us have this internal dialogue? In fact, if you talk to yourself in the street, you think you're crazy. But you are crazy without it. When we do the hymns and the prayers and other stuff, that's the relic of it. That's the relic that it replaces what really the inner dialogue was all about. So this internal dialogue, by the way, is going on whether you like it or not. All I'm telling you to do is join in. Because that's a truly creative act. Even just listen to it. That is the truly creative act is what you're doing. And it's the foundation of many other creative acts. Most importantly, and if this isn't the theme of the entire talk, let's just make it the major theme of this section, is that is yet another act to and for the self. Your turning within to listen to that dialogue is an act of pure individuality. In philosophy, there's a thing called phenomenology. It's a fancy word for just saying, what does it do? What is it? Well, we could ask, how do we really define the self? Remember at the beginning we said this is going to be an anatomy of selfhood? The self can only do that which it does for itself. It doesn't recognize anyone else. It only does that which is to and for itself. Then you know it's an act. The true act of individuality is capable of nothing else. And that act of turning within to listen to your own dialogue is an act to and for the self. So it is actually one of the first steps on the road of individuality. Truly. I use a metaphor. If somebody was to stand up here, where that person is standing, obviously I cannot occupy, no matter how I try, that same space. If I try to, the best I can do is jump on that person, and that's a bloody comedy, that is. Neither he can move or I can move, right? So I cannot stand on the same physical space as you. I cannot breathe for you. I can't think for you, and I can't perceive for you. And those are certainties. So existence, to all intents and purposes, is very, very, very selfish. If you don't believe it, you're free to stop breathing. You can do it anytime you like. See what happens. We'll bring you flowers at the funeral. The self is also purely defensive. If we want to go into more of its phenomenology, let me tell you something else about it. It is 100% the most defensive thing that you could ever want to know. It is all defense. In the true sense of that word. It doesn't interact with others or have relationships. A self has a relationship only with self. It is like your shadow. It goes where you go. Most people don't think it's possible to have a relationship with oneself. Do you know that? It's still a kind of a new concept after all this time. Sounds even preposterous to most ears. The other act of selfhood, for and to and for the self, is simply that changing perspective from the pseudo-self to the imperial self. Crowley and these people are telling you basically that freedom is simply the gift you give yourself. Stop waiting for the universe to do it. Stop waiting for the politicians to do it. There's no such thing as collective freedom. Never will be, never has been. There's no our freedom. So you can wave all the placards you want. It's nonsense. You'll only replace one psychopath or one dictator with another. The only freedom that exists is attitudinal. And as we said earlier on, yes, it's not just freedom where the master above you, the tyrant with the whip, is missing. Sorry, it's more than that. There's no slave below you. But the whole concept of a higher self, you see, higher self, it's more mysteria. It's not higher, it's you. It's even physical. In fact, to really be really blunt about it, one could say that the body physical, if you actually went and said that the body physical is the higher self, you wouldn't be far wrong. In fact, you'd be more right. I'm open to that I'm wrong in this. But I think you're more right than those who say it's up there. It's out of our reach. It's phantasmagoric, you see. Don't buy that anymore. Now, Jung says that the body is, of course, also a concretization or a function of that unknown thing which produces the psyche as well as the body. The difference we make between the psyche and the body is artificial. It is done for the sake of a better understanding. But in reality, there is nothing but a living body that is the fact. And psyche is as much a living body as living psyche. According to Bishop Epiphanius, the Christ is the spiritual self within each person. Clement of Alexandria, church fathers this is. The greatest of all lessons is to know yourself, for when a man knows himself, he knows God. Time and time again it's been said, Corinthians, you are the temple of God, for the temple of God is holy, which temple you are. Origen again, you yourself are even another little world, and have within you the sun and the moon and also the stars. Gospel of Thomas, when you know yourselves, then you will be known, and you will know that you are sons of the living Father. Right? In the silence. But if you do not know yourselves, then you are in poverty, and you are poverty. So somebody would say, why participate in this dialogue? Well, because if you want to interact with that higher self, so-called, or that inner guardian, you better ring the right bell. You better sing the right song. You better send out the right invitation. It's very proud. It's not going to come in any old begging, bowl, rattling nonsense, banging on the door at all hours of the night. It's waiting for the right bloody reverence and the right prayer to go up. And if you're waiting for some priest or guru to teach you how to do that, you'll have a long wait. In fact, you're doing the complete antithesis of what needs to be done. This is private work. The combination to the lock on the door that stands between you and that place is a combination that only you can even put your hand on. The dirty boots of somebody else throws it back. The more you reach out for it in that way, the more it retracts. But when you do enter that place, that's resurrection. That is Horus risen. And that is true transcendence and resurrection. Now, how many people have heard this statement, being in harmony with the universe? It's bandied around all over the place, isn't it? What does it mean? Magic is the effect of being, or the result of being in harmony with the universe. In the laws of the universe, you have to obey those laws first, man not being higher than the law, But if you think about it again and re-say it to yourself, being in harmony with the universe, if you say it enough and think about it deeply, you'll suddenly realize that it has a bit of a sinister side to it. It's not all roses. Every human being that exists, even the most cruel and destructive people, are in perfect harmony with the universe. Remember we said that the universe is a mirror, specular thing? It mirrors you, what you are. It's in harmony with you, all right. So you want to be some psychopathic sicko, the universe will harmonize with you. Right? You want to be this, you want to be that. It's yin, man. It's Bruce Lee and his whole Aikido number, right? This is what it is. The universe harmonizes to whatever you are. That's why, remember, people go, oh, I don't understand why there's so much evil and destruction in the universe. Why not? The universe isn't bothered by that. Oh, it's in harmony with you, all right. Now, in the scale of Ma'at, because they personified that harmony by the goddess Ma'at, the mother, and the symbol that they chose for her is this feather. You can see it on the right pan of the scale there, for those who are not familiar with this. And her name means a half, like a proportion, a fraction. It means straightness, rightness, balance and harmony, living right, and so on. But the feather that they chose to balance the human heart, the human conscience, or the human existence, the experience, was this feather of the goddess Ma'at. And what is a feather known for? Right? It's very light. So earlier on when we spoke about enlightenment, having very little to do with physical luminescence, this is another big mind control game here. The whole question of being in harmony with the universe, the whole concept of being in harmony with the goddess, and seeing things aright, and being virtuous and being straight, is symbolized by lightness, as in weight. Very important concept to understand. I've often said time and time again, you see, that if it was only a matter of some external adversary that we're fighting, or bullhorning or whatever, that would be one thing. But unfortunately, we're involved, as we now have shared, in such a much deeper work. Ultimately, we're dealing with soul work, holy work, which is what I consider all of this. You're trying to build a monastery in your own soul. You're trying to know thyself. Right? The unexamined life is not worth living. You might want to say the unlived life isn't worth examining. Now, Thomas Sá says that people often say that this or that person has not found himself. But the self is not something one finds. It is something one creates. Jung says that although the self is my origin, it is also the goal of my quest. So in this life of experience, we are doing that. We are building our soul if we so chose to do so. You don't come in with it. You don't come in with it. You're creating it as you go. Through this internal exchange, this dialogue. John Keats, the great English poet, said that, call the world, if you please, the veil of soul-making. Then you will find out the use of the world. So this is known only very, very few. The rest of the claptrap of religion, total nonsense. But the thing is that it ceases to be holy work the moment that it ceases to be personal. I've often said that before you can experience the chemical wedding, which everybody talks about, what they forget to tell you is that you have to first go through an ordeal known as the chemical divorce. And that is the apophatic process of deconstruction, where everything that is not the truth is removed from your life, as we spoke about earlier. That requires a lot of alienation. It's difficult. As Sophocles said, nothing great enters the life of mortals without a curse. And it's that we talk about the guts of being able to accept that, this divestiture. It's apophatic knowledge. It's negation and deconstruction. Figulus, the ancient alchemist, said that bodies cannot be changed except by reduction to their first matter. So all this idea about building and building, progress and getting higher and getting more enlightened, what nonsense. Real change is by first burning down to ashes and then rising again. Constant deconstruction, constant mind of the beginner, constant refreshing of the mind. We're sitting around demanding that all experience new gadgets. I want experience to be all fresh and new. I'm bored. Well, sorry, pal. It's your perception and your mind that needs to be constantly renewed every day, not the experiences. And as we said earlier at the very beginning, any of these processes of death, and burning down, are going to be attended by what? That legitimate anxiety. And you better hold on to that as your best friend, because that's what Big Brother is waiting to take from you in a very crafty way that we've explored here. Walk accompanied by your anxiety. Say hello to it. Welcome it in. Own it. Shake hands with it. Because it's part of you. And all this claptrap that we've had from religion to lock away and disassociate. Life and death are woven very fine. In dividing them, we divide the self. In loving one, and we fear the other. As I said, there are two expressions on one string. One giving life to the other. Jung says that only when all crutches and props are broken, here we go. Here's what the age we're in. Only when all the crutches and props are broken and no cover from the rear offers even the slightest hope of security does it become possible for us to experience an archetype that up until then has lain hidden. He's speaking about the hidden observer. This is the archetype of meaning, the inner guardian, the true soul, the true self of a man. The only time we even consider knocking on its doors when all the rest of the thing we're involved in is burned to ashes. How dare we? What kind of people are we? What is this? There's the most destructive thing on earth. The most destructive thing, the most destructive agent is truth. And the thinking is destructive. We don't have the right kind of thinking. We need to. But where the hell are we? We're here. Infantilism. We're in the beginning stages of all of this. Again, the trauma was recent. But Blake said, the fool who persists in his folly becomes wise. So even despite our own folly, we're going to become wise through knowing everything in this realm, what is not to do. Yeah, we're into the... we haven't even got past that, polymorphous perversity. We're regressed. We're working on the animistic level, the autistic level, the pleasure principle. We're not involved in this serious. We're not authentic. We're sedated. And we don't have this inner dialogue going on to any great degree. We are suppressed by others, and we do repress ourselves. As we said, freedom was a new phenomenon. Kings were central to the societies of the past. And so is subjectivity in the sense of I-ness. And so, unfortunately, is psychological insight and introspection. We've needed the father figure. We don't want to be told we don't want to think what to do. You're going to tell us what to do and then reward us for doing what is right. We just need to be obedient. That's easy. And then what do we have? The counter-arguments to this? That whole Darwinian lie. Two stinking heads of the Hydra fighting each other with pus pouring out of every pore. Sick of it. The whole idea of one centralized, you see, you may be omnipotent or whatever, but it's one centralized, externalized, remote God. Thank God the quantum scientists have discovered, no, sorry. The actual energy of the universe that is intelligent is not remote, and it is not distinct or self-contained at all. It is absolutely ambient and all-pervading. It's what's known as n-folded, or implicate, the implicate order. As they used to say in ancient times, numinous, pluripotent. And everything that exists, human and non-human, is only an expression of that intelligence. Is not only an expression of that intelligence, but is of that intelligence. As Watts was saying earlier on. Now Nietzsche says that there's always been sickly people among those who invent fables and long for God. They have a raging hate for the enlightened man and for that youngest of virtues, which is called honesty. The man we're talking about can be described correctly as morally superior. That's the new species of being, not the new man that the globalists are having orgasms over, right? Because he knows what it is to be human, yes, but he also knows what it is to be. He doesn't blindly just follow the rules. And of course we might ask, well, is he moral then? Yes, he is moral. He's morally superior because he understands what Socrates said, and that is to harm another is to harm oneself. What more morality do you need than that? You don't need rules and regulations for it. He knows that to harm another is to harm himself. Crowley says that we see then that we can never affect anything outside ourselves save only as it is also within us. Whatever I do to another, I also do to myself. If I kill a man, I destroy my own life at that same time. Every vibration awakens all others of its particular pitch. The morally superior man has, of course, a completely different goal, different orientation, different perspective. He's a different process altogether. He's not into evasion and immersion into any collectives. He's not purely mental, he's not purely emotional, because he's involved in a totality of experience. A totality of experience, also described as the aesthetic sensibility. But Nietzsche's most famous, if abused, term, misinterpreted term, for that totality of life force, for expression, is his famous term, the will to power. It's the French refer to it as the élan vital, a totality of experience. A magical type of existence, basically. Now, Jung says that, about the morality aspect, if things go wrong in the world, this is because something is wrong with the individual, because something is wrong with me. Therefore, if I am sensible, I shall put myself right first. For this I need, because no outside authority no longer means anything to me, a knowledge of the innermost foundations of my being, in order that I may base myself firmly on the eternal facts of the human psyche. Because that is the place, the origin of all evil and dysfunction. But no, we don't have that. We're not interested in that. We're preoccupied with the Umwelt and the Mitwelt. We're bombarded by constant dollops and doses of stress. Three-headed monsters, enemies at the gates. Saber rattling, reds under the beds. Vaccines and all sorts of diseases, coming plagues. As I said, so stressful that we can't even leave the cage. We try it for a bit and then we want right back. So as we close, we come to the summation. We have a much better idea now of the anatomy of tyranny. And we also have an idea of the psychic immunity we have to develop. We've looked at the ancestral trauma. Can't think of any of this without factoring that in. Because it's co-opted by the architects of control. They exploit our amnesia about it, right? We explored the fragmentation of consciousness, that we have an imperial self and an ego, or a pseudo-self, and then when we brought in the Reichian, we got another perception on that, maybe it's not all this anatomy and sort of the normal psychoanalytical idea. It could be a completely new way of looking at it, but in order to see it that way, the body now becomes, the idea of the body being sacred factors in, a huge piece. But then this thing that I bring to the plate, which is, bring to the table, antipathy to nature, which is antipathy to the self, a major root of pathology, and the root of the cocktail of so many disorders. After you create the ego, then you have the ubiquitous collectivism and extroversion, your need now to run amok, overly so, to receive approval from those who are seeking it from you. And this whole entanglement and enthralldom. And the neurosis and anxiety that arises when that's not forthcoming. What we become when we are not receiving it. One of the symptoms of that is the intense self-hate, right? Whatever you want to call it, shame, guilt, masochism, self-murder, it really doesn't matter. And ultimately then, this avoidance of legitimate suffering, legitimate anxiety, which is tantamount to disowning the self. Throwing into the wilderness of the dark places of the interior the very imperial voice that we need to be listening to and taking guidance from. Now, we mentioned the moral superiority of the authentic man, because that virtue, that morality, is very, very important. But we still need to work more towards the last hour here of how to unlock the doors to true freedom. More deeply, more real. And to do that, to really basically strike the master blow, if you will, at the roots of evil, it requires the cultivation of what I describe as the virtue of virtues. And the backstory is borrowed from the existential psychology and existential philosophy, because the virtue of virtues is the value of existence. Now, I know it doesn't sound very much yet. It's very, very much strong in the existential philosophical tradition. They often refer to it as being unto death. I know that sounds morbid, but give me a minute. It's a fundamental principle of existentialist philosophy. Because, as we said before, your understanding that your life is finite should theoretically give impact and importance to your life. We'll unpack it more in a minute. But lack of this virtue, meaning lack of the value for your existence, is at the root of all the human problems and dilemmas. And we're going to explore this towards the end and get into the children falls under this category, right? The man with this virtue is morally superior, the one who values existence. He's a true individual. He alone is capable of bringing meaning from within himself, as opposed to waiting for everyone else in the world to turn him on. He doesn't have a slave below him or a master above. He's very vigilant on that point. And his relationship with pain, with loss, and with death is radically different than everybody else around him. Because he is very much infused with that value of existence, the virtue of virtues. And this man also works with the will to power. But the fact that he is a man of the will to power, he turns out to be the single greatest threat to the collectivists. They want to obliterate him. He's in their crosshairs. Because he actually stands up to ruin everything. Their whole Bastille of lies, he sees, can crumble through his existence. Now, in the Gospel of Thomas, Jesus said, if you have gained this within you, what you have will save you. If you do not have this within you, what you do not have in you will kill you. And this is often phrased slightly differently. What the basic message is you have to bring out from within you that meaning. You have to bring out from within yourself what we've talked about earlier. Otherwise, there's no salvation. But the existentially mutilated and vacant being, he's Big Brother's wet dream. He's exactly what they've created. And they know that in his mind, this whole cocktail of syndromes, he is heading straight for self-destruction. And at the point, right, at the very point where he's about to commit suicide, and I'm talking psychologically here, they come in with their global village and say, here's the ticket, and we go for it. So talking today, sitting drinking coffee, it doesn't seem like a reality, does it? But as this process continues, and in the very short future, to offset complete collapse, they move in with their stabilizers. This is how it's done first. And the slow drip feeding of their trauma is all part of it. They know that the man that they're working with is incapable of bringing meaning from within. He's nothing more than a paper mache creature screaming about oneness without even the faintest idea what it is. Talk about allness, yeah, I'm with you. Oneness, I don't understand it. Now, Rollo May, speaking about Nietzsche, says that being is a category which cannot be reduced to interjection of social and ethical norms. It is, to use Nietzsche's phrase, beyond good and evil. Remember we talked about this one in the beginning? To the extent that my sense of existence is authentic, it is precisely not what others have told me I should be, but is the one Archimedes point I have to stand on from which to judge what parents and other authorities demand. Rand says that a genuine selfishness, that is, a genuine concern with discovering what is to one's own self-interest and acceptance of the responsibility of achieving it, a refusal to ever betray it by acting on blind whim, mood, impulse, or feeling of the moment, an uncompromising loyalty to one's judgment, convictions, and values represents a profound moral achievement. And as Crowley said, how will a being like that ever even conceive of hurting anyone else? Now, match that with the amount of time we give in our minds to everybody else. Viktor Frankl, a very great psychologist, said that everything can be taken from man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. And that alignment with your selfhood that we spoke about is an act to and for the self. And the writer E.E. Cummings said that to be nobody but yourself in a world which is doing its best night and day to make you like everybody else means to fight the hardest battle which any human being can fight and never stop fighting. That is the real war of Armageddon that has been asked of a lot of people today. The French philosopher Henry Bergson, who had a great deal to say on the question of time, he says liberty consists in being entirely oneself. That's it. There is no other freedom. Mikhail Buchanan, who said, the liberty of man consists solely in this, that he obeys the law of nature, see? Because he himself recognized them as such, and not because they've been imposed upon him externally by any foreign will whatsoever, human or divine, collective or individual. Liberty, he says, consists in my being entitled as a man to obey no other man and to act only on my own judgment. Now look how simple and direct that is, and yet look how foreign it is to these collectivists. He says, liberty is the absolute right of all adult men and women to seek no sanction for their actions except their own conscience and their own reason, to determine them only of their own free will, and consequently to be responsible for them, to themselves first of all, and then to society of which they are a part, but only insofar as they freely consent to be part of it. So we are moving towards the antithesis of this every day. But Gruen says we want to escape responsibility because we are deeply afraid of having a self of our own. And we were raised by people who have antipathy to that. In fact, we may have been given birth as crutches to their obsess. It is not an abstract responsibility that we find threatening, but rather the responsibility to realize ourselves. We've all tried it and failed because of this imposition. What is he talking about? He's saying that man will do anything than walk the Siddhartha road. He tries it, he doesn't like it. Anything but the shadow work. But it's worse than that. No, he'll not just do anything. He will literally permit the worst tyrannies to arise in the world just because it covers the crime that he's doing for himself. It's the bric-a-brac that hides the china. I blame them. Finger pointing. Because in that mayhem of these disastrous vultures up there, their crime covers the other crime that we do to ourselves when we're avoiding this holy work. Right? This is what the dynamic is. Rather than walk the Siddhartha road, rather than face ourselves, we'd see the world and other people thrown into the dumpsters, incarcerated, made mindless. Now we've seen something about the inner state of man and his penchant for this evasion. Now we can now continue on our research into his criminal history. We can intensify that by bringing children into the picture. I've often said that anger and violence are not the world's problem, but it's false love is the problem. There's that word, adultism. And we came up very clearly there. Osho the mystic said, everybody is living in bondage because everybody who brought you up wanted to have power over you, to enjoy the mastery over you. And children are the most helpless people in the world, the most exploited class. It is not the proletariat who are the most exploited class. It is not the women who are the most exploited class. It is the children who are the most exploited class. And Robert Bly, who wrote Iron John, he says the possessiveness that mothers typically exercise on sons, not to mention the possessiveness that fathers typically exercise on daughters, can never be underestimated. Think I'm joking? When it comes to kids, we've already spoken a little bit about the aesthetic sensibility. Once the child is born, I mean, they already have this, but we need to take the kids out into their world. We need to introduce the child to nature very quickly, not recreationally, but spiritually. We've spoken about doing it ourselves, and this is absolutely critical in the life and development of a child. Take him to the ocean, take him to the forests, take him to every conceivable kind of animal, take him out in the seasons and so on. And remember we said that historically there was a moment when that aesthetic sense awoken in our forefather, and that it can also individually happen in the life of a stereotypical person. We want to be there when it happens in the child, because it will. And we can caretake it if we do it right. Not through any kind of paranoia or fear or stress. None of that is required. But children should be taken out of the cities often and exposed to nature in all nature's sides. Draw their attention to the negative way that nature is then often portrayed in the movies, especially in horror movies and so on, so that they'll see, they'll fall in love with nature, and then they'll start to see, what the fuck is all this? Well, owls and black cats, and wolves, and as kids are brought up today to fear, a little bit of wind in the trees, thanks to our lovely media, and the moon and all of the rest of it. Also explain to them that every single thing around them, even the plastic, comes from nature. There's not a thing that we eat, a thing that we use, that nature is not the originator of. Really rub that in. Introduce them to animals. Many reasons for this, many reasons. There's also a reason why animals surround them anyway, why they like dinosaurs and wallpapers with animals on it, teddy bears. There's a reason for that. It's because they're back here, remember? They're back here at that ancestral place. That's why they like all those dolls and toys and all around them. Good. And bring them real animals as well. But do that, again emphasize, without coercion, without censorship. Because you're actually observing what comes out of them naturally. We're going to get into that in a minute. Certainly some kids are slower at the uptake. Give them time then. Nothing wrong with being slow. Because again, those kids who are fighting you are doing right half the time, you see. Rebellion is good. Crime is not good. Breaking the world's laws is not good. But rebellion is a good thing. Take them out. Show them the different seasons. Nature has more than one season. Nature does a lot of different things. They will understand that this is not separate to me. We're born from the womb of this. We come from this. Ultimately, again, borrowing from the existentialists, don't make it just that their relationships are with other people. Wake them up to the brick walls, the tiles, the rusted lampposts, the apples, the flowers, the paving stones, the inanimate, the pianos and the guitars. There's a whole universe of so-called inanimate things. We can't have love with them. We can't enter into love with a pane of glass on a window, or the way the light, shines off a roof. That's all just anonymous, just something that just happens all around us in the umfeld. Turn the children on to that. Make them conscious and aware of it so they have many friends, many thousands of friends. Hence they won't be so dependent on the lost and the misguided. And in fact, they'll be able to help their fellows in the world. Because what will happen after a little bit of this is done, in a very, very short time, the child will come back and view man's world. And to see it for the obscenity that it largely is. You don't need to do very much. The consciousness within the child is doing it all. Also, try not to censor their emotions and natural responses, even if those are angry and so on. Because it is better to have a rude and hostile kid than a bloody compliant nincompoop, an ignoramus. Both are bad, but I can tell you one's worse than the other. And the inanimate includes what their bodies can do, instruments, what the body can do. Introduce them to the power and the brilliance of their own bodies. Clarissa Pinkola Estes, in her book, The Dangerous Old Woman, she says, she's the woman who wrote Women Who Run with the Wolves, she says, some people mistake being loving for being a sap. Quite the contrary. The most loving people are often the most fierce and the most acutely armed for battle, for they care about preserving and protecting poetry, symphonic song, ideas and elements, creatures, inventions, hopes and dreams, dances and holiness, those goodly endeavors that cannot be allowed to perish from the earth, else humanity itself would perish. As I said, to do so is ultimately to commit violence to that soul. They are working from this totality of intelligence already before it's shut off and stamped out of existence. Their centers of intelligence are usually wide open. But look, we're drugging the hell out of them now. Lang says, without the most thorough and rapid brainwashing, their minds would see through our dirty tricks. Children are not yet fools, but we shall turn them into imbeciles like ourselves, with high IQs if possible. Specifically, this devastation is largely the work of violence that is being perpetrated on each of us, by each of us on ourselves. And the usual name that much of this violence goes under is love. All that we're talking about, all of us have experienced. You are that child. Everybody sitting in the room would not be here today unless you are that very child we're talking about, that's been so sidetracked and cheated and violated. We've been trained by experts. Then they wonder why, at pubescent times, they're running amok. Coming down a step into a more practical area of children and their development, one that I've always insisted is an absolute death blow to evil, based on one of the foibles of evil itself. I don't know how many times I've said it, must have gone blue in the face talking about this thing, the Achilles heel of evil, right? I describe it as that evil contains within it the seeds of its own destruction. Hands up how many people have ever heard me say that. Good, because we'll go into that now. Evil is ultimately weak. And it doesn't take much to take it down. And it also doesn't even require a lot of years. You probably could do it in a generation or two, which is a very short time. But it relies on one thing, and that is discernment. And the discernment is born out of a knowledge of this foible of evil that it does contain within itself the seeds of its own destruction. We don't need to fight it from outside. And that is that evil, by definition, cannot exist without what? Huh? No. Camouflage. A mask. If evil appeared in front of us, it wouldn't stand much chance most of the time. 9 times out of 10, we deal with it, right? Evil has a weakness. It must do what? Yes, conceal itself behind a veil of goodness. We'll be getting into this in another context in psychic vampirism, but let's just stick with this from now. In other words, it's the famous idea of the wolf in sheep's clothing. But guess what? There's good news. If you can tell the difference between a fucking sheep and a wolf, you might be onto something. It's that simple. It's that simple. You have to have the discernment to tell the sheep from the wolf. The wolf is shit out of luck and is starved to death. That is called discernment. Once it's taught to a child, they already have it until we mutilate it. Children will speak right up to an adult, go, "Mommy, I don't like him." What, you're meant to like him? Put that smile on. How dare you be so rude? I don't, the doctor will come up, one kid will allow a nurse or a doctor to touch him, and another guy will come in and go, "No, Mommy, I don't want him, I don't want him near me," like that. We silence it. There it is. And we shut it up. We tell them no. We've got to stop that. They are the ones who have the monitor, the antenna. They bloody smell evil a mile away. How can they not? They're the purest things we breed on this planet. Just like animals do. Right? You can't go near a crow, not more than 6 feet, but a crow will sit on a horse's head. Perch right there. Wonder why. You can smell us coming. And so, if we start, not, as I said, let's not say teaching, helping the discernment, allowing it to flourish, strengthening it, in fact, we have a generation, in one generation of kids, that are immune to evil. And that 100, just like Frank Herbert showed in the Dune, 10 can train 100, 100 can train 1,000, and 1,000, 10,000. And evil is shit out of luck. It has to pack up its bags and go because it has one foible. Think about it when you go home. Evil cannot exist openly. It always is in disguise. And that is its weakness. Because the moment that you have discernment to tell it, and we don't have it to teach it, unfortunately. We're too few to know it. We've already had it killed inside ourselves, as we talked about a few minutes ago. But the child incoming has it. And we need to cultivate that, because that is the death blow. That is the Emmanuel who will be born to bring down the tyrant. And then, again, attendant to this, is that a child grows well when they're introduced to those philosophical certainties that we've been exploring all through this evening. When they're introduced to it, children are born, they're introduced to life. But what's missing? What is the one thing that we rarely ever bring our children and allow them to confront? Death. Even when it happens, I've heard the most preposterous shit. You know, Ireland, all there is weddings and funerals. Been to enough of them. And the kid is fascinated. It's not any kind of paranoid or morbid whatever. It is when it's sensing the adult's energy, then it gets bent out of shape. But the child is full of fascination. The poet Rainer Maria Rilke said, a true poet cannot write a single line of poetry until it's sat for 10 minutes in a room with a corpse. He was alluding to this. He was saying, why do we debar this fact of life? Children are introduced to life, why not death? Children should be taken to funerals. Not in any kind of morbid way, not in any paranoid way. When death happens in the family, or death happens around, as it often does, death of a pet, death of a grandparent, death on TV, or whatever it might be, or the question of death arises, that child, I wouldn't say put their head in it, but just almost as much. Oh, they're fascinated anyway by it. Decay and all of that stuff. It's not morbid. And it's extremely important that they are. Why? We've just talked about something. The virtue of virtues, the value of existence. And the sooner that it is installed in the child, the better. And it can't be installed until they are shocked themselves by death. And the fact that their life does not go on forever. Granny died. Granda died. Where did they go? Well, they just went on a little trip. They're with God now. We do talk a lot about it. But we're not really talking about it. The child has questions. It's right for that child to have questions. You know why it's got questions? Because its vitality is open, its inner eye is open, its questioning is going, it's curious. And we just put corks in that thing. Introducing the child to death in a very clever, philosophical way, and listening to the development and going where that goes, is to awaken in the child, without your effort, it will awaken in it the value of its existence, the virtue of virtues. Instantaneously, two things are going to happen, because there are two kinds of children in the world, as we know. Now, Jacob Boehm said that he who dies not before he dies is ruined when he dies. A great hermeticist and thinker. Very powerful words there. Once you raise the child in the certainties of life, which is the most important one, is that you are alive and you will die, and nothing on earth, and no Craig Venter is ever going to change this fact, they will realize that, in other words, if they're to build a solid future, it is your job to teach them these certainties. That's love in a real sense. More than that, they would like to know that you want to teach them it. That you yourself are interested in this. That's the real relationship. They want to know that you know. Because the certainties are many. But we did not create ourselves, nor did we create the universe, and we don't know what happened before the universe got created. Certainties. We're not ready-made beings, because we don't just come into the world packaged and static, and that's it. Like a robot, an action man. We start as one thing and we go through these rites of passages and end up as something else. We mature biologically and psychologically. The child sees, grandparents and so on. It sees all multiplicity of people. And we learn that we will be different as time passes. We always hear our parents speak about what we're going to do when we grow up. Or when we're older. What's that? We must know that death in the end terminates life. That time becomes serious, not frivolous. Right? Quality of life is instigated. And we see time, because we see time in negative terms, as a certainty we have no power over. And we react in certain ways to this fact. Okay. We all realize we have no power over death. And by the way, this is the reason you want. I'm just going to emphasize this. It's the reason you want to install the virtue in them, to introduce them to this death, because of what's coming next. Because of one or of these two reactions that's going to happen in the child when it fully grasps this point, that you don't have any power over it. Because the two main responses, one child will say, or think in his mind, well then, oh, time's short, I could die any time. All right, party, time for fun. And you have the hedonistic child, right? Instantaneously, you know where the child is. Instantaneously. Because it's only the hedonistic child who will come up with the obvious solution, which most people already have come up with. Well then, party to the end, I've had a good life, I've enjoyed myself. Now I can die, so what? There's no meaning, and I just go with it. The hedonistic child is born. And of course this child, realizing that if you go through school acting hedonistically, that won't get you far. Right? So the next step is they act hedonistically, but they don't get away with it. That child is the one who then motivates himself into a situation where his hedonism is disguised. And they're the ones that you find in politics and religion. That's where they go. Because now they have to conceal their hedonism under a cloak of the opposite. Remember the wolf in sheep's clothing again idea? The pretenders, the pretense. So that's why you find that movement just absolutely filled with these kinds of people, working beneath the veil of power and authority, namely politics and religion. We are knee-deep in these children. We're not knee-deep in the other type of child. Shelley said, government is an evil. It is only the thoughtlessness and vices of men that make it a necessary evil. When all men are good and wise, government will of itself decay. The discernment. Now what happens with the other one? The other child who's also thought along the same lines, that I can do nothing about the fact that Granny died and Daddy died and all of this stuff, or the dog died or the hamster died. I can't do anything about that, and that's going to happen to me, and you let them go there. Don't get in the way. That child is going to become profoundly present and profoundly reverent about every second that it breathes. Right? Its aesthetic sense, that's already open because of this. Every footstep, every breath is of value. Suddenly you have created something unimaginable, something we need in this world very much. Something that's immorally superior, something lacking in this world has suddenly become created. And as a relationship with life so profound, the Heideggers can't even find the words to describe it. The sorge, the care, the being unto death, not in some morbid, idiotic way, but with an immense reverence, an immense depth. Has anybody bestowed that on that child? No, they brought it from within themselves. It's vital, and the thing that you bring from inside yourself, no force on earth can turn it around and change it. Nothing can do that. Yeah, the thing that has been handed to you by somebody else, of course it can drop. You might even throw it down yourself. But that which you bring from within your soul can never be taken by any force, no matter how strong they appear to be. Because as a matter of fact, they're not strong. And he has imparted it as a gift to himself. An act for and to the self. That is a holy person. That is a godlike person. His life is permeated by it. What's the alternative? Well, you're human. The indentured slave on the stock exchange, the maritime law creature, the animal, the monster, to be moved around as so, sign here, move over there. Visit planet Earth and do absolutely nothing. Don't walk too fast, don't breathe, don't think, don't sit, don't stand until we tell you. Have a good day. Right? But the thing is that this creature is absolutely ephemeral. Because illusion is ephemeral. That which is unreal passes away. It has the seeds of its own destruction within itself. Illusion is an endangered species. The truth is going nowhere. But these thalers and these demagogues, they think of us as pawns. They think of us upgrading us. What does it mean? Improving our incarceration. Nothing more. That's all they'll ever do. Crowley says again, look, anyone who is forced from his own course, either through not understanding himself or through any external imposition, comes into conflict with the order of the universe and suffers accordingly. Originally, at the beginning, we talked about how sometimes the anxiety might be a positive thing, since we're violating the spirit every 5 minutes. That inauthentic humans deserve their bloody fate. And you should be very careful, we'll get into this in the psychic vampirism, you better be very careful providing any kind of safety net for those who are going to fall, and nothing can stop them falling except you going down with them. This is the message of the future. But Crowley's speaking quite metaphysically here also. The suffering in our lives. He's talking about the suffering of man. Anyone who is forced from their own course, either through not understanding himself or through external imposition, comes into direct conflict with the order of the universe and suffers accordingly. Look at this. Just look at this. You have globalism and all their reams of information and their million-dollar institutes and their million-dollar foundations and their think tanks and their round tables. How we're all going to be joined at the hip, and global brains and virtual realities and RFID implants and what have you, and man being his own brother's keeper and global diversity and all the rest of it. One line from Ayn Rand puts it to the flame. Civilization, the true thing, civilization is the process of setting man free from man. Setting man free from men is the true aspect of civilization. You have a civilization when that's happening. She specifically said, just like church and state were separated, so we have modern civilization of the West, so now should economics and politics, government be divided. So that government has not a single say in how anyone earns their money or how the states exist financially. But on a little bit higher philosophical level, look at the wisdom and the inherent wisdom in this. No enslavement to priests, gurus, leaders, and experts. Go your own way. You need a robe mat, make one, but don't borrow it from somebody else. William Blake said, if I do not create my own system, I am sure to be enslaved by the system of someone else. Fromm says that the fact that millions of people share the same vices doesn't make them virtuous. The fact that they share so many errors does not make those errors to be truths. And the fact that millions of people share the same forms of mental pathology does not make them sane. The Caesar, Marcus Aurelius of Rome, said, the object of life is not to be on the side of the majority, but to escape finding oneself in the ranks of the insane. It's okay for the Caesars to say it, but if you try it, you're going to be locked up. Called madman, a conspiracy nut. Rousseau said, to be sane in the world of madmen is itself madness. J. Krishnamurti, he put it this way, it is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society, but that's what the global village is. A summer camp for psychotics. Rand says, men have been taught that it is a virtue to agree with others, but the Creator is the man who disagrees. Men have been taught that it is a virtue to swim with the current, but the Creator is the man who goes against the current. Men have been taught that it is a virtue to stand together, but the Creator is the man who stands alone. And you can do it anytime you want. Oh captain, any moment you want to stand on your desk and change your perspective of just the life around you, it's done. Your will can do it. You have 70 summers, maybe less. You have 28,000 days. We rush as if we're hastening to our graves. But this virtue of virtues, we're talking about awakening it in the child. You can awaken it in yourself any time of the day or night. That's why time is not required That's why historical processes and test tubes and more money spent on X amount of experimentation is not necessary at all. You turn the switch on in your heart and your mind whenever you feel like it. And if you don't, it's okay too. Because life itself goes on regardless of what you do. That universal intelligence goes on regardless. That also is a certainty that moral beings rely on. But humanity as never before is split into two apparently irreconcilable halves, says Jung. Psychological rule says that when an inner situation, there's a famous quote, this one, when an inner situation is not made conscious, it happens outside its fate. That is to say, when the individual remains divided and does not become conscious of his inner opposite, the world must perforce act out the conflict and be torn into opposing halves. So those people who are not going to get any of this and do any of this homework, don't get in the way. Because life is the better teacher than you could ever be. We talked about the flow of the bioenergy. Once you're in dialogue with that bioenergy, once you understand that it's one, a whole other type of consciousness comes about. You understand that it's borrowed also. You understand that that universe is going to continue because it's full of that bioenergy and it doesn't plug in, it's negentropic. The spirit of nature, right? The flux, the reservoir of all of our bioenergy is absolutely eternal and everlasting and never static. Compasses and protractors are prohibited, don't work. I always use the metaphor of a candle or a match. If you strike a match, you see the flame appears at the top. That's the energy. Where'd it come from? It came from the ether, it came from the still point, wherever you want to call it, the etheric. Strike another match, there it is again, the flame, the same flame. Strike another one, there again. Strike as many matches are existing in the world, strike as many matches that could be existing on the frickin' moon and any other planet you can think of or star. If the entire universe was filled with matches and you went through the process of striking them all, not one, not even trillions upon trillions of struck matches would weaken the flame at all. Every match struck in the same way, the same flame appears. The stick of the match is the matter of our bodies, just like the wax of the candle. That's the material part that fades, it dies. But Schopenhauer said that the light that comes into the body is not extinguished one bit by the demise of the body that houses it. In your consciousness, you either align with that flame, or you align, as the materialists and the non-thinkers do, with the match. The hedonistic child is different than the philosophically aware child, isn't it? The existentially aware child. It's just a matter of alignment, because you are that flame. You are that flame. You stand at the center of it all, and you burn with that bioenergy that is on loan to you, and where it goes, you will go if you follow it to its source. Because you're already at that place. There is no going at all on a circle you can walk, but you're always at the place where you need to be. On a circle of a journey, which this is all about. On this great journey of time. You can actually stand and be still because you are on a circle at the place where you need to be. Movement is ultimately an illusion. Remember that the false and the unreal pass away. And that evil has within it the seeds of its own destruction. But the eternal flame never dies. And that ego part of us must learn in time to be embraced by that imperial self. Hating the ego, karate chopping it to death, sedating it, believing it to be some sort of evil thing is the sign of the false teachers who've taught you that. That's what they've done to their consciousness. Now, R.D. Laing says that the true sanity entails the dissolution of the normal ego, that false self competently adjusted to our alienated social reality. The emergence of the inner archetypal mediators of divine power, and through the death and rebirth, and the eventual reestablishment of a new kind of ego functioning. The ego now being the servant of the divine, no longer its betrayer. And there's a lot in that, of course. There's a lot that he's saying there. But he's basically just saying that the ego plugs back in. Instead of trying to embrace that which is too big and too great and too rich and too deep for it, it allows itself to be embraced. And that will happen with the awakening of the aesthetic sense and the installation of the virtue of virtues. But the man who tries to do this, the child that tries to do it, is riding out to war. And the weak child can never do it. You're going to fight. It's Armageddon. That's the real Armageddon. Trying to be the man of moral superiority in this world. As Alan Watts says, the most strongly enforced of all taboos is the taboo against knowing who or what you are, really are, behind the mask of your apparently separate, independent, and isolated ego. The most strongly enforced of all known taboos is the taboo against knowing who or what you are behind a mask, right? The social persona of your apparently separate, independent, and isolated ego. We finish now on a couple of anecdotes. Remember in the beginning I said we'll visit this thing, the grand humility or the great littleness? The metaphor I always like to use is the Norwegian explorer, the great Norwegian explorer who was the first man to discover the South Pole. He was, of course, in a conflict with that psychopath, Scott of the Unording. Dib, 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 and all that, British crown. A psychopath who tortured his men and had a completely crazy way of getting there. Whereas the Norwegians were building saunas in the ice and having a ball. Don't try to beat them at their own game. Bad move. When Royal Amundsen arrived at 0 degrees latitude, 0 degrees longitude, his men said, "Speech, make a speech. Say something." You know, they were Christians. They put the flag, you see, and now he's standing there, and they were not just saying for themselves in Norway, they were saying, "Speak as a human, say something for the whole of the human race, because you're equidistant at all times." And Amundsen said, "I don't feel very big right now, like I should, like any peak experience does." He goes, "In fact, I feel very small. I feel very humbled and little, but it's very vast and very great." It's immense. It's not the littleness, the paltriness, and the limitation and the humility of the neurotic, or the pathological kind. It's vast. And when that aesthetic experience, the sensibility is really open, when you're going there, when you go out there and you look up there at that, you'll feel like he did. And you need to feel like that regularly. Or go and touch the ocean, or listen to Beethoven, or just listen to it. That is there. That makes you feel little in a very, very grand way. Because it's born from this aesthetic experience. You feel that you're part of the all, and you feel that you're part of the whole. But oneness has nothing to do with it. That's nowhere. Allness and wholeness is what it's about. You have the awareness. You know why you have the humility? Because you have the awareness that you did not create this thing that you're housed in. And that you're finite, and that you're a guest, and that the bioenergy even that moves you to get to this place is loaned to you. His was a moment of spiritual victory, right? He arrived at the still point. He arrived at the place of silence. So he didn't want to talk and chat. He wasn't in that space. Something else had happened. He was very silent, because he was now aware of his inner dialogue. He had come to 0 degrees latitude, 0 degrees longitude of the planet. What I'm talking about is coming to 0 degrees longitude, 0 degrees latitude of consciousness, because there is such a place. T.S. Eliot said, "At the still point, there the dance is." Study card 21 of the Tarot, the major arcanum known as the universe. The dance of Shiva is a dance of stillness, a dance of silence, a dance of deconstruction. He was a participant in that inner dialogue. It is from that well of silence that all other forms of existence arise. And in relation to it, indeed we are small. The man on the mountain, the man on the silver mountain, the hermits on their mountain with their idiotic pinprick of light, they don't like that. They're very intimidated by that. They want to own that. They want to have that. They're the Sauron who wants it in their hand. One ring to rule them all, as they are now doing throughout the world. So even though you may feel small and humble, it is not an insignificant thing to embody that silence. It's very rich, it's very deep. The 0 degrees longitude, 0 degrees latitude can also be metaphoricized as the wheel. And in fact, that is in fact how many Vedic teachings, the Aryan teachings, showed it. Right? In the wheel of Chirasi, in the wheel of samsara, of the millions and millions of, they call it lives, but it's just the ebb and flow of the entire matrix of the universe, is the hub of a wheel. And everyone knows that at the very center, it's still. So when you've arrived at the center, you're not one, you're all. Because the person who's at the center, who comes to the hub, who comes to the unmoved still point, he's in the center and he's part of all of that too. Does he senses it, he feels it, doesn't he? He's part of the movement. But he's separate from the movement. You can be part of something and you can be a part of it. A part and part. So going to the center is not one. This is nonsense. This is paper mache, hideous creature of a bunch of broken shards coming together. Go, yeah, we're one. You're one nothing. A bunch of broken, lost souls. Telling me tonight, y'all glued yourself together. You're something. You know, go down to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. I'd see plenty of it. That doesn't add up to anything. What about a round table of fully sovereign beings with their feet deeply in Mother Earth and their heads in the stars? Oh, then we'll talk. But coming again to that place, it's just like any martial art or any dance, nobody can prop you up. It's preposterous. Nobody can stabilize you. Nobody can show you how to play the damn thing. You have to sit and do it yourself. Synchronize your hands. Listen to your body. An act of playing a musical instrument is eye, brain, mind, body, posture, fingers, synchronicity. Posture, sitting, the whole one thing leads to the other. There's not one thing is doing it. The entire body, including the mind. The mind is only one part of a thing that's involved in that process. When you're not part of the still point, what are you? Well, we know that. We're part of the Michel Foucault drama of power play and panopticons and entanglement and thraldom. The daily life we have to deal with every single day. That's what we've got. With plenty of masters above and plenty of slaves below. William Barrett, speaking about Heidegger's work and this care, the Sorge, he says, this seriousness is the simple and forthright seriousness of someone who has at last arrived at his center, who is therefore at least totally engaged in the project of his life, with all that it entails, the sorrow and the sadness. Right? This person exists under the eye of eternity, and therefore what he does in the moment is absolutely real. Thousands of years ago, the Taoists, Chuang Tzu, the pure men of old, acted without calculation, not seeking to secure results. They laid no plans. Therefore, failing, they had no cause for regret. Succeeding, no cause for congratulation. And thus, they would scale great heights without fear. They did not know what it was to love life and hate death. They did not rejoice in birth, nor strive to put off dissolution. Quickly come and quickly go. But they weren't smart like us, those Taoists. We love to be entangled. And we love to entangle others. That starts pretty young, doesn't it? We love the doing. We don't give a damn about the being. But despite it all, and that chronology we talked about, that there's still room for hope, that the scars are, kind of fresh, and once the healing process, if unmolested by Big Brother knowing that the healing process could take place if we were left alone for 5 bloody minutes. I mean, these are the parasites who are preventing and holding civilization back. Because they know that, as a matter of fact, we're moving ever further away from the trauma. That's why they keep on instilling the mini-traumas, the micro-traumas, in which we're all caught up right now. But Blake, being the man he was, said, look, the fool who persists in his folly, don't stop him, continue. Because he will eventually become wise the long way around, the scenic route. But once he's done it, nobody can fool him, because he's done it all. So we've asked today, when we finish now, we say, what is an authentic life? What is a hygienic mind? What is a superior being, a morally superior being's purpose? It's the search for himself, his own finitude, sending out that call, sending out that chant, sending out that prayer. They say the whole of the Sanskrit language was based on birdsong. All the sounds, the Irish harp. You think our instructor is not there. So the call is only you can sound that tone. It's coming from in here. It's nothing to do with what anybody else did. You may hear echoes of it in the Beethovens and the Handels. It's there. You hear it. I know you hear it. That's why we love it. But that's their call. You need to awaken yours. You have to find the bell tower. You have to go in and you stand on the balcony and you have to do it. And then that force will come, and it will come in its own unique way, in its own unique garments, and to its own dance. Down the street it will come and it will burst in the door. The bride arrives. The chemical wedding will take place. But first, it needs the right call. It needs the right call. It's pretty proud. And we can't have anyone else do that for us. And if you go out into nature, it'll come. Go out and work with her and it will happen. In silence. It will happen in silence. What is this man? This man is one who, as he's doing this, developing this new relationship with life and death, sending out his call, doing his holy work, he also enjoys the journey for all its pain and suffering. He's a different kind of being, remember. His relationship with death and sorrow is not the same as everybody else's. Because he's developed that new way of seeing. Because he's free, and so even if he ends up actually in a dungeon, he's unchained, completely unslaved. And he has a different relationship with himself, obviously, and the universe. He is the fool who persisted in his folly, and he did become wise. And the famous quote by Blake, "When the doors of perception are cleansed, man sees things as they truly are, infinite." There's been many times spoken about. But look what he's talking about. Perception again. Remember that simple act of looking is what it's all required? The very thing that launched all the scientism of the world was a simple response of awe to maybe the wind moving through the trees, or the leaves, like you see in the fantastic movie, American Dream. The simple leaves moving on the pavement is enough. That awareness, that knowingness, is available to you through simple perception. How can you perceive the infinite, though, unless you're part of that infinite? You see? It just doesn't work. It's illogical. So what he's saying is that when the doors of perception are cleansed, you will see things as they're infinite, because in seeing what you know to be infinite, the moment that you say you've seen it, you become it. Because you couldn't otherwise, could you? So my message to you is, become it. I am it, and you are it. So remember that. Remember it. Hold it close. Dialogue with it every day. Commune with it. Listen to it. And let no one for a moment make you doubt it. And as Heidegger pointed out, learn how to think. Denken. The same word as thank you. That every single act of thought, every thought, once it's an act of gratitude, once it's that open, once it's that real, once it's that alive, then you are thinking. Then only you are thinking. And make every thought that you think a thank you. As I also now thank you for being here and for your patience and your time. Thank you very much. Cheers, mate.